It's day 5 of the World Championships here in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. The breeze is blowing hard and we can't wait to bring you the action. Hi, I'm Andy Rice and with me is Olympian Noora Ruskola, formerly of the 49erFX class, and also with us former 49er World Champion Stevie Morrison. So welcome to you both, and Noora, looks like a breezy day in store.
Yeah, I'm so excited of today's racing. It looks so much fun and I think we will see plenty of action.
Stevie, it's the second day of Gold Fleet racing. We saw some, did we see some patterns emerging? I don't know. It was a very confusing day, Stevie.
Yeah, I'm not sure we saw any patterns, but in many ways it's going to be a relevant, different day today. The wind's shifted left, so it's a little bit more out of the west, coming between the two islands. So there's going to be some serious sea state. This camera showing us that already. And I think, yeah, we're going to get a big day in the bay for some of these teams out there today. It's going to be challenging conditions. And for a lot of teams, they need to make their move now because Erwan, Fischer and Clement, Piquin, well, they sailed brilliantly yesterday. And they've got a pretty nice lead at this point. If they can do a similar day today to what they did yesterday, then they could be looking pretty good for the title.
Absolutely. The French are looking extremely strong. The Dutch world champions had a bit of a slip today. So here we are in Lanzarote on a similar latitude to the Sahara. I like to remind people, like Stevie, back in the UK. So why Lanzarote? Why do we come here?
Well, we come here because it's beautiful. Like the winds are good and honestly, like it's the best place to train in Europe for the winter.
Well, that's exactly right, Noora. And we've got a little show about what Lanzarote is about.
2024 49er and 49erFX World Championships. We're in Playa Blanca on the southern tip of Lanzarote in the Spanish Canary Islands, middle of the Atlantic. Perfect sailing conditions, but the pressure is now well and truly on as we're in the final series here to race towards those world titles. More importantly though, perhaps for some teams out there on the water, it's the 2024 Paris Olympic Games looming large on the horizon. Just 20 49ers, 20 49erFXs from all different countries around the world will have a chance to race in those games, and there's 4 remaining spots in the 49er fleet, 5 remaining spots in the FX fleet, and they're going to be chasing hard to make sure they get a starting position in Paris in the summer. Now the conditions here, what can we expect? Well, we're in the middle of the ocean. We've got big ocean swells running out there. It's often a very confused sea state, so it will challenge the boat handling of those 49er and 49erFX crews. Good breeze forecast on average, normally a northwesterly trade wind we find here, but it comes over the island, shifty, gusty, patchy. Snakes and ladders, plenty of opportunity out here for the crews. It's going to be the ultimate challenge. The racing's going to be tight, and as we know, when the pressure starts to build, the best tend to rise to the top. So, just 3 days remaining. Who can we expect to see on top of the leaderboard at the end of things? Because there's going to be 2 crews smiling out there, and we look forward to finding out who that is.
So today we have 3 49er races and 3 49erFX races in Gold Fleet. It's the last full day of Gold Fleet racing before we go into one final Gold Fleet race on Sunday morning, followed by the medal race. But to be in the medal race, you've got to be in the top 10. So there will be teams fighting really hard to make sure that they make that 10-boat cutoff. And even the Irish down in 25th place still believe that is possible, and possible it may well be, Stevie.
I think for a lot of the teams it's very possible. There's going to be plenty of points out there to play for. Certainly when you look at the battle from 11th all the way through to 6th, there's only 7 points in that gap, so anything can really happen in there. James Peters will be desperate to make it through to the medal race, no doubt. But yeah, for all the teams, it's a big day. I mean, let's remember yesterday that a good day was scoring 15 points or less out of the 3 races, so that's only averaging 5th place, which kind of seems easy in many ways, but it's actually really hard at this level. So I think, you know, for a lot of these teams around the medal race cutoff, if they can get a day with less than 30 points, so 3 top 10s, they'd feel they've got a good chance of getting in the top 10, and that's got to be possible for a lot of these world-class crews.
Well, let's find out about some of the characters that we're about to see racing in 49er Gold Fleet. We caught up with them earlier in the boat park.
Hello, my name is Clement Piquin from France, and I'm the crew of the 49er French 16.
Hello, I'm Erwan Fischer, I'm the helm of the 49er.
So we started the regatta 4 days ago, and we had a good result from the beginning, so we are very happy about that. We have a good mindset together with Erwan, so we just keep going and see what tomorrow will bring.
It was a very good first finals day for us. It was super tricky, very easy to have a bad race today, and we are super happy with the consistency and with the day we had.
Yeah, it was very, very unstable, I would say. Probably one of the keys of the day was to have the eyes out of the boat, looking for breeze, looking for what's imminently ahead and what's ahead in the long term, and yeah, trying to read that as well as possible. And I think we managed to, after having not so great starts in a couple of races, we managed to read the wind quite well, and that's been one of the keys of today.
It was a very difficult day. It was very shifty, very gusty, very unstable wind, and we didn't quite get the best out of ourselves today, I think. So our results showed that, but hopefully we can. So we're obviously a bit sad about that, but hopefully we can turn it around the next 2 days and come back strong.
It was definitely hard, and not only for us but for others as well. And 4 races still to go, medal race. So we're gonna make the most of it and get a strong comeback tomorrow.
Seb and Arno here from Switzerland 2 in the 49er class. Yeah, today first day of Gold Fleet. It was a nice day, very tricky conditions, and since the beginning now we're climbing every day, and tomorrow another Gold Fleet day, and yeah, still a long regatta to go.
So it's going to be a big day in the 49er. I actually got into the 49er in the very early days, and we didn't even think it was possible to sail in more than a force 3. We were constantly capsizing, pitch poling, nosediving, breaking masts, falling through the middle of sails. It was absolute carnage. But Noora, you sailed in the boat about 20 years after me in the 49er FX. Do you think these teams in the Gold Fleet, in these strong winds, will be able to keep the boats upright today?
I think they will definitely keep them upright most of the time, but of course, like the tiniest mistake that you make, you can easily capsize these boats, as if the boats don't stay upright by themselves, so someone has to balance them out, and if someone, takes that one step wrong or misses the sheets or something when they're changing sheets between each other, then those things can happen and it's a capsize. It's not the end of the world.
And Stevie, you got into the class about 5 years after me, and the pioneers like me taught you how it was done, and then you took that and ran with it and left us in the dirt. Do you think there's any excuse for the top sailors here to be capsizing in these conditions today?
I don't really think it's windy enough today, to be honest. The sea state's a thing. I think that will be an issue, and I think the left-hand side of the racetrack's going to have a bigger sea state than the right-hand side, so it'll be interesting to see whether that becomes a strategic factor. But I think the area to look at is the bottom gate. First time down on the bottom gate, things happen pretty quickly. And you could be forced into a manoeuvre you weren't planning. So I think keeping your speed at the bottom gate and planning ahead. Diego made a great point saying how he was looking ahead well out of the boat. And I think that'll be a big thing for the boat handling. There's our race course. We've got a slightly more westerly wind. It's going to be 2 laps up and down wind. But yeah, as I say there, gate 2 at the bottom of the racetrack. I think that's probably the danger area for a lot of the crews. There can be a lot of congestion there, a lot of comings together. And if you haven't planned far enough ahead, you might be rushed into a manoeuvre. But no, I think really it's not quite windy enough for them to not see it as anything other than a mistake. But yeah, don't be surprised to see some wet sails.
Now, Jesus Renedo, our photographer, was showing me an app yesterday that was telling us about the power of the swell. Now you surf dudes, Noora and Stevie, might be able to enlighten me as to what this means. But yesterday was already a big day of swell with a number of 5,000. It was like 5,000 whatever kilowatts or something of power going through the wave. Today, apparently, it's going to be more like 7,000. And this is why maybe we saw the boats tripping over yesterday, because those power surges of the swell rolling underneath the boats as they're trying to execute maneuvers. Noora, do you think that will also be a challenge today?
I think that will definitely contribute to the fact that it's more challenging, and especially when you approach like bottom marks, you know, you will maybe have a bit of more of speed coming into the mark, and you know, just time and distance. But definitely also with the balance, though we have a lot of wind today, or enough to keep the boat going. So I don't think that's going to be a big of an issue, like in the jibes and stuff like that.
So Stevie, these were considered to be absolutely cutting edge technology 25 years ago. They're still right up at the top of dinghy racing, but you were out yesterday wing foiling. We had to finish the racing early here in Lanzarote to free you up to go out wing foiling back in Exmouth. How did it go out there yesterday?
Yeah, I had a fairly big day on the tools, Ricey, to be fair, and a bit of a shout out to Guy Bridge, famous kite surfer and wing foiler, who managed to make sure I got back to shore safely. So no, it was a pretty big day out for me, and that sea state is a thing. I mean, it was a thing for me yesterday, and I think to go with Noora's point, the swell has a circular motion, so I don't know about your kilowatts or whatever, but invariably the top of the wave is going downwind, the bottom of the wave's coming upwind. That's a circular effect in it. So what the sailors are going to feel is more power when they're at the bottom of the waves, less power when they're at the top of the waves. That makes technique difficult upwind, but it also means the power you're going to feel in the boat when you're jibing is changing the whole time. So as I say, if they're rushed into something and they're not quite set up perfectly beforehand, then it could be a problem. The key coaching point, if you're going to sail a 49er in this wind, is heel angle into the entry of the manoeuvre. So when you're going to jibe, you want the boat to be absolutely dead flat, even maybe a little bit of windward heel, and nice and flat into the tacks. And if you're very accurate with the focus on that heel angle, then I don't think you should see any mistakes. But you know, famous last words. We'll see what they actually do when it comes to the crunch on it, Ricey. But yeah, if we can step away from my wing foiling now, the good news is I'm back. The good news is all the kit's safe. And yeah, big thank out to Guy Bridge and Edgewater Sports for getting me back ashore.
Thank you, Stevie. And you're not allowed out today because we need you back tomorrow. So I'm a little bit excited. I'm a little bit nervous about this 49er racing. Let's find out what makes this boat so special.
Specifically the 49er, I like it a lot. The boat speed and the tactics, and the whole fleet is super close. So it really comes down to all the small details, and that's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So as I was growing up, I always wanted to say 49er. So yeah, it was always my dream. The boat is fast. It's fun. It's more fun, obviously, in the big breeze and the waves. So yeah.
These boats in this venue, you cannot get better. It's going to be so good today. Noora, it's going to be a change in pace from yesterday, but I want you to highlight somebody who really impressed you yesterday. Who stands out for you?
Well, I would definitely like to highlight the Dutch team, Odile and Annette. I think they did an incredible job sailing their own race in their own lane, even though the wind was all over the place in the morning when the women sailed on that course. And it was tricky, and you just could not tell where the next gust is coming from. Is it either coming from the right side of the course or the left side? Something you can't really, you know, affect or change, because if you're all the way to the left, you just have to go with whatever is available for you. And they did a good job on that.
Yes, they did. And it always makes me wonder when one, say Odile has a good day, but her boyfriend, Bart Lambriex, in the men, don't have such a good day. I wonder how difficult that is when you've got boy and girlfriend who have both been world champions in the same year. But Stevie, I still want to highlight Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken for an amazing comeback in race 2 to get back into the lead. And yes, they slipped back to third, but we saw glimmers of what makes them great, but they didn't quite manage to execute all through the day. So I'm still going to put one out there for Lambriex and van der Werken. Who do you want to highlight from yesterday?
I think it's good to highlight them, and we shouldn't forget you don't win that many events without being a class act. They'll be looking at this and saying that's no problem at all, really. I mean, they're a lot more points behind than they'd like to be, 26 points back right now. They'll be thinking if we can get out of today 15 points behind the French, chip away a couple more in the races to get to a medal race with less than 10 points, then it's all on. So I think they're very much still in the fight. They need to turn things around, but these conditions should suit them. Good breeze, straight line conditions. There's maybe a little bit more of the homework comes in. Good starting today is going to be a lot more important. Good straight line boat speed is going to be a lot more important because it's not quite as shifty and patchy as yesterday. We've seen on the screen now, Erwan, Fischer, Clement, Piquin, they've got those yellow jerseys on. They sailed a brilliant day. I thought that the young British team, James Gromit, Ross Hawes, they're new. They've only really started sailing together at the end of last season, and they're sat there in 5th place. I mean, that would be a fantastic performance. And then Seb Schneider up to 6th. They were 2nd at last year's Worlds. And, you know, he's coached by Ian Barker, my old coach. So it's a surprise to see him without a milk bottle on the top of the mast on a windy day like today. Was a bit of a specialty of Ian's. But, you know, they've got a lot of potential. However, let's drop down to 14th. Lucas Rual and Emile Amores. They're in 14th place. They're in the French trials. Rumour has it that whoever performs best at this trials will be able to close out selection for the Paris Olympics. Now, they won the Europeans and they're sat back in 14th. They have an awful lot of pressure on their shoulders today. They have to have a stellar day to start putting some pressure on the team we can see on our screen.
Great. Diogo Botin and Florian Trittel from Spain in 2nd place, the closest place to those runaway Frenchmen, Fischer and Piquin at the top of the standings. We've got about 8 minutes to the start of the first race. Now, here are the rankings for the women, and you can see that there's a similar jump out in points at the top of the women's leaderboard as well. So Van Aanholt and Doots with a 15-point lead over the reigning world champions, Vilma Bobek and Rebecca Netzler, and a really good comeback by Martine Grell and Kayana Kunz from Brazil to get to within a point of the Swedes yesterday. But Noora, I fear that for the Brazilians, these stronger wins are going to be hard for them. They're not so big. I think there's a little bit more power in these new black sails, the new North sails rigs that we're seeing now. I think that we're going to see the Swedes go quick today is my prediction. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I agree. I think I understood that the Swedes are fast in these winds, so they're definitely, I think they're going to go like not faster than everyone else. That's what I heard. The Brazilians are very skilled and talented, and I think, well, these definitely with the new, or these rigs require a lot of, well, pressure. Like, it's just physics. You need to have something to leverage the boat, and you need to be big. So in the women's class, like 2 big women would be good, but honestly, the Brazilians aren't that small, I think, and they were talking about it, like they've been mentally prepping for this, and I think they have a good attitude. You know, if you think that you're small, then you're definitely not going to go fast, but you have to have, you know, the heavy thoughts of like, come on, we're all the same. We have all our strengths and weaknesses, so let's just go and focus on the strengths.
Stevie, do you believe in heavy thoughts, or like Scotty and Star Trek, you kind of change the laws of physics? Or where are you with that?
I don't know. I think my addiction to a pint of beer and fish and chips meant that I always did all right with the heavy side of things. So I think that was definitely an interesting point. I mean, I think it comes down to technique. These boats are definitely now more powered up with these new rigs. The average crew weight has gone up a little bit. The female fleet is now around 137, close to 140 for some of the teams. So they're that little bit bigger. The men are up to nearly 186 combined kilos of crew weight on there. So there definitely is more power out there. And I think that's just because technique in light winds is getting better. So you get less punished because your technique's better. But also in the breeze, there is more power. So yeah, I'm going to leave the heavy thoughts at home and think, can I get some really good technique in? I think in the FX, in the female fleet, the boat handling side will be more of an issue than I think it is for the men. The ladies are a little bit smaller relative to the boat power-wise, and I think there could be some more handling issues, which is why, again, from what I've seen, Adil and Annette are superb with the boat handling. So they might be a little bit slower than the Swedes, but I don't see too many mistakes. Martine, she's always got that ability to be brilliant, but yeah, a little bit inconsistent, and maybe rather than heavy thoughts, let's hope she got taken out for a heavy dinner.
Well, meanwhile, Noora, before the girls went sailing this morning, she went for a walk around. Oh, it's a walk around with the men that we're about to see now in the 49er.
49er boat park here today. This is the 5th day. And we're catching up with some of the guys and see what they're doing to their boats before today's racing. Hey, how are you today?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Today is going to be a bit windier than yesterday. How are you preparing the boats? Like, are you tuning it differently? Tell us more. What's different in the boat today?
Yeah, I mean, small differences, but still we always have to adapt on the conditions. We expect also a bit a new wind direction compared to the last days, so for sure it's going to be really fun to sail today.
For sure. I think there are going to be a lot of fun situations, right? Around, especially around the marks.
Yeah, Gold Fleet racing always is super tight and super close, which makes it exciting, especially as I said, around the marks. But that's why we're here for, and we just look forward to racing on a really high quality fleet.
Thank you and good luck today. We're going to be looking forward to seeing you on the race course. And then we're going up to the Swiss team actually, who did very well yesterday. Hey, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good, thank you. Hey, we're wondering, what do you set up differently in the boat for someone that doesn't really know much about these boats to these windier conditions?
Yeah, we just try to depower the sails, depower the boats, because there's more breeze. So basically we put more bend in the mast and more tension in the wires here, and yeah, make sure the boat is ready to go fast.
Can you change them on the water?
So we got a couple of settings here. You can move the pins and turn the turnbuckles here to make the cables longer or shorter and change the tension.
Interesting. Okay, Thank you so much and
No
good luck
worries.
for today.
Cheers.
Hey Ben, from Austria. How are you doing today?
Very good, very good. Looks lovely on the water today. Less shifty than yesterday, so should be good racing, yeah?
It's going to be windier today. What do you do differently with your boat, like tuning-wise, for someone that doesn't understand much about these boats?
Of course, you have to trim the boat different if it's shifty or if it's maybe a bit more stable. So yeah, you want different things, but let's see, most probably a bit flat to sail, different setup, and yeah, let's see how it's going to be outside, yeah?
Well, good luck today and we'll see you there. Let's go and speak with the French team. The question is for today, what are you doing differently with the boat? Tuning-wise, what do you change in the boat for someone that doesn't understand much about sailing?
I would say that it's a lot of focus on the water, so you don't capsize. So it's a lot of communication with Lucas. And then you try to basically depower the boat. But it's mainly a lot of technical situations on the water.
I think that's it. We will go back to the studio and see how the racing goes.
Thank you, Noora. And from walking around the boat park, those men are now just about to start the first race of the day. It's 1 minute 30 to the start. Stevie, looking pretty rough out there. You mentioned sea state changes side to side. Just remind us of that and which way you think the sea state will be more favourable or at least less nasty.
Yeah, I think when we get a view upwind, we'll see that the island's to the right of the course. So this camera's be off the shore, so that we're on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And I think in here, closer to the shore, it's going to be a little bit more protected from the swell, slightly flatter water. So that should be easier to sail in and faster. However, the left-hand side of the course potentially will have more breeze. But we're going to learn a lot about the racetrack and what people think of it. I know the crews haven't had a lot of training in this condition, so it's kind of going to be a learning curve in this first race for the crews and the coaches to try and dissect what's the best course, what ways round the course is going to be favoured. Looks to me like there's a reasonable bit of starboard bias, so the committee boat end of the line looks fairly favoured, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see that you want a decent gap to leeward and the ability to hold a lane out to the left. So the sea state upwind should hopefully not be too big an issue, maybe more breeze on the left, and it's all going to see how that pays out. But the start today should be a lot more important than it was yesterday because the overtaking lanes are going to be fewer.
Yeah, I could imagine today we're going to be, I could see the sailors going pretty much as little tacks as possible, maneuvers, and trying to just basically probably do a clean start and go, all the way to the corner. But
5 seconds to go. Coming up to the start, looking very tight at the top. France 51, I think, just about managed to stay behind the line. I'm pretty sure that that was a clear start. Really good start from Australia 20, who claimed the pin end at this end of the line. And just to pick out a couple, looks like Spain 74, third of the way down from committee boat, looking good. An early tack out onto port for GBR 12 on the right of your picture, but the best of the port tackers going going out, I was just about to say, is Uruguay 14. Really good start for Uruguay. Noora, looking nice for them, and actually a good recovery. Oh, France 16 as well, our race leaders. So France 16 looking good in the early stages.
Yeah, well, interesting. It looked like actually the ones tacking away, I wasn't sure if that was their plan A. Let's see, maybe plan B to go there, since they couldn't get a lane starting on the starboard. But the ones that are going now towards the right side of the coast, that's closer to the land, as Stevie said, I think there's less waves there. So that could always be a benefit, because even though, yeah, waves just slow the boats down. And as we can see here, looking at these boats all the way here to the left, the Polish and the Germans, they go really just up and down. Like the view here from, even better actually now with this point of view where we're close to the water, that it's not super fast to go over the waves, and sometimes you just want to, well, go somewhere where, go to the side where it's flatter water.
Yeah, and flat water hard to find out there. Stevie, there's a French tuning run going on out there between 16 and 95. And any differences that you notice between the two?
I'm not sure we quite had the camera angle for that yet. I know that the French 16 are famous for being pretty quick, and my eyes are drawn to the Dutch in the middle of the pack here. They've pretty much lost their lane in the middle of that group as we come back on board the French boat here. Both of them sailing nice and flat, maybe a little bit flatter, even a click of windward heel on France 16. Erwan there's got a pretty tricky lane to sail. He's compromised by the boat above, and these Uruguayans have really got the hammer down. They're sailing out pretty fast through to leeward. I don't know whether that's going to be a header. If that is a header that they're sailing into, it's going to be great news. Flatter water and a right shift would be absolutely brilliant news for those boats on the right. But I think Diego and Florian, Spain 74 in the middle there, they had a great start out the middle of the line. The Polish and the Germans as well. And the Dutch, you see, they're pretty keen to stay in there. They've just about got clear breeze, probably slightly compromised by Poland 7. But Bart's clearly quite keen to come out to the left, so a real difference in opinion, because the France 16 deliberately started on port tack and want to go right, and a lot of the other big players want to go left. So well, we're going to find out who's right, because they both seem to be committing pretty hard to either choice.
Noora, based on our limited knowledge, do you have a preference for which side?
I have personally sailed in these conditions, even though this wind is not super common. I remember that going closer to the harbor can be a bit tricky. There's a port on the right side of the course. I would maybe actually prefer to go there and get something out of there, but it really depends on where the top mark are. I think we'll learn so much more after this first race. I mean, also as sailors, when you approach to the race course in the beginning of the day, you go there, you try to do the run the whole course once before and check what you see from the, the wind around. But after the first race, everyone has way more knowledge of how it actually did go down.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right. Stevie, that point you make about Netherlands 1, well, they're tacking now, but that to me seemed very late. They were prepared to eat a bit of bad air from Poland 7 and Spain 74. Maybe they were waiting for a bit of traffic to clear out for the bit that they're having to attack now, which is how they duck their way through the other starboard tackers. And it looks like they're coming up to a point of pain where they might have to bear away behind a few boats. Maybe Poland 64, they might have to ease sails to get behind. And also there's an Irish boat. There they go. Are they going to get ahead of the Irish boat? Just watch them nipping through. No, they're not. They're going to have to give away more distance to Ireland 99. So these are quite painful moments. Do you see a way back here, Stevie, for Netherlands 1, who look compromised?
Well, I think it's going to be hard work for them there. If they've managed to now get a clear lane, this will be the first time they can really use their boat speed. I suspect there's just going to be one more tack, ideally for them. They'll look to go all the way across to the right-hand side, unless it's really shifty at the top. But yeah, I'm sure you're right. They were waiting for it to clear out, but Diego and Florian put the hammer down and really got a fast-forward boat and pressurised them. But, that's what you're going to do. They know they're in a tight battle with Bart, and they're going to make it hard. But this is a real tussle out to the left. Belgium kind of in the controlling position at the moment. Diego decides to tack on board Spain. There he goes. He will have a pretty easy duck behind Belgium, I'd say, and then he should be clear out. So nice for the Spanish there. They'll be pretty happy with where they sit if their strategy's correct. Looking at the trackers, there's not an awful lot of wind shift out there. Yesterday we were watching the tracker and they were all over the place. Looked like a proper wiggly snake, but today it's very straight line. So it is boat speed, precision sailing happening out there, and a key moment for the Spanish. If they can cross the French and the US boat, then they're going to have a nice lane across, and it will just purely be which side of the course is paid.
Yeah, as you say, well, the Americans have tacked anyway, so that's made life easy for ESP 74. Belgium was the last attack on that side, and I fear the Belgians may have taken it all the way up to the ley line. And we talked about the importance of not hitting ley lines too early today. Obviously, tacking loss is really high in strong winds, so you want to minimize tacks, but you really still don't want to be overstanding ley lines, especially the port ley lines. So I feel a bit of an error there for the Belgians. But meanwhile, I wonder how our French are getting on the far side, on the right-hand side. Noora, what do you think?
Let's see, Frenchies. Yes, they're doing well, actually. I think if they can keep the boat speed like high, they could actually... Wait, I'm trying to find them in the... Yeah, we can't really see them here on this. They're all the way, to the far side. If they can keep their lane and keep the speed, I think it just looks like it's definitely just a speed race today. Obviously not go over the ley lines, but looking at the previous shots we had, you could really see, yes, this big one, you can really see how it is. There's like a lot of... The wind comes a bit, maybe from the land, at least I think it could affect a bit with the volcano on the right side. You know, we have these cool things like volcanoes around here, just affecting the wind.
Affecting the breeze, yeah. I mean, they were a big factor earlier in the week. The wind has gone round to a little bit more westerly than it has been earlier on in the week. So, Stevie, it's a little bit more along the coastline compared with directly off the coast and blowing straight down off the mountainous volcanoes. So, any feelings about how the pattern is emerging for which side or the other?
It's really hard to tell. It looks so tight on the tracker at the moment. And again, that sort of suggests a relatively even course. I mean, to the eye there, the Spanish are coming back. They're heading down into the boats that went out to the right. So it looks like probably the right's actually done fairly well to look at the moment. I think that's Barrows and Henken, the US team, that were doing pretty well. And that's France 16 leading that group there. So again, is France 16 laying? I don't think they quite are. So the third boat back at the top is USA with Barrows and Henken, and they're showing us in the lead at the moment on the ladder lines. But we'll find out as we get to the mark. The Dutch have chosen to come back up to the top. So Bart isn't looking too bad right now at the moment on board that Dutch boat, but he's got a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment coming here because he's on port tack, not going to have the right of way as he comes back with that whole group on the starboard ley line. So he's going to need a little bit of luck or a lot of bravery in the next minute and a half or so.
Yeah, kind of like bravery from yesterday where the Swiss squeezed in just before the mark. Hopefully we'll see something similar today. I'm really excited to see some racing like that.
Hope we don't see too much gel coat fly off the boats in the process. Obviously the closing speeds are going to be higher today. They're planing upwind. They're doing really good speeds upwind, in excess of 10 knots. So the closing speeds on a port tack incident, port starboard incident, the top mark, could be quite big. Oh, someone's got a bit of a tip over. Someone's only just controlling the boat from falling over there. I wonder if it was a French boat. I'm not sure who it was, but anyway, back in control again. But who's coming in? It looks like the Swiss might be on ley line.
I think, Ricey. Yeah, I think it's Seb Schneider on ley line. Looks well set. And those boats that have had to do two tacks at the top, there they go. They sling it in underneath Seb. But I think Seb's going to be round potentially third. USA look well set up to lead. French are in second place. Two French boats at the top of the leaderboard there. So it's really tight. What a great camera angle that is. So the right-hand side's definitely been the stronger side, I'd say, we've learned from this upwind leg. And it's going to be now about a good bear away. Hard work for the crews here. Now it's absolute hammer down on that first hoist. We expect to see that spinnaker up really, really quickly. A lot of energy going in for the crews here. Hans Henken there hoisted the spinnaker, rechanges the control lines on the mainsail. Power that mainsail up again. We want a fuller sail downwind.
Noora, what did you see?
Yeah, we had the first jibe sets actually coming in. Uruguay decided to jibe set when everyone else continued straight.
And bearing in mind what a blind spot there is with that Jenica, and you really can't see the boats coming upwind once that Jenica's up. That's quite a brave move to do it so high up in the fleet for Uruguay. So I wonder what they're seeing that convinces them to go for the jibe set. But I have to say that dark blue Jenica on the left-hand side is looking pretty nice. So good, brave move by Uruguay, and maybe that might work out nicely for them.
Yeah, it looked like there was actually a big gust, strong winds area coming in just for the jibe set. So I was kind of hoping for someone to do that move because from the camera it looked like, there's some opportunity here.
And Spain 74, we thought they were having a good race, but they're amongst the pack on the left of your picture. They've not had such a great first rounding, so it didn't work out too well for them.
Looking at the sea state here, there's a lot of chop and like tricky waves to get over with the boat. Like it wasn't as flat water as yesterday, you know, like really changes the racing, especially the hoist, because the boat just like stops a bit quicker. It doesn't really like fly smoothly over. You have to like regain the speed again.
And you're overtaking the waves. You're going so much faster than wave speed that Stevie sticking the nose into the back and pitch poling, like we're seeing France 95 having moments where they're looking a bit nosy. Do you think they're driving at full pace in these conditions?
I think they're still pretty much driving at full pace because the chop's not looking too bad at the moment. And I think that's probably why the Uruguayans took the jibe set, because that flatter water means you can be hammered down. But also it did pay to be on the right-hand side upwind, which suggests then a jibe set not being a bad move. I think the tricky thing they've got here is they've got the chop, which is a little bit slower than them, but a swell as big as this will be moving really fast. So if you can actually get yourself locked into a big lump of swell, you'll get some proper boat speed. France 16, Red Jenica there, got the hammer down at the moment, and they're looking really good shape on that side of the course. They look pretty fast coming down there, but nice to see the Uruguayans. They had a great start to regatta. Tricky day yesterday, first day of Gold Fleet racing for them, but they're very much in the mix here now.
It looked like, yeah, it was early jibe and this downwind worked the best. Also probably with the waves, because you can surf so much with the waves. Let's see if we can see some close up with the crew work there. Normally, as we spoke yesterday, the crew would like push the boat to go down the wave, and if you can stay on that wave, like Stevie said, that makes the world. It makes a huge difference in the speed. And that could be another factor. Maybe there's a bit of a right shift or just more wind coming from the right side, since they're doing a really, really long port tack right now, going downwind.
Ian Barrows and Hans Henken, USA 84, qualified to represent USA after winning the US trials in Miami a few weeks back. So they are sailing in the luxury of knowing that they've already qualified, whereas France 16, up at the front of this fleet, is up against some of the others. France 95 also doing well. That's a selection yet to be determined, but the way Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin have sailed this week to be in the overall lead of the competition, they're certainly throwing down the gauntlet to their French rivals that they are the ones that deserve to go to Paris 2024. But Stevie, here we are for a port starboard.
Yeah,
That's
clear
a
ahead
close
there.
one.
I think the US boat, it's going to be interesting to see how they look for this bottom gate. They've chosen to jibe, so they've got the inside at the bottom here. They're going to want that left turn, which of course was the favoured way upwind. So I imagine that Erwan and Clement are not going to be super happy about that, but clear air out of a leeward gate is always a good thing. So expect an early tack from the French once they've cleared the fleet, and it's now going to get tight. This is where we could see some real drama. The Swiss have had a good downwind leg. Uruguay, wow! They think they're inside the zone there. They push hard on the French. That's a big moment there. They had room on the inside from my eye. The French didn't feel it. They really pushed them hard, and it's tight, tight, tight. Austria rounding up now. 5th place for them. Germany 6th. Bart's back in the game. He's up there. The Dutch boat's had a brilliant first lap after a poor start, and it's really tight action at the bottom of the course here now. We can see, look at this camera angle upwind. Good breeze on the right, and they're going to potential capsize. Tom Burton spins the boat head to wind. Oh, have a look at that. Big moment in sport there for the... Oh, I think it's the Kiwis, actually. A big moment as we round up James
And the Brits are struggling to get...
Try and cut the corner too much. They're struggling. They could have a penalty coming their way for hitting the mark. It's action-packed at the bottom of the course, and it's all going to calm down now as the fleet starts to settle off upwind.
There's still somebody there who's in danger of capsizing on the right-hand side. It was Poland 64. What are GBR 12 going to do? We can't really see whether they hit the mark or not, but they were on the edge of control for so long. And I noticed that in amongst all that melee, Netherlands 1 actually dropped their Jenica quite early and had a really controlled rounding while all the people in front of them were floundering. And that was a nice gain for Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, not being so greedy, dropping the kite a little bit earlier, going slower into the mark and exiting more quickly. Stevie?
They did. They kept it real simple. And sometimes, seamanship's the key in this. You can give away a couple of meters early to make sure you're well set. And what they did was they came round on the inside and they've instantly tacked and are heading out to the right. Now, if we remember on the first leg, they fought to hold out to the left. They tacked across to the right-hand side of the course and actually ended up overtaking the Spanish team. So the Dutch really liked the right-hand side, the Lanzarote shoreline, and they got themselves a nice lane heading that way there to the right-hand side of our screen, middle of our screen. That's Erwan and Clement, the French 16. They look like they've had a good exit from the Lewin mark. They're going to have a tight cross coming back with the US team. US have the right of way, but the French, they like the right. So the fleet already seems to be favouring that that right-hand side of the racetrack as we go upwind, and they're driving that way hard.
I'm still shocked about the bottom mark rounding. Like, that was just way more chaos than I would have expected. And it looked very difficult because I know the level is so high and these guys are very, very good at sailing the boat. And I'm amazed. How was it so difficult? Maybe it was the waves or the fact that you said,
You remember that red mist?
Early.
I mean, you're a kiter. You live in danger as a kite foiler, but when you're in the thick of it and you are fighting to get round in front of somebody else, isn't that the point where the red mist descends? Your focus narrows. You forget the bigger picture, and it's all about beating that other boat and maybe putting yourself at unnecessary risk.
Yeah, exactly. But you're always trying to be like 3 steps ahead, especially in situations like these. So you're trying to problem solve, basically look around and be like, okay, we need the kite down because if we have it up, we can't control the boat that much and we're stuck. So the quicker you take it down, the more you have the more you're able to control and avoid situations. So that's the thing. Like, most of the time you can't really, do anything about it if the boat in front of you suddenly capsizes or is about to capsize, like we saw. Then you're like, oh shit, okay, I have to avoid this boat, and you just have to find the quickest option, way out of it.
Another good reason to get the kite down early. But Stevie, you started panicking even before there was reason to panic. You knew that was going to happen, didn't you?
Well, I think it's always going to get busy at the bottom of the course there. And, people are judging of whether you're in the 3 boat length zone or not. That's always a bit subjective. And the French clearly had a different view of what 3 boat lengths looked like to the Uruguayans. The Uruguayan thought the 3 boat lengths was a bit bigger than the French guy. But it's quite a tight course. And actually that downwind was really even split. Whilst it looked good for the Uruguayans early, they didn't actually make a huge gain. So I think the course downwind was pretty open. And the fleet now are really sailing fairly up the middle of the course, which suggests to me that maybe there's a few swings around in the shift and they're not hugely favouring one side of the racetrack because no one's just following each other. We can see a great spread in the fleet. We've got plenty of boats heading to the left, plenty heading to the right. So I think it's quite shifty out there, and that probably means at the bottom of the course things are changing very quickly, and that makes the handling change pretty quickly and mistakes happen. But I was surprised we had quite as much carnage at the bottom gate as we did. Should be a bit less this time round, but it bodes well for a lot of excitement for the rest of the day, Ricey.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got 2 more of these Gold Fleet races for the men, and this afternoon we go into 3 FX races for the women. We're at the 49er 49erFX World Championships, sailing out of Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. We've had absolutely amazing conditions all week, and Noora, this is probably the best we've seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, the first day was somehow similar but crazier, I think. And today, we were maybe hoping for stable, strong winds, but let's see how stable they actually will be or are. And the day will tell. But yeah, definitely with the strong winds, I think a lot of the sailors are excited. And strong winds are always just fun, At least
Stevie,
for the athletes.
We see the mainsail flapping, turning inside out on USA 84. So no matter how heavy these teams have got, right now it seems they're not heavy enough for the conditions that they have. They're having to spill a lot of power.
Yeah, I think it's pretty gusty. They're probably set up for the lighter end of the wind range today as they flick into attack there. And I'm pretty sure when Maverick, our drone pilot, gets a view round, I think we'll see to the right-hand side of our screen is actually a big volcano. So we're really quite close into the shore here. It is gusty. We can see how gusty it is on the water and changeable. And I think, the boats will be set up definitely for a lot of the lighter puffs, but when these big gusts comes through, they'll be putting a lot of Cunningham on, a lot of downhaul, and that really flattens out the top of the sail quite dramatically, but that will then make it want to flap a little bit and flog. So the crews are constantly balancing that power. They're putting in more horsepower in the lulls, taking it out when they get into that massive big gust we can see on the left-hand side of the track there. But definitely been a much more open upwind leg here. Schneider's had a great upwind so far, along with the US, and Fischer and Piquin, well, they found themselves a bit tangled up with a few too many tacks. They've not been able to really use that boat speed. There we go. Nice work, Maverick. The right-hand side there, that volcano, top right-hand side of our screen, is really putting some puffs in the breeze. It's coming round the right-hand side of that occasionally, round the left occasionally. So I think maybe that's what's making the track a little bit hard for the sailors to read, is it's going to be good on the right sometimes, good on the left sometimes, and you've got to make sure you time it well. Day for the compass, Ricey.
Yeah, I mean, hey, looking at the tracking here, where are the Polish? Like we have, and French, all the way to the left side of this screen, all the way in the bottom. I'm surprised that they're doing their own thingy there. I'm not sure, am I just misreading the tracker here? But we'll see if are they still in the race or not in the race, because they're so far out.
It's hard to tell right now, isn't it? But it does seem like it's a very close battle for the lead between Switzerland and USA. Switzerland 2 going very, very quickly and reeling in USA bit by bit, and it looks like we're setting up fairly soon for a synchro bear-away between USA and Switzerland.
Yeah, looking at the tracking, the USA going currently around 10 knots, and definitely they have a good lane. So I'm hoping to see them at the bottom, like at the top mark, as the first ones.
And then, Stevie, based on what we saw last time, what's the likelihood of a jibe set, do you think, this time, going back along the shore?
I feel like at the moment the wind's a little bit more in a left-hand phase, so I'd be surprised if too many of them went straight into a jibe set. I think the course is quite open. It's going to depend on what shift they get in there and what pressure they get at the top mark. It looks like fairly good pressure to move away on a straight set. So I'd imagine almost quite an even split, with boats looking to jibe set and boats looking to go straight. The leaders are going to get there in a decent chunk of breeze by the look of it, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a straight set, but their lines are starting to swing up, so maybe that's the early signs of a right shift coming in. We'll have to see what they do. Few boats back here. It's the trouble with when you get back in the pack, you end up over the ley line. These boats at the bottom of our screen, they're further back. They've had to go wider. They've sailed a lot of extra meters. And somewhere in there's our Dutch crew that look like they've worked their way up to around 5th. So they've obviously got the hammer down out there today on board that Dutch boat. They're not going to give up this title easily. Seb Schneider, he leads at the top mark. Excellent ley line. They bear the boat away. Straight set for the Swiss team. Here we go. They're going to stretch away, and that was absolutely fine on the last downwind. It was pretty even, and I think if you jibe set, you've got a big chance of getting slowed down by all the boats on the starboard ley line, and I didn't see a big enough game to justify that on the first downwind.
So
near miss there. There was a near collision between the boat coming downwind on starboard, so they did have right of way, but that port tacker had to do some bearing away to get out of the way of our race leaders. That was nearly a collision there.
Yeah, going to the top mark, the US, they were looking really good, but they just couldn't make it to the ley line. I had to do a double tack there, so they lost a lot, but they're just behind the Swiss, so they can still keep up with them.
It was a bit of a giveaway for USA having to do that double tack. It's given the Swiss a little bit of breathing room, and it means the USA did lose their lead. But anyway, they're still in second place for Barrows and Henken, so still a great race by them right now, with Fischer and Piquin, our overall leaders, in third place. I believe, I'm pretty sure, despite what it says on the tracker, that France 16 is on third, and it's Switzerland leading. So that
Scrappy jibe there, Andy. That was a scrappy jibe by the Swiss boat. They went to match jibe with the US. The French have jibed inside. The Dutch crew, Lambriex and Werken, they're up to 4th. I mean, they've got some serious wheels out there on the racetrack to be chasing them down. But the Swiss now perfectly positioned after that dodgy jibe. They're back up to speed. And if their ley line's good, the Swiss are going to be in really, really nice shape here coming down to the bottom of the course. There's more breeze going to fill onto them from above. So hopefully they lift a little bit of margin. But the Swiss are starting to grow into this regatta. They had a fantastic first day at Gold Fleet, and now a first place here would really have them threatening the metals. Look at that. They are powering away. Big sea stay under the boat there. We see the centerboard showing pretty high as they jump over the waves, and now back in the pack. it's going to be a lot harder work to make your way through the fleet. So yeah, impressive by the Dutch crew of Lambriex and de Werken. Poor start, poor first half of the first beat, but they've worked their way up to fourth.
Which normally would be great, and it is great. What a comeback, but France 16 still up in the front three. That's the problem, is France 16 is still going to put another point on the gap between them and the Dutch. And so Clement, Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin still leading overall in this competition, whilst Swiss 2, Sebastian Schneider, Arnaud de Plante, second in last year's Worlds, doing themselves a power of good to get themselves back into podium contention for the second year running.
You can see today is so different today. They just don't have to look around that much, obviously, see where the gust is coming from, but there's no crazy surprises, and it looks like most of the gusts are approaching the race course from the right side. We can also see a lot of clouds there up just from the volcano all the way down here to the Swiss, and definitely just looks like when there's new breeze, it comes from the right. And looking from the studio here.
When you're already going at max speed, when you see a gust, when you see the dark water, do you still want to position your boat in front of the dark water, or is that starting to become trouble?
Wait, what do you mean with trouble?
Well, when you're already going warp speed, you're going as fast as you think you want to go, and you see a gust. Is that? Do you actually aim to avoid the gusts in these strong winds?
No. All in.
All in. Always go for the dark water.
Gusts are normally always good. I don't know if you disagree, Stevie, but yeah, gusts are good. You go faster, you go lower, you go towards the bottom mark where you want to go.
What's your thoughts, Stevie?
I think in this much breeze here, it's not that. I think in this much breeze here, they're still not struggling. We saw a little flap of the spinnaker for the French crew there. Clement decided, obviously, that the wave in front of him looked a little bit scary as the last jibes for the crews here. They need to keep it clean on board there. Much nicer jibe on the Swiss boat that time. Really nice smooth turn. I think probably a little bit easier jibing from port to starboard on the sea state. The load changing on the boat's a bit easier. So fantastic first race of the day for Seb. Keeping it interesting for the crowd here. Mains out. Plenty close enough to the committee boat there. But yeah, no, I think we're not windy enough to be dodging the gusts just yet, Ricey. We're hammered down. And we, but the course is a lot simpler. It is very much a boat speed race, just like Noora said. It is more of a drive the boat fast kind of day, because downwind there's not as much happening. The breeze is still gusty, but it's a lot steadier than yesterday. Great result there by Fischer and Piquin. Lambriex and Van Werken really showing their quality. They've come back through the fleet, but they need to get off the start line.
Yeah, a great comeback after a terrible first beat for them. They managed to pick their way through. And Steve, as you said, the Dutch certainly have wheels, but you got to get those wheels rolling a little bit earlier out of the start line if they're going to close the gap on France 16, who barely put a foot wrong. But really, congratulations to Seb Schneider, Arnaud de Plante, putting the first race win of the day on the board for Switzerland.
I also wanted to note that the US team, Barros and Henken, they had a tricky day yesterday, and they're down in around 22 place coming into this day. But today they did a glorious race. They were winning a lot of the race, and now they ended up second. So I think they can be really pleased about this one and start the day off with a good second place, and hopefully continue like this.
Very much so, very much so. So well done to USA. And Spain just going across. We expect a little bit better from Botin and Trittel, getting a 7-1-1 yesterday, but looking like they're outside the top 10 in this one.
I think the tracker shows them in 8th, Andy, after the finish there, or somewhere there or thereabouts. So they did a pretty good job of getting back from 20th at Mark 1. They were obviously very confident that left-hand side of the racetrack was going to be good. They executed a brilliant start. That was in Diego's interviews. He talked about needing to get some better starts. They started absolutely brilliantly, but just their strategy was off. They're going to have learned a little bit more about the race course. They'll probably have a slightly better idea of their compass numbers, and now let's go out and execute again. So they've salvaged something. But yeah, relative to Fischer and Piquin, that's more points dropped. Bigger gap there as we're looking on board the Swiss there. Olympic silver medalist coach Ian Barker. He'll be chatting to them. He'll be happy. The Swiss have sailed very well since we've got to the finals. It'll be interesting to see if they can keep that form going.
What kind of advice would you be expecting to get from Ian Barker, the Sydney silver medalist, on a day like today?
I think Ian would be just pretty happy with what they did, talking them through what they did. They'll be asking how the boat felt. I mean, Ian's a big fan of the setup, so, you know, he'll want to know the boat feels right. Are we set in the right place? I think, you know, they gave us a few hints about mast bend and shroud tension in the pre-race stuff, and obviously that tuning's very key. But I think on a day like today, the real compromise will be around the jib setup, how accurately you set the tack of the jib, how much power you're putting in that jib, and how you're sheeting the jib, I think will be really crucial, because through the gusts and lulls, that's going to need to be quite a dynamic setup on the boat, and I think Ian will be keen to get in on that, and then he'll just be checking in. Do you know where you know, how was your start, how was your routine, you know, is there anything we need to get back to our sort of basics in there to make sure it's okay? And he'd normally tell you that he would have won that race as well.
By a greater margin, yes, we would. Yeah. But I believe we're about to hear from the Swiss, so let's see what they got to say for themselves after that race win.
Yeah, nice race for us. Yeah, tricky condition, there's good breeze, some waves, but we executed okay start, and after that we had good speed, and we played the right side pretty well, and yeah, a clean race.
Yeah, sure.
Next race.
So yeah, for the next race, we'll aim to do the same plan, like have a clear start and head out to check which side we feel it's gonna be favored, and yeah, keep the speed in the boat, stay simple plan.
And if I have 1 minute, it's a quick. This race win is for my cousin. He's having his wedding today, and I cannot be there, so I say hello to him. I'm sure he's watching.
Of course he's watching. I mean, that's what you do on your wedding day, isn't it? You've got the live stream on all day, and maybe at the back of the chapel as well. That's what you would expect for most weddings, I think.
Yeah, but this is also just shows us how, you know, you have the World Championships, and of course you try to be at weddings and all the events back home, but this is our life. Like, we're traveling a lot, and you have to race and prioritize trainings and competitions. Obviously, I don't see him quitting, like not coming to the World Championships just because of that. There's a big team. They've been working hard for this, and yeah, you're not the only one making decisions in the boat.
Well, good for Seb getting the opportunity to wish his cousin the best.
That was so nice
for the wedding today. Yeah. So they've still got the presence of mind to think about what's going on in the rest of the world outside our little bubble here. Stevie, Arno was saying, we'll try and work out which side of the course is best. If they've got a favoured side of the course, they weren't giving it away on that interview there. Maybe they still haven't worked it out yet.
I'm not sure. I think they won't have been too scared of the right-hand side of the course on average on that racetrack. But for sure, it's a relatively speaking open course. I think that's probably why they're probably trying to discuss, you know, what was the phasing on the wind shifts? How long are the wind shifts? You know, are there going to be 1-2 shifts on the beat? Obviously, that really affects your strategy. So they'll be getting a little bit of a chat on that side. And I can't believe he'd be too worried about keeping his cards that close to his chest out there as we come back to the start. And we see here, let's see if we can see where the Swiss did start in that race. They're quite well up the line. I think first race of the day, no surprise, third of the way down the line. Again, if you can start there and you're confident in your boat speed, then you know you've got that opportunity to hold a lane if you want to, or tack if you want to. The Dutch being further down the line, their options were that bit limited. They needed to have the speed to jump out in front. When that didn't happen, suddenly it was a problem with a big dip. So the Swiss, very sensible start, got themselves third at the top mark, sailed a pretty safe upwind. The US and the French had peeled off to the right early, very aggressive strategically. And I think, you know, that played perfectly. Probably good wind shifts towards that right-hand side, as we saw there, the Uruguayans with a very aggressive jibe set through the middle of the fleet. And there we go. Could be the story of the day. Bottom gate got very, very lively there, with boats getting tight in around each other. Plenty of action going on at the bottom of the course for the Australians. For the British crew on the left-hand side of our screen in there that time, there was a lot of action, a lot of meters lost, so there's plenty for them to tidy up. And then, yeah, the second beat was a bit more open, Andy, so that's why I think they'll probably be feeling we're not too scared of getting towards the right, which is sea state based, I guess. And then, yeah, let's find what wind shifts we can in and around that.
So sea state because there's flatter water on the right-hand side. Is that what we're thinking?
Yeah, Yeah, definitely should be flatter water in there. The swell's going to be bigger out on that left-hand side. And then when they got themselves going downwind, the course is a bit more open and the swell's not big enough to be scared of. You know, you're almost getting some advantage from those big pushes underneath you on port jibe down there. So, yeah, solid race. Did the basics very well, but I liked where they started for a first race of the day. Up the line, gave themselves options. And whilst they weren't first at the top mark, they're in the top 3. And I think if you're a top 5 at Mark 1, you've had a really good first beat strategy.
I had a really quick analysis here of what happened with the battle between US and Swiss team in the second top mark. Basically, they did the same thing. They went both to the right, and the US team tacked just below the Swiss. But somehow the US team had a bit of lower anchor, and the Swiss managed to get a bit higher. So that's the split they had. They were next to each other the whole way, going on that starboard lay line, and the US team just fell like 10 meters below them, and they had to double tack, and they lost it.
Yeah, and a double tack in these kind of conditions can be quite expensive, can't it? It looks like it cost them about 50 meters, something like that. That was more or less the distance as the two boats bore away. It was about a 50-meter advantage to the Swiss.
Yeah, it was just about the lane, like keeping the lane, like going high motor, low motor. Of course, some teams just have an advantage going lower, and they enjoy having that mode, and some VMG is just better going higher.
And changing modes, whether you point high and go a little bit slower or ease the sails and go a little bit faster, Stevie, those are all important tactical modes on the race course. But do you find even at this level that teams, even at the top level, still have a favourite mode that they maybe use more than they should?
I think you tend to. I think once you get to this Gold Fleet racing, that mode will tend to need to be a higher mode, because with the better boats around you, often a high mode keeps your options open longer. So yes, I think the crews will practice more sailing in a higher mode, but definitely people have their flavour that they like to sail to. The very best crews will be able to hang in there in either of the modes, but they'll definitely have one that they really like. And I think what will be interesting today is how accurately they're doing those gear changes. You know, when the gusts are coming, as we're moving back on the boat, just that 4.5 trim, getting that right. Decent changes to the downhaul and the vang on the boat there for those slight changes, heel angle change as the boat comes into a gust, into a lull, and the nuance of the crew movement and the sail tuning that's been going on the race will be absolutely crucial, because they can't set up perfectly for all the conditions. They've got to be quite adaptive, and I think that's where you see again the better crews. They're just more naturally slipping through the gears out there, and again it was interesting, you know, that we saw at the top there that the accuracy on the ley lines is still not very easy. And I think for those boats that come right early on the beat, they've got to call a very, very long ley line in. And I think that makes it hard. And I think that's where the US got past relative to the Swiss. The Swiss gave themselves a slightly shorter ley line to call. They called it perfect. The US team had to call a slightly longer ley line, and it left them with 2 tacks at the top. So tack loss today is definitely a big consideration. Probably losing 20, 25 meters every time you tack the boat. So you don't want to do too many.
Stevie, thank you. We got 3 minutes 30 to the next start. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back to you very shortly.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's all
Welcome back. We have had one race already in men's Gold Fleet on day 5 here at the 49er and 49erFX World Championships in Lanzarote. We're sailing out of Marina Rubicon. My name is Andy Rice, and with me are Olympians Noora Ruskola from Finland and also from Great Britain, like myself, double Olympian and former 49er World Champion Stevie Morrison. Stevie, the French France 69 currently leading. They did a Stevie Morrison on the first start. They started underneath the fleet on port tack. They really wanted to make a beeline for the right-hand side. I don't think you like me calling it a Stevie Morrison, but I think it's a badge of honour. Who's going to go for it this time? Do you think that's a legitimate way to start in this coming race?
Yeah, I'm fine with it being a Stevie Morrison. It did us proud a lot of times, Ricey, and sometimes it's important to make life easy rather than hard for yourself. So, you know, I think definitely it gets you up and running. You're at VMG straight away. So I think it's a legitimate start. Look at that left-hand side of screen. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats all looking to come out on port. French look like they may be doing it again. Clement, Piquin. He's obviously seen that move before as we go. Clear start there. It looked a pretty good start. Swiss at the top of the line. Austrians at the bottom of the line here. He'll be looking to put the hammer down. But yeah, France 16, first out again on port tack. So obviously liking that strategy. And this time, Bart as well on the Dutch boat. They're out further up the line on port. So a lot more teams liking the look of this right-hand side and probably trying to look for the flat water. They obviously felt it went well, but they're up to speed. They're going to be at VMG pretty quick coming out on port tack here. And we've got a split in the fleet early on. It'll be interesting how that plays out. Diego Botin on board the Spanish boat, middle of the line. Seb Schneider, top of the line, great start as well. And then for the US, who did well in that first race, they're down this end of the line. So some differences of opinion as to what's paying. But yeah, it's going to be interesting how it plays out.
Such an incredible start to see that many boats on port starting off. Like it doesn't feel like it's that common to have that many port starters.
Well, we have seen it before where people get increasingly they increasingly wake up to the power of the right in some particular venues, and where you won your Worlds, Stevie, in Cascais, Portugal. How many people started copying what you and Ben Rhodes were doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think you learn the venue, don't you? And at this level, ultimately, I think you need to make a strong decision out there on the race course, and that's what we've seen. You've got to back yourself that your judgment of the course is good. We had a fantastic coach at that time in Ian Barker. He's never short of a strong opinion as well, and it was a fairly clearly defined thing. But yeah, the whole fleet starts to do it, and then it becomes a very, very different skill. If you've got nearly half the fleet starting on port, it's a really different skill. So I like really what Erwan and Clement did. They dominated. They made sure they were the first boat out at the bottom end, as we see the whole fleet now lined up heading in towards the Lanzarote shoreline. There's good breeze coming out of there. It looks nice breeze up on that top right-hand side of the course. Be interesting to see how the shift is at the moment. But for Erwan, he's going to be feeling pretty good. There we can see him. He's leading out of that right-hand side. So if he can now get the hammer down, get the bow forward, then he should be able to dominate onto starboard tack. But the Dutch, well, they're not far behind. And my word, they are fast. That Dutch boat is rapid. It's come up over the top of them. And he could well find himself in a nice position there on board Netherlands 1.
Like the Swiss were saying earlier, just keep it simple. And it looks like everyone else has the same strategy, just like trying to like have your own lane, keep the speed up. It's just the perfect lane of all the whole fleet going to the right. Everyone has their own lane, like looks good. Everything, life is simple. I think they're going to be really close to each other coming to the top mark. Clearly, there's still plenty of left, and they're going to tack all the way, probably in the right corner. Let's see if they're able to hit the ley line all the way from there. It's going to be far off.
They do seem to be thinking of a one mind much more than in the previous race. It seems like people feel like the right is the way to go, and at the moment we have pretty much the whole fleet on port tack. So a very different pattern to what we saw in the previous race.
I think for the Polish and the Austrians that went, we can see it here in the bottom of our screen, went a bit more left side. So I think they would be hoping that there's probably a lift going into that right side, because otherwise the ones all the way to the right will get advantage, because they just want to have a lift as long as possible on the port tack to be in the front, but it really is going to determine how the shift is, what is the shift that's going to happen. This was the replay of the start. It was such a beautiful start. I loved it.
Yeah, probably about 10 out of the 25 boats were starting on port, and then as soon as it was possible, pretty much the other 15 all hopped onto port as well, and that's still what we see now. So it really seems to be playing into the hands of Fischer and Piquin, who are one of the ones that made an early beeline for that. Bart Lambriex, Floris van der Werken, Stevie, they seem to be very good at staying away from the ley lines. They seem to favour getting across below the fleet. If they're on catch-up mode, they like to see it, to come up the middle of the course a little bit more. They don't like sticking their nose out onto ley lines as much as some of the other boats. Would you agree with that, or am I misreading that?
No, I think they've been. I think it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I don't think they've started very well so far in the racing I've seen at this event, and I think normally they do. So I think therefore they've had to try and piece their way back through the fleet. They haven't been able to dominate the racetrack, and the interesting thing here is it feels to me like the wind has actually stayed quite well left. So I don't know how good news it's actually going to be for that French crew at the moment, because it's all very well having a good start, but you've got to get out of the right side, and they need that shift to come fairly soon. But yeah, I think Bart, as soon as you've got good boat speed and good handling, then you don't want to make easy mistakes. And easy mistakes are sailing extra distance by sailing over ley lines, by doing those silly sort of what you might call more basic mistakes. So when you're out in front, it's easier to be accurate, as Bart has been. And I think what they've done well in this race is they've actually get themselves off the start line, and they're giving themselves a good chance of being in the race early. But definitely the wind seems to have stayed fairly well left for quite a lot of this upwind leg, and they really need to see a bit of right shift for that early port tack start to come in, or they're going to be feeling a bit hung out there.
Seems to be a long way up towards the top mark. Seems like a long first beat.
Yeah, they're around halfway looking at the tracker, and so I think there's plenty to happen since they're already now tacking more towards the middle. I don't know, going all the way to the right, that would, yeah, it's really close to the land, and always when you go close to land, you can, expect a lot of tricky winds, but it's just such a big gamble.
But maybe also a lifting gust, maybe that's what they're also finding.
I think, we see here France 16. They've chosen to cut out across the middle. Now, that to me suggests they were going into the right and not feeling strong. If you're strong early into the right, then you know I can carry on here and I'm going to be fine and I won't have a lot of boats tacking on me when I come out. The French obviously didn't feel strong. They've chosen to come out early, which then reduces the chances of people tacking on you fairly soon. So I think, to me, I don't think the right has felt as strong as perhaps we expected it would do, which I think is an indication that it stayed quite well left shifted for a while, and it could be tight at the top. But again, the other bit of seasoning you've got to add into the sauce here, Ricey, is that Dutch boat is really, really fast. So sometimes if you've got boat speed, it makes you a tactical genius, and it doesn't really matter where you go.
Actually, looking at the tracking, like we saw in the previous race, we had, that has jumped a bit, but in the previous race we had some of the boats that went all the way to the left, away from the biggest part of the fleet, and now we just saw the Spanish doing the same thing. So they're like, actually, it has changed now. I was wrong. They're all close to each other. We don't see anyone all the way to the left, so it's fine.
Well, France 16, from being furthest right boat, looked from that last camera angle if they were one of the furthest left. So they were starting to look exposed on the left-hand side. But if the shift does come back from the left, then the French could be looking really good. And we start to see some of those boats top left of picture coming back in. You can see in that last shot there was the Windward Mark more or less in centre of picture. Stevie, who do you think's looking good from your angle?
I think the Dutch, who were just that little bit above the French crew going out towards the right, I think they've gone really fast. So I think they look very nice here. The Polish 7 and the Germans in the middle are well set up, but they all actually started on starboard and then came across on port more towards the middle of the course, further up. So for me, here we go, tight cross. France against Netherlands, potential championship defining cross, maybe. Is the French boat clear ahead?
Just made
I
it.
think he probably was. Solid judgment there by the French, and you can assure there would have been no love lost. But here we go, France, big duck coming. Oh, indecisive, very indecisive by the French. That's a massive error by the French. They need to take a penalty there because that was an absolute blatant manoeuvre. I'll be stunned if he doesn't take a penalty turn for that one. Otherwise, that's surely going to the protest room. Hugely indecisive by the French there. Big error, because look at him now. He's really well set up, in good shape. The Polish, I think they've got 2 more tacks to do. So Great Britain, 12 at the top, could be close when it comes to it. But France, wow, I'm surprised he's carried on here. Look at this. He's on port tack, goes for the duck, can't make the duck, probably needs to tack. Oh, I mean...
Yeah, the Germans had to avoid, honestly, looking from here.
he better hope that he is. It might have to be beers for Max Stingler and Linov Schiel and Germany 21. So really surprising with the big points gap that the French have. They don't need to be taking risks like that.
Yeah, let's remember, we also have the boats have the tiller extensions coming out of the boat, something we can't see here from the video, from the camera. So thinking that's like half a meter of a tiller extension, or a meter sometimes, that they also have to avoid. So that was just too close.
That's probably why there was all that manoeuvring at the end, because of that leeward tiller extension, which sometimes you just wish on a 49er wasn't there.
Oh, yes, indeed. That little extra thing that's just in the way.
But here we are on the final approach to the windward mark, and we've got 2 boats on ley line. We've got 1 boat below ley line, and there's one coming in from the left-hand side.
That's the Dutch. They're really, I don't know, are they actually going to try to squeeze it in? Looks like they're ducking the other boats just to tack behind them. Yeah. That's a good call. Yeah,
Wow.
There's no way they would have
that was pretty close on France 16 as well.
Yeah, you're going to win every meter. No, that's just such a good top mark rounding from them. Still staying close by, not leaving anything extra, any extra meters for the others.
So France 16, I wonder if the back of their mind, are they going to be wondering, are they going to actually hold on to the result here, or is there a protest waiting for them from Germany 21? But meanwhile, great sailing by Poland 7, currently leading this race just ahead of France 16 and not far behind, going a little bit deeper and getting into a good controlling position. Netherlands 1, Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken working a little bit of a lower line.
Yeah, we see a couple of the boats have jibe set, but like the previous race, it looks like it works out to continue straight and just, try to go as fast as possible, obviously, and do a nice hoist to keep that lane. And then probably they're going to go, let's see, are they going to go all the way to the left or do like a bit of an earlier jibe to the middle of the race course? Because now they definitely can't control anything what's happening to the ones that jibe set from the behind.
Well, this is the problem for the French on the left with the Red Jenica. They had to wait for Poland before they could think about a jibe, and even now, will they be able to jibe across the front of Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken? But the French keep on pushing on, whilst Poland 7, our race leaders, Lukas Cibatek and Jacek Piasecki, are trying a different line further over. But it did look like France had the legs on them. They looked really fast downwind, but maybe still feeling controlled by the Dutch, who have a slightly lower line.
Yeah, and even if they could jibe just in front of the Dutch, it looks like the Dutch, if they jibe the same moment, they can still have a pretty good control over them as the wind is coming from behind. So let's see, now they're going in for the jibe. And the Dutch are jibing exactly the same time. We'll see who did. This really determines who did a better jibe and what part of the wave you are. You see the French, I think it looks like they got a good wave there. And they just kept their speed. They have still free air, all good. The Dutch, even though they're kind of trying to control them, they're really not controlling them at the moment.
No, still got clear air there. Stevie, I wonder, are we looking at one of the defining pictures of this World Championship? Are we seeing the world champions in waiting about to take over the mantle from the 3-time world champions, Netherlands 1?
Well, they're certainly sailing like that. I mean, they're making some very confident decisions. I mean, it was squeaky bum time, that cross on the Germans, and we obviously don't have the same angle as Erwan did have live in the boat. He'll have known if it was good. His judgment's been good all week, but that was, yeah, certainly closer than I was comfortable with. But they're sailing fantastically, and they're fast. I mean, these two boats definitely seem to have a slight speed edge over the rest of the fleet, is what I'd say. But then they're using that. They're sailing very sensibly, and they're putting themselves in a position to utilise that speed. But certainly down here, the French are absolutely hammered down. They're really low on the trapeze. They're pushing the boat hard. They came up over the Polish, so that suggested they were really trying to send the boat harder up towards the breeze, really get the speed up, get that apparent wind forward. They've probably got the wind coming from some 70 metres in front of the Dutch there, so they're pretty safe in terms of keeping clear air on the Dutch in this situation, and then executing perfect manoeuvres. So, yeah, I think the Dutch are really going to need to make a mistake. The French are going to need to make a mistake to open the door, because at the moment they're just sailing absolutely superbly. They look well set up for this bottom end of the course here. Probably one more jibe for all the boats to do to get through the gate. And I guess the question is, Ricey, are we going to have the same level of carnage when the main pack gets down to gate 2?
Oh, I very much hope so. I want to see lots of carnage without anyone actually getting hurt or anything like that, just like we did last time. We had so many near capsizes, but actually no one capsized.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing. But meanwhile, we got Jacek Piasecki and Lukas Cibatek, Poland 7. If they've judged their ley line, then they will still be in the lead. But let's see where that mark starts to show up in the picture. It's all about who's managed to choose their ley line well. It could be that France 16 might be able to overtake the Poles, but we'll find out very soon when we see the marks come into shots. And it's going to be a late drop. Come on, Poland, you've got to get that kite down. I know you're under pressure from the French, but let's see how well you can execute. And that was a really, really nice late drop and great rounding by Poland to retain the lead. So Lukas Cibatek and Jacek Piasecki managed to keep France in check. And meanwhile, out on the far side, it's the Dutch, Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, sailing in clear air out towards the right-hand side of the racetrack.
That would be interesting to see how, which side they decide to go. We had the leaders going more towards the left, and will the main part of the fleet continue to the left? Should I bring my popcorn in now?
Yes, let's hear Stevie's commentary as we get into the main pack going around the mark.
Well, here we go. It is getting tight. Look at that. There's some real moments on the inside there.
The Austrians
spins the boat. There was no room for those people inside. They've got to keep clear on Poland. You're not allowed in there. They've had to slow up. They've just made it. Great rounding. Seb Schneider, he's at the back of the pack in this race. Swiss have got some work to do. It's really tight in the pack, but a little bit cleaner that time round there. A few tight moments, nothing too much. From my eye, I feel the wind's shifted a little bit to the left at the bottom of the race course here, so that should be good news for the Dutch, who came round. They split from France and Poland at the bottom of the course, and they were early on to this left-hand shift. So the Dutch aggressively sailing out towards the right. France have headed out to the left, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a relatively early tack back across. Here we go. Tight moment there. Australia were on the inside. I think that the Polish aren't entitled to room. I don't think the Austrians were entitled to room there either. So that was all action, but everyone stayed clean. Not too much gel coat for the Fishers that time, Ricey.
We got exactly what we wanted, didn't we? We had all the potential carnage without any of the damage, which is just what we want. But on the far side, on the right-hand side, that is Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken. They made a beeline for that right-hand mark, and they're looking fast. They're looking high and fast, and some of the boats have tacked over from the far side of the course, but I think maybe this is an opportunity for the Dutch to go on the attack for the lead. What do you think, Noora?
I think the Dutch are up for something, definitely. They're confident going to the right alone, and they were like, okay, we're just going to send it here. And yeah, I'm really, I think we're going to see them in the top. But of course, we can't control the wind. No one really knows, the French are coming more from the left side, and they're approaching the right as well. So maybe they get a better angle coming to the right. You never know. Do you want to be first ones on the right, or do you want to approach to the right a bit later? Maybe a bit later could work because it's shifty and it's not that much advantage to be all the way to the right, at least how it looks like. What do you think, Stevie?
I think I just quite like the fact that the Dutch were on that lifted tack early out of the leeward mark. I think it's probably more than one or two shifts on the beat, so there's plenty of time for it to play out either way. But I'd want to be on the lift as early as possible, and the French had to end up going round the outside of the Polish, and just the nature of there being two boats next to each other on that right turn at the bottom means they were likely to be slowing each other down a little bit. And Bart just got his head down and got driving out. So I like being on the lifted tack early on the leg because that gives it plenty of time to play out. So that was why I was quite happy with what the Dutch do. But of course, it requires the wind to shift back to the right a bit for them to make that happen. But this is certainly, for the Dutch fans, a nice sight to see them in clear air and actually getting to use all that boat speed that they've clearly got.
Yeah, this is more what we've expected from them throughout the week, and we've seen glimmers of it. And it's not that they've sailed badly, it's just that I think this week they are coming up against a team that are every bit as good as them and at times have executed better, and that is Erwan, Fischer and Clement, Piquin. And bearing in mind that Erwan Fischer had a back injury that put him out of action for a few months, he wasn't able to do the European Championship, which was won by a different French team, Lucas Ruel and Emile Amoros, who are not having such a good week of it this week. So potentially we're looking at one French team having won the Europeans just 3 or 4 months ago and another French team winning the Worlds, and that's giving some headaches to the selectors working out who exactly they're going to choose. But Noora, do you think, based on what we've seen this week, should this have more weight than what the other French team did in the Europeans?
Oof, yeah, well, it's the World Championships. So I guess normally, well, we don't, it depends on the nations, but World Championships do weigh a bit more than Europeans. But they're both very important events. And in the end, even though we have open European Championships, so even though you're not European, you can still compete at their event. So basically it's the same fleet, the same guys, just competing against each other in, well, all the big events.
I suppose the difference is, I don't know if this was the same for you, Stevie, you won the Europeans and the Worlds in your day. Was the Worlds the one time in any given year when you knew that everyone was leaving nothing on the table? Whereas the Europeans, some people might be using it as a test a trial regatta for equipment or trying different things. Is that the difference?
I think so. I think we always saw the World Championship as the big test each year. It is what it says on the tin. It is the best of the world coming together to test themselves out and see how good they really are against each other. This year's there's a caveat to that with the Olympic Games. Have the Dutch got the same mast that they used at the World Championship last year, and the same sails, same centerboard, all those little nuance. We know the French are going to be coming out with the full armoury. They've got the full gun show out there because they've got to win the trials, whereas the Dutch already selected, are they using their best kit or are they just testing some other other equipment? That would be a question in my mind in an Olympic year. But don't take anything away from wanting to win a World Championship. That's a pretty key thing. As we saw there, that the Dutch had gained at the bottom gate. They crossed ahead. They're currently sitting in the lead. But the French team of Fischer and Piquin, they've just tacked. I would guess they've tacked on ley line. If they've not tacked on ley line there, then that's a mistake. But they will be hoping to have no more manoeuvres to do. Dutch and Poland are going to have 2 more tacks to do. So potentially a few metres to be lost for them in those manoeuvres. French look like they found some good breeze up there on the right-hand side as well. So this is going to be really tight when we come into this final windward mark.
So these are the moments when we work out which is the better tactic. Do you stay below ley line, leave your final approach to the mark a little bit later, or do you put it out there a little bit earlier like the French have done, and hopefully for them they one-tack it? Now we see Poland tacking back. Oh, no, I don't. No.
Like we saw in the previous race, it does make a huge difference if you're even 10 meters away from each other. Like, are you going to make it to the mark or not? So we're going to notice if we have the same. They seem a bit like below looking at the tracker, it does seem somehow from the tracker I'm looking at, they seem they're a bit below the ley line. So I would expect them to do some tacks. The French definitely, they took a good ley line.
And the Polish, we haven't said much about them, but Cibatek and Piasecki seem to be holding their own for boat speed against the Dutch. It's still very much a three-way fight. Well, we're not so interested in the Polish for the battle for the championship. They're still sailing very well, and they're going to have an effect on the outcome of this battle between the French and the Dutch in this race, I would think, Stevie.
They seem to be going very fast. They've got a fantastic squad, the Polish, have done for several years now. I mean, I'm surprised we haven't seen more world's medals, really, because they often early in the season and through the season, we see some fantastic performances from the Poles. But looks to my eye, they're definitely on the pace here. They're really fast. They're in the mix with these top two titans of the fleet at the moment, really. But I reckon that the French did hook into that pressure up on the right-hand side. So whilst it was an early gain to the Dutch, the French have been able to pick the breeze at the top of the course pretty well. I think they look like they're on a fairly good ley line on board France 16. So the Dutch are going to have a bit of a job on to catch them. And wow, be interesting to know how nervous the French feel about that cross on the first upwind leg, whether they are going to be visiting the umpires in the jury room with that German boat, because it was tight. And right now, the French look absolutely dominant. So I wonder how much they're regretting not sailing an extra couple of metres and dipping behind the German boat to make it safe.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you, in the beginning, you take big risks, and definitely if you push it too hard in situations with someone, thinking about it later on, it's like, well, I mean, I guess the communication in the end is like, you make the decision, you try to move on, and you don't dwell on the thing later on.
I wonder if they, I mean, it all happened in such a short time, and I talked about the red mist earlier, but I thought they were lucky to get across the Dutch just 10 seconds earlier, but they did that perfectly cleanly. And then did they just get a little bit greedy and a bit indecisive? It's just, if they'd have ducked Germany 21, it would have been a giveaway of maybe a couple of boat lengths, but in the scheme of things, they're sailing such a great championship, they can really afford to. They can, you know, if you've got 6 gears, they can afford to sail in 5th gear from now on, can't they, Stevie?
I'm surprised, yeah. I'm surprised you'd push it that close. They've just missed the ley line. So 2 tacks for the French. These top 3 boats are going to be tied together on a piece of string here, really, as we get into this top mark. I think Bart may well have a shot on the inside here. It's going to be tight. Is he far enough ahead? He needs to be confident of completing his tack, because no. There you go.
Didn't
But that's
push
a bit
it.
of a wise head there. That was a wise head. That was the right call. That was definitely potentially going to go to the room with the French if he had tacked in there. French were bang on ley line. The time before, the French were over ley line, so he could spin inside because there's no danger of them coming up above close hauled. So from a rules perspective, good decision making by the Dutch there. But it's so tight out here on this race course. Great Britain 12. There he is. The British crew of James Grummet, Ross Hawes. Brilliant race for them. Super coach Jack Hawkins out there on the water with them as well, and they're doing a fantastic job. They've got a big gap and they're chasing down those top few boats. So for Grummet and Hawes, this could be a good race. And Botin and Trittel not quite clicking out there today.
Oh, you're being quite harsh. Should we see them go around there in 5th place, is it? 5th or 6th? I mean, it's not too shabby, Stevie, but your standards have definitely gone up since yesterday.
Yeah, I think to be fair to me, I mean, you know, they've set themselves a very high bar, haven't they? And they're going well. And as we said, I think it's just there's an incredible level being set by this top French and Dutch boat out there, because they're just putting so much pressure on everyone else that even a 5th or 6th can be called not a great result by the Spanish. But they've jibe set. They're trying to make something happen. Diego's sailing aggressively. So yeah. It's a very high bar that I say he's not sailing brilliantly too, but we see a few jibe setters in there as the French look at that. There's another 20 metres opened up, just straight line power down on this downwind leg.
We had the French and the Polish and the Dutch going in, all 3 of them. Oh, now we actually see the replay of the situation. I think they could have kind of squeezed in if they really wanted to, but it was definitely just smart not to do that. It wasn't worth it. They're still gonna just be behind the Polish and the French and can attack.
You're
on the downwind.
much braver than I am. I didn't really see that was on, and I thought that they made quite a late decision on the bear away. It was like they were thinking, oh, we could do this. No, we can't. To me, it looked like there was a moment of indecision, because why would you bear away
horrible
so sharply?
Horrible jibe
so
there, Ricey, by the French. Sorry to interrupt, mate, but that was a fairly horrible jibe there by the French. They got really stuck in that big trough and they've got a fairly decent lead, but they've exposed themselves here to the Polish. The Polish, if they can maybe move another 20 metres forward in the next gust of wind, they could be threatening the dirty breeze from onto the French boat there. So it just shows you, even the best, if you mistime your jibe relative to this sea state, you can quite easily get stuck up. And the Dutch did jibe away first. So the Dutch are going to be coming into the finish with the right of way on starboard. They'll be wanting to put an early jibe for an early lay, come back at the Polish and the French and see if they can give them a bit of a nervous one. But yeah, France lost a few metres in the jibe there. Once again, the French TGV is up and running. It's got some pace on right now, and they've got themselves safe relative to Poland. But that black spinnaker, right-hand side of our screen, that's the Netherlands. They're going to be coming back with the right of way. And have the Dutch found that little extra gust of wind to give themselves a shot at winning this race?
The angle looks very good on the far side. It looks like the Dutch might be in a pretty decent gust there. So maybe the Dutch have an opportunity to seize back the race win here.
It even looks like you can barely see it in the screen, but there's the Spanish just behind the Dutch there on the far right side. And they might even, if they get a bit better, they're coming downwind in 17 knots, pretty much same as all the others right now. But if they have a good gust and coming in hard.
Well, they've been stung by the criticism of Stevie Morrison just now, and the Spanish have pulled up their yellow and red socks, and now they're showing what they can do. So it goes to show a bit of stick as well as carrot works.
Oh, a bit of waste
there.
Yeah,
I think we're here to comment, aren't we? And I I comment very much knowing that we're commenting on the best sailors in the world. But ultimately, sailing is a sport where you make mistakes, and it's about making less mistakes than the others. So they wouldn't be there if they weren't used to a bit of healthy encouragement. That is for sure, Andy. But massive lead change there for the Dutch. Look at that. They got on that shift early. That wasn't all in the bad jibe. That was getting onto the wind shift early. The Spanish have picked that. This is great news for Spanish fans. They're coming in on starboard, but have they done enough to threaten second place? They need to start getting points back on that French crew if they're going to have a shot at it. But wow, the Dutch drop the hammer and they're bringing it home in style.
Absolutely massive switch around. I mean, it's more than 120 metres of advantage, and they've got barely 100 metres to the finish line. So what an amazing tactical decision by Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken. Not going to follow the herd, jibing away, followed by the drone, as you can just see in shots. And quite a slow jibe there, just getting the kite down. And a very easy race win for them in the end, almost a 130-metre advantage. And so an important switch around for the Dutch, who are clinging on to the possibility of a fourth world title by their fingernails, because France 16 are barely putting a foot wrong. Great sailing by Poland 7 to still get third, just ahead of Gromit and Hawes, close finishing British boat. And where are the Spanish? We thought the Spanish were going to be a little bit closer, but they...
No, it was the Brits, actually. I misjudged. The Spanish have the blue kite and the Brits have the black one. But the Brits, where did they sneak in? Like, I didn't see them coming. I'm like, wow.
Well, actually, round the top mark, they were only 2 or 3 boat lengths behind the Dutch. So maybe if they'd have exactly followed the Dutch line down that last run, they might have even got ahead of the other two, because the Brits were really within 3 or 4 boat lengths of the Dutch. But look at the lead that the Dutch had by the bottom mark. And look, there's a bit of a traffic jam coming in here, and they're just flying across one boat after the other. Good finish for Uruguay, just to pick out one of many. Let's see if we can pick out anyone else significant.
I really like this point of view where you can actually see the sea state. It looks way windier when you see it from the boat point of view.
It does. Yeah, you don't get so much of that. Oh,
wow.
Oh,
wait.
Surely they're not going to survive that one. But they've crossed the finish line, so it doesn't really matter. Oh,
what
I say they get a 9.5 for artistic interpretation.
And I think they'll not be happy with that boat coming in on port tack there. They really needed to have jibed out of their way. So yeah, Tom Burton's not going to be happy there. I'd imagine there'll be some fairly direct feedback coming to whoever that was trying to dive in on the inside there. As we see the US boat come across, they won the first race, and then look at that right at the back of the pack. Some other boats upside down at the finish, and it shows it's not easy. But again, I think that comes down to just trying to force decisions, not making decisions quite early enough out there on the water. Anyway, lessons learned. That was a great race, really good race, important race for the Dutch. That's going to move them right back up the leaderboard now. But big gap out in front for Erwan Fischer. I'm still intrigued to know how close were they with the Germans.
That's the cloud hanging over the French from that race. We wonder if there was an incident there, but it will come down to whether the Germans shouted protest at the time and whether they choose to see through that protest at the end of the afternoon when they come ashore.
I wanted to note of the, let's look at the highlights actually. The incredible start where half of the fleet were on port, going to the port, and the rest of a half going starboard. We don't see this too often unless the right side is actually like way better than the left side.
That's right. It seemed like the fleet had decided that the right was the way to go, but as Stevie said, it didn't seem to pan out so strongly. It wasn't so strongly all about a right-hand track, and there were opportunities to come back from the left. And actually, France 16, having started on port, gone all the way over to the right, ended up going all the way over to the left, and put themselves in a position to win this race by actually sailing, out to both sides of the race course at one point in the first beat. But around that mark, we saw Poland 7 with a little lead ahead of France 16. We saw the battle develop between the current world champion leaders and the reigning world champions from 2023. Poland still leading the race at this stage as they come towards the bottom mark. Excellently executed leeward mark rounding under pressure by the Poles to maintain the lead. But then it's a three-way battle once we get out of the leeward gate, where we saw a little bit more shenanigans getting round the busy part of the leeward mark rounding. But then it really develops into a three-horse race between Poland, Netherlands and France. And France, having picked its ley line earlier, manages to get round in the lead, closely followed by Poland. The Dutch decide to go round the back of the lead too, not wanting to stick it in there, but instead, the sting in the tail from the Dutch is their decision to do an earlier jibe, go down the Lanzarote side of the race course, pushing them out to suddenly a 120-metre lead and a relatively straightforward win for Lambriex and van der Werken. And there's the capsize with, I don't know, Stevie, that was the Irish boat that maybe they were concerned about, but why did they have to do anything other than just cross the finish line?
Well, I mean, I think looking back at that there, probably the Irish were entitled to room, but I'm surprised that the Irish wouldn't have just jibed around there through it, because, you know, they're entitled to room to finish in there, but I wouldn't have thought they're entitled to just go straight across. And I don't know whether their spinnaker caught Tom on the back of the boat or what happened for him to capsize going in a straight line. For me, the Australians had given quite a lot of room for the Irish to turn inside. But yeah, we'll see. I don't think anything will come of that other than Tom Burton got to wash his hair.
Yeah, and when the spinnaker goes in the water, or gennaker, whatever we want to call it, it's a bit of a headache because it's way heavier and it doesn't dry in seconds. So once you soak up that kite, you just want to go and, you know, do some downwinders, just fly it up and try to, get it dry again.
Out.
Yeah, but you just don't want that to happen.
Well, we will take a break fairly soon, and then we will get into race 3, the last race of the afternoon for the 49er men, before we get into talking about the 3 races for 49erFX. So, quick break, and back to you soon.
through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free.
Welcome back to our coverage of Lanzarote, the 49er and 49erFX World Championships. We're on day 5 out of 6. My name's Andy Rice, and with me are Olympians Noora Ruskola from Finland and Great Britain's Stevie Morrison. Stevie, we're 2 races in. France 16, they seem to be standing up to the pressure of leading a World Championship, I think, for the first time in their careers. What's that feeling like, the first time that you ever lead a World Championship in an Olympic class?
Well, I think it's kind of exciting early on in the regatta. I think when they get towards the end of today, it's going to start to become a little bit more of a weight and a burden, because you're thinking, hang on, we don't want to lose it here. And they're actually a very, very, very long way ahead at the moment, which perhaps they're far enough ahead that they don't need to worry too much, but it can weigh on you. But I think they'll just be trying to stay in the moment. They've done well in other regattas. I think it'll be tomorrow that it really hits home where they are. Right now, it'll be okay to stay in the moment and keep just churning the results out. I know for us, when it got to the point where you felt, okay, now we can't really lose it from here, we definitely tightened right up and then started to try to.
I'm assuming that wasn't intentional. That was a bit of the yips, was it? It's like, oh, there's a lot riding on this. We don't want to screw it up.
Yeah, I think so. And you look at the points now, and Erwan's, they're some 23 or 4 points ahead overall. Now that's a massive lead. And you're starting to think, oh God, we can only really lose it from here. We need to sail safe. Now they sailed anything far from safe in that last race. They were super aggressive at the top of the upwind leg, and they're still attacking it. But I think they've got to stay true to themselves now. Keep sailing how they're sailing. Keep trusting that they know where the start line is, know what their strategy is. They've come out on port tack twice. That's a pretty nice way of guaranteeing not being over the start line. And guaranteeing you're up to speed and at it. But how many more teams are going to be on port this time? Suddenly, if over half the fleet's on port, it becomes really quite hard to be starting on port tack, because you've got sort of tight overlaps, boats maybe asking for room on the starboard boats you're dipping. Things can change a lot. So suddenly the safer option then might become, let's get back onto starboard tack. So they're going to have to make some interesting judgment calls there. But I think for them, it's keep attacking the race course, keep trusting what they're doing, and don't go changing too much and think, okay, we've got to sail a bit defensively now. And I think, Ben and I maybe had a couple of moments of that. Luckily not too many moments, as we managed to close it out. But yeah, it's a very privileged position to be in, but it comes with its own weight.
Yeah, we have like less than a minute left, actually 40 seconds. I was looking at the boats here. A lot of them were all the way to the left, maybe looking like they would do a port start, but super last minute they changed position all to the starboard tack, and now less than 30 seconds ago it looks like almost everyone will start on starboard, not like the previous start. So I guess we decided that right side is not not the way to go right now.
It certainly looks that way. It looks like it's going to be a more conventional start for most teams, but there are going to be a few exceptions. France 51 look like they're lining up for a port tack underneath the fleet, and I think it was one of the USA boats I was seeing there. We got 5 seconds to go. There's quite a lot of line sag. If anyone's going to be over, it's going to be from this end of the line, but it's certainly not going to be Netherlands 1, because as Stevie Morrison said, if you start on port, one of the great benefits of that is that you know you definitely weren't over.
What a pretty start from them. Honestly,
not a pretty start?
No, I think.
A very pretty start. I agree with you.
I think
thought
it was pretty.
Fantastic start. Yeah, I think the Dutch got exactly what they were looking for, and they started more middle of the line on port tack. It was a bit messier for them last time, but claiming that spot right by the committee boat immediately puts Netherlands 1 out into clear air, unhindered by any other boat. And in these early stages, I'd really like to be where Lambriex and Van der Werken are. Stevie, who else do you think is looking good in these early stages?
Yeah, well, I think the reason it had all changed a bit was it looked like a bit more starboard bias on the start line, so that makes that port tack start harder. It makes it more appealing to be out on starboard tack at the boat end. But if you can do what the Dutch have done, then absolutely spot on. We look across the gain line here, and you can see, looking at this angle, it's perfect. They're nearly sort of boat length and a half forward. So I think if you're in that position, you know that when you tack, those boats behind aren't going to be able to get a lee bow tack on you. For the Italians, for the Danish to the left-hand side of the screen there, if they tack, all the boats above them that do the tack second will be able to hit them, we call it, tack on them or in their lee bow. So the Dutch are just slightly forward of the gain line. We can see them there. So they're now going out to that right-hand side in a strong position. They'll be feeling they can really choose their time to tack. Interestingly, the French, they're at the bottom of our screen, 3 up there. They actually started a couple of boat lengths back, a little bit safe on the start line. They've wound the old diesel TGV up and got the speed into it. They're using that boat speed to roll forward into the front line, but they're heading a long way left. So interesting difference in strategy here. But the Dutch, once you give them a bone, they seem to know how to chew it pretty hard, because they are off towards the right-hand side and really enjoying this. They're in a very powerful position here. Race win here with the French not having a great one. And let's see how the nerves feel then.
It's just beautiful looking at their sailing. It looked so calm. You can see both of them just straight on the trapeze, trying to be as long as possible, as tall as possible, basically. But there wasn't much like happening. It was pretty easy. They're clearly super synchronized, as a lot of all the teams are so talented in this fleet. But definitely looking at them, like there's no extra movement. You know, the main sheet is perfectly synchronized with the skipper in the rudder, and that's all about the teamwork in the 49er. You really have to, you basically have to be one to be able to sail this boat, because if you compare to the Ilka or the Laser, you're alone. You have the main sheet and the tiller in your own hands, so it's way easier to synchronize that when you're just one person compared to two.
When we first got into the 49er, that was the way the boat was delivered, but some of us Brits were a bit stick in the mud, and us helmsmen didn't like giving up control of the main sheet, so we actually had a traditional ratchet block and cleat mounted in the bottom of the boat, and I said, well, this one's mine. But we soon learned that actually the way that Julian Bethwaite had designed the boat was that it's much easier, much faster for the crew to be moving large armfuls of main sheet as and when needed, and you just can't do that one-handed as a helm. But Stevie, coming from boats like Fireballs, it must have been a challenge for you as well when you're getting used to handing off that level of control, handing the main sheet over to the crew, in your case, Ben Rhodes.
Yeah, I think it takes it, and as Noora alludes to, I think it really rewards time in the boat. Certainly if Ben and I had a couple of weeks or 3 or 4 weeks out of the boat, then when you came back in the boat together, your timing was a little bit off, and you'd take a little while to find each other. And that's why the build-up to these regattas are so important. I think, interestingly, Andy, you know, going back to that, the technique of the sailors now, if you take the difference from where I was sailing the boat, and yes, Ben would be moving maybe an armful or 2 armfuls of main sheet every now and again. I think nowadays, and it was probably the change that Burling and Tuke brought into the fleet, really, was that boom movement was so minimalised in how they had the rig set up and how accurately they were steering the boat, that they're really moving hardly any main sheet now when they're going in a straight line. They're so well in sync together. I think that was really the difference Burling and Took made in, and the Dutch guys and the front runners in the fleet now are really making that count. As we see top left of screen, the Dutch are stretching out. Right hand side of screen there, we see Ireland 99, but they're just going to cross ahead of France 16. So France 16 at the moment are struggling to get out of this left hand side. They're struggling to use that boat speed. They're back in the pack. So the first real test here of Erwan and Clement, what can they do to work back through the fleet on France 16? Because the Dutch look like they're dropping the hammer to the right.
And Noora, I don't know if you remember how the French started, but was this the first time today when they started on starboard? Did they go away from their port tack start option, which seemed to be their favourite thing to do?
I remember them starting on starboard, honestly, and that's why I was thinking the exact same thought, like, wow, they must have just not made it out of the pack and not getting a good start, because otherwise they wouldn't be here. As they're kind of our favourites by now in this weather, we would expect them to do better at this point of the race. But yeah, let's give them some more time.
Yeah, well, let's see what they can do. We've seen the Dutch manage to haul their way back from difficult positions in the fleet. Let's see if France 16 have similar rebound power. Can they climb back through the fleet? Because if there's anything that defines a champion, it's not so much the ability to win races from the front, it's the ability to turn a bad one into a good one. And that's what France 16 will be aiming to do in this race right now.
Especially looking now, wow, where did they come from? Like, as in, they were just, I think, they didn't have the greatest lane and a bit behind the Swiss, but now it looks like they're going almost a bit faster than the Swiss just here on the right side of our screen. So I think if they can... We're getting a replay. Right?
Well, let's have a look back and see how France 16 did actually do in the start. Let's see if we can pick them out of the pack. So, hands up anyone who can see where France 16 is.
They were the French boat, Ricey, was up towards the left-hand side of the line. They started out of the bottom third of the start line. Was their first start on starboard tack, and they were a couple of boat lengths back. That was the thing that caught my eye. There we go. Here we go. France 95, France 16 straight through there. So they're bow back a third of the way up. They're maybe 2 or 3 boat lengths off the start line, playing it a bit safe. Maybe that's the sign of a, let's not lose it kind of vibe that they had. But yeah, now they're being bow back there, they're a little bit out of control. What they've done early in the day is they've taken total control. Now they've got themselves space. Bottom side of screen here. Looks like the wind's nicely rotated to the left. They've put some space. They've got the hammer down, and they'll be moving themselves back up the fleet. But they are a long, long way left on this racetrack. They need the breeze to stay in the left to have any hope of getting back across. And it's just the first hint of them not taking control of the race, I'd say, in that situation there. The Dutch, very, very positive decision-making, but look how tight the fleet is. The breeze is a little bit steadier on this upwind. There's not been too many bends in the trace. France coming in there. They've got potentially a lot of boats up on the right-hand side ahead of them. We'll see how much that camera angle's deceiving us. But at the moment, USA leading. The Dutch coming back across from the right, but I think they're coming back across from the right on a slight left phase. So we'll see what happens in the last third of the beat.
I think interesting also to see if the Swiss can do a comeback. They did so well in the first race, and they got a bit lost in the second one, and now third one. They have they're trying to position themselves in potential, but it really determines how many boats they have to duck on the starboard lay line to get there.
Yeah, this is the difficult side of the racetrack to come back from. We saw France 16 potentially have a bit of trouble crossing starboard tackers previous time at this point in the race that we saw half an hour to an hour ago. So let's see what the traffic's like and how France 16 and Switzerland too negotiate it, because they come across on port with no right of way.
It does look like we see the British are almost trying to cover or kill the Netherlands. The Dutch just below them, basically trying to go a bit lower, speed up and kill their wind. The quicker you can kill them, the quicker you can get on with your life, and then they would probably tack away. I'm not sure how close they are to the ley line. Are they both laid, or will they have to?
I'm guessing that the British are probably going to be a bit low of ley line, looking at some of the other boats on their windward hip. I'm wondering if it's more like Australia and USA that might be on ley line, but can't see it yet. Stevie, what's your thought?
Well, we'll see. But what I do see is that the Dutch have got some high mode here. They're sailing the boat at a much closer angle than the Brits to the breeze, and the British aren't moving forward for it. So whilst I agree they're definitely trying to kill them, they're not doing a fantastically good job of it at the moment. I'd be surprised if that group there was that far over ley line at the top. So, yeah, I do anticipate a couple of tacks for the Dutch and for the British. But again, it just shows us the breeze is shifty out there. It's definitely not a one-way track. Here we go. British do tack. So Tom Burton on the Australian boat, Rio gold medalist in the laser class. He's well set up. He should hope to lead at this top mark. And the Dutch have got a big moment coming in here. They've not got the right of way. There's the mark left-hand side of our screen that they're all sailing to. Tom Burton on board the Australian. Wow, the British have slung it inside. That looks like a skinny lay for me. Dutch will go behind them there. Have the British judged it right? I think perhaps they have, and the Dutch are going to follow them in. It's tight in the group, and the French are nowhere in sight.
This is going to be such a tight top mark round. The Dutch just squeezed in, and the British, no way, they made it.
What a great call by the British. The absolutely fantastic decision by Great Britain to get in there just in front of Australia, hoisting the yellow kite, followed by USA in third. And I think it's the Dutch in fourth, Poland in fifth, one of the French in sixth or seventh, but not the French that we've been focusing on. I can see Switzerland in the middle of the picture, still yet to go round, and France 16, yes, just about to go round. France 16, about 2 or 3 boats about to go round now, so a pretty poor race for France 16, but I still think they're going to have a pretty big lead in the overall championship, even if things would have finished the way that they were. Now, we saw the power of the jibe set for the Dutch previous time round. And anyone want to put their hands up for a jibe set this time round?
Yeah, I think there's potential. I would say it looked pretty 50-50 in that. I don't know what Steven thinks, but I think it could work. It's pretty same, not much happening.
Well, some are certainly going for it. Yeah, Stevie.
Well, I just saying, I think that for the leaders, it wasn't a big enough right shift to jibe set and have to go through that much dirty breeze. As you move back in the fleet, it opens out a lot more because you're going to jibe back through less disturbed wind of the fleet coming up. So I think for sure that I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone like Diego Botin, who went round in the back in the pack, if he would have looked for a jibe set, moved out. I don't think he has, actually. I think he's gone straight set. But I think those people further back in the pack have got the opportunity to do it. But definitely it's such an even and open course, really, that I think for the leaders especially, a straight set would be the safest option. And what a day for this young British crew. They were fourth in the last race. They're stretching out in the lead here in this third race of the day. And let's remember, they came into the day fifth overall. So they must be right in the mix here. Some performance.
Amazing, amazing. James Grummett and Ros Hawes really sailing above expectations, I think probably for themselves and certainly for most outside observers. That's a big leap in performance for those British.
Okay, now we see a jibe from the British. I think it looks like... actually today haven't seen anyone pushing it all the way to the, let's say, the ley line. Normally they want to jibe a bit earlier, like mid part of the hull, downwind, pretty much to stay in the middle because there's gusts coming down the race course in the middle, more right, possibly.
It looked a bit soft when they jibed. It looked like the breeze was fairly soft, but it looks like the British are back in good wind now. They're riding the front of a gust. But of course, we did see, Stevie, in the last race, the Dutch did very well with the earlier jibe off anyway, with better breeze from the Lanzarote side of the racecourse.
Yeah, there's definitely puffs moving down, so I think that it's a feature of just trying to make sure you time your jibe well. They look well set. I think, interestingly, to Noora's point, I think to actually overstand to come too wide on the ley line and end up wide on port down here, it would be really slow with this swell. Look at that. You see, you start pushing and you start digging the wing in on that leeward side, it gets a bit slow. See how far out the boom is on the British boat there? That, to me, suggests that they're quite wide on ley line here. They've maybe pushed a little bit far out to the side of the course. And as soon as you get any heel in a big swell like this downwind, you start to really lose a lot of boat speed and a massive amount of VMG. So that's why they wouldn't want to be wide. The British have rung the bell. as we used to say back in the day, and they're trying to make sure they get there in one. But I think maybe they've got a touch far. That main's off the centre line the whole time down here. Incredible camera angle. And I think I'd be wanting to see it a bit nearer the centre line, certainly as you're surging down the wave. So the British potentially losing a little bit of distance, but they did have a really nice lead. And the one thing about being overlay is, or pushed well to the lay, is you've probably got no more manoeuvres to do. You've kept yourself safe on that front. So it's going to be interesting how it pans out further down the course. But yeah, you don't want to overstand on port with this big swell up behind you.
I think, Stevie, we're building up to a bit of a traffic jam here again at the bottom mark, and it doesn't look that clear-cut even for the leaders. It could be that there's a bit of congestion even just to fight for the lead of this race.
Yeah, it's a lot tighter, isn't it, Andy, as we come into this bottom gate here. We've got the gate looming in the right-hand side of our screen there. That black Jenica looks well set up at the moment. They're out in front. Grommet and Hawes, they've done a nice job. They managed to keep the pace on, so they were just choosing that mode with the main out. Surprised they had that much main off, really, but there you go. That's what they obviously felt was fast. They're nicely set up. Here we go. Ross Hawes in the boat, working hard on the spinnaker halyard. James Grommet chooses the boat to spin up into the breeze, hit the trapeze. Little loss of boat speed there. Time to get in for the controls. They're well set. Look, here they come. The Dutch are on a charge. Right turn, spinning inside Tom Burton's Australian boat. They stall the Dutch boat just in front of the Australians, and it gets a little bit slow at the bottom there, but the Dutch tidy things up. It's messy back in the pack as we see the Polish take a right turn. We see a really tight moment coming in here. Who's on the inside there? That's the Italians spinning round inside the United States. The US boat lost a lot of places on that downwind. Uruguay, they're heeling over. And the gaps are really opening out through the fleet already in this race. Bottom right-hand corner, the French, France 16, overall leaders, middle of the pack. Few places gained by them, and it's really, really happening down at the bottom of the course. A little bit more controlled this time round. Some slightly bigger gaps in the fleet, I think. But now, what can the French do on this upwind leg? They've gained a few places. They're at the back end of the top 10 already, and that boat speed, well, they're getting their way back in the fleet as we see the British and some of the back markers now. They've got a lot of work to do to hope to work their fleet back from here.
Interesting to see New Zealand 4 go around the right-hand mark and immediately tack. Just explain what the thinking is on that kind of manoeuvre, Stevie.
Well, basically what they've done is, because they're back in the pack, you'd be thinking, okay, they obviously like the look of the breeze on the left. Now, if they turn right to go straight towards the left-hand side of the course, you're going to be sailing in dirty wind, therefore your boat speed's compromised. So if I take the left turn and then go for an early tack, I get myself a lane to be at VMG. So often when you're back in the pack, that turning the opposite way that you want to go and then early tack gives you a lane to head where you want to go to. I mean, again, you've done an extra maneuver, so you've lost a bit of distance, but you hope that you've made the right choice in wanting to go towards the left-hand side and you're not sucking bad air the whole way out there.
Meanwhile, Noora, what are you seeing in terms of the way the spread of the fleet is from left to right, and who you think might be profiting on this second leg?
It looks like the trend is more right, but everyone was kind of finding their lane, how to go there, maybe taking a bit more left just to do a come back on the port tack to go towards the right. The Netherlands are actually the ones coming more from the left side, going towards the right. So they're not betting on being first ones in the right side corner. They're hopefully for more, tricky winds, more shifts and gusts happening around this race course. Probably shifts, actually. Then we have the Polish and the US guys all together with the France 16 all the way to the right. So I think they're betting more of like something happening in the corner, get a shift, right-hand shift to tack with and go towards the top mark.
Well, good to see that there are still options as far as the way the fleet is thinking. It's still not that clear-cut as to there being a fast way up the racetrack. Polish, great view of them. They had a really good race just now in race 2 and going well out to the right-hand side of the USA 5.
So getting all these close-up shots on the team, still going back to like their communication and stuff. We can't see it from here, but like their mouths go like all the time. And depending on the cruise, of course, some are just so synced that they, I guess, don't speak. But most of the crews would have an ongoing conversation of like pressure in the mainsail. The crew would be saying that, and if it feels fast and slow, and then the skipper would be saying feedback of how the tiller feels. Does it feel like should we go more for speed or high mode? Stevie, is it something I'm forgetting about this communication? It was still a couple of years ago since I sailed this boat, so is it something I forgot?
No, I don't know. I think the communication's absolutely crucial. I mean, the tactician will often be the helm, so he'll be calling the mode that you want, and the crew will be trusted to kind of get the settings to deliver that mode. But as you say, ultimately, the feeling you get through the helm is quite, decisive in terms of the balance of the boat. And ultimately, if you want a sailing boat to go fast, you've got to have it balanced right. The weight between the load on the mainsail and the jib, that's a heel angle, that's downhaul, that's jib setup, main setup, the whole thing. So that the feel on the helm's absolutely crucial, and the helm will be relaying that to the crew and saying, what mode do I want to have here? But it's a constant. I'd imagine it's a fairly constant communication, but you don't want to be talking about drivel. You're certainly not talking about what you want to have for dinner or what you had for dinner last night. It's a very calculated, what's important to talk about now. Crew might be delivering some compass numbers as well, because the crew can have the head in the boat a little bit more. Helm should be hoping to have the head out of the boat. Interestingly there, though, look at that. The Dutch, they've been forced to tack away. Now, that might be a wind shift, but normally the saying is the good guys go where the good guys go, and everyone's heading towards that right-hand side, and the Dutch have had to tack. I think they were pressurised by GBR 12, who definitely like to sail a little bit fast and loose. They like a lower mode on the British boat, which is great when you're out in front because you've got the space to do that. But as soon as you're back in the pack, it gets hard. So interesting to see what the Dutch, whether they've seen something here or whether this is a forced move by the British and they're actually potentially a little bit of a loss for the Brits.
Like we were talking earlier, the Dutch wanted to approach the ride a bit later and a bit further up mid-course, but like now, yeah, I mean, clearly, as you said, they're probably seeing something else because they're like, change your strategy, we're not going all the way right. Or just like, maybe they're playing more, the mid section of the course and hoping for that. But today is like, I don't know, strategy-wise, I would have expected from today more of the fact that they would go all the way to the corner and the one like quickest in the corner, let's say, I thought the left would be a bit better, to be honest, that they would come better out of there and be more like a speed race today. And clearly there's a lot of tacks happening and like strategy going on in this upwind, and it feels long. Maybe I'm just used from the kite to short upwinds nowadays.
Well, you don't tack much in the kites, do you? Because the manoeuvre loss there is enormous with the speeds that you're doing. You're doing, 30 knots or some crazy number. So any manoeuvre you do, you've really got to be able to justify it in the kites, probably a lot more than you do in the 49er. But I'm surprised to see the Dutch poking it so far out to the other side of their rivals. I tend to think they normally sail a tighter kind of competition than what we're seeing at the moment. So there must be something that they see out on the horizon away from Lanzarote that is drawing them out on the left-hand side of the race course.
I'm talking about like working.
Yeah, I think it's definitely.
Sorry, Steve. Just you go.
No. You carry on, Noora. Sorry.
I was just saying about that when we looked at the boat, how they work, how they make the boats go fast. Also now on the starboard tack, as we see the Dutch team, they're really going like towards the waves. When we on the port tack, they go more like with the waves. So that's a huge difference in how to sail the boats. If we would be close up with the Dutch, we would probably see the skipper like using the tiller way more and the main sheet as well, just to go up and down those waves.
It looks a lot more stoppy on starboard tack. It looks a little bit smoother on port. So I'm sure, as you say, Noora, that really affects the way that you approach the communication and the coordination between the helm and the crew, which is an absolutely critical part of making a 49er go fast for the reasons we were talking about earlier on in the race. So the Dutch are pretty far up on the left-hand side. They haven't got much ley line left, so that's pretty unusual for the Dutch to be coming so strongly in from the left-hand side like that and not have much room left in the tank.
Then we have the US guys. I think they're looking good. Do we think should we bet who's going to be at first at the top mark?
I'm still going to bet for Great Britain because, yes, the USA are looking good, but I'm assuming that Great Britain might have a chance of doing the ley line in one. Or maybe it's a little bit too early for that. But the British certainly defending the right-hand side of the race course. They've done well. I'm pretty sure that on the previous race, they made their gains back towards the Dutch and got up into 4th place by going for the right-hand side of the race course. And I think, on balance, I think I prefer the right-hand side of the race course today, Stevie.
Well, it's been a big, solid overall gain to that side, hasn't there? The big movers on this upwind is the French, Fischer and Piquin. They've got out to the right. They took the left turn at the bottom. They put the hammer down, and they're looking like they could be top 3 or 4, and they look like they were ahead of the Dutch. So I think the Dutch definitely got forced out left by the British, rolling forward and dropping that disturbed air onto them. We've got a tight cross here. If the British lay, then they should be in pretty good shape, because this tack will be hard for the US boat coming in at the top, but they are absolutely neck and neck as we come into this final mark rounding. The US are going to go behind. Now it's all, are the British on a good lay line? I think they are, yes. So the Brits will lead at the top here, and there you go. France 16. Oh my God. That's incredible.
That's
Allez,
amazing.
Bleu, they are now up to 3rd. That's pure, just great boat speed, great skill. They've given themselves to maximise it. But yeah, Sacre Bleu, that's an incredible job by the French, because they've come charging through the fleet. They're past the Dutch. Here we go. Tight moment here. Tom Burton on board Australia. Does he spin the boat inside? He does. Oh, the French push it up into the breeze. They'll be asking a question there. I think the Aussies will be round, and the French won't worry too much about that. But that's a massive upwind leg in the effect of this race, because the Dutch have dropped from 3rd all the way back down the pack, as we see a jibe set from Poland 7. I think they probably had to do that because they were on the inside of the wheel. But here come the Dutch. Big loss by them. Big moment in the regatta.
Absolutely enormous.
The jibes here on the sets, I was surprised actually the Australians went so far up to get more space when the others went a bit lower. Like they gave out so much speed, so much space to the others. I guess there's just preferences of if you want to jibe set, and some ones like to set really low on a low angle, and some a bit further up. But this was just, there's so much space. There's not necessary to take that much.
No, maybe not. What's Spanish going to do? They're surely got to go behind. Yes, they will. So around goes Switzerland. But we're back with the race leaders. It's James Grummett and Ros Hors. Absolutely flat chat. Now, Stevie, is their boom in far enough for you?
I'm a lot happier with their boom on this time at the moment. Yeah, they're definitely sailing the boat very nicely. They've got the boat locked in on this starboard jibe. The key thing now is just getting themselves well out towards this side, but not too far. Give yourself a little bit to do on starboard at the bottom of the course. Here we go. Watch the jibe. Lovely. Down the face of the wave. They're right on that downhill section. Turn the boat nicely. They got to wait. Oh, they dig the beak a little bit. Got a little bit squirrely in there, but they waited. Good patience. They're going to get a bit of breeze coming on top of them here. Have to accelerate the boat again. So we're, oh no,
Whoa.
James Peters, Great Britain. We don't know what's happened there, but it's a tough regatta for what would normally be the #1 British crew, and that's a big surprise to see that. Here we go. Lovely camera angle. Ros Hors probably got the guns out. He likes the camera. Look at that. He likes what he sees. There's one for the Facebook profile picture, but there you go. Look, main sheet action a lot better on board the boat there. Much more in the middle, bit more dynamic with the main sheet as the boat accelerates and decelerates over the swell. And they like what they see at the moment. They've got the boat nice and flat, sailing it well over the waves, hopefully giving themselves just a little starboard to do. But what an end to the day this would be for the young British crew. Absolute chargers.
Ros Hors probably got the biggest arms in the fleet. So, yes, as you say, that's one for his Facebook profile and maybe a few other people on Facebook as well. Meanwhile, what's happening with the French who get up to 3rd? They were 12th around the top mark first time round. By the time they got around the top mark, second time round, they were up to 2nd. So these French, even when they put a foot wrong, they barely put a foot wrong. They had a pretty awful start, but they seem to have that bounce back ability that you need to be able to win World Championships. And I think increasingly I'm feeling that this world title is going towards the French. And I can't remember the last time that happened in the 49ers, Stevie. I'm going to have to look up my Wikipedias tonight.
I can tell you, Ricey, it's never happened. There's never been a French world champion, so this would be a first. They've had a few European titles, but yeah, this would be a first French world title, certainly as far as I know, anyway.
For tomorrow, we still, after this race, they will have one more fleet.
One more
racing.
Gold Fleet.
Oh, Gold Fleet racing, yes, and then
and then the medal race.
Yeah.
And remember that there's that magic number. Well, you will know this better than me, you guys, but 20, if you've got a 20-point gap on anybody else going into the medal race, I know that's safe, and maybe it's 19. But certainly if you've got 20 going into the medal race, then you've got the gold medal even before the medal race has begun. But meanwhile, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not be thinking too much about the victory speech yet. We've still got Great Britain in a battle with the USA 5 to see who's going to take the win across the finish line for race 6 of Goldfleet. And I should imagine the boom's out a little bit on that British boat. They look quite pressed, but they look like they have just about got the legs to be able to hold off the Americans, the hard-charging Morrison and McDermott, who have really closed the gap on the British. But this is going to be a race win for James Grummet and Ros Hawes. What an amazing day for these guys, and a beautiful way to finish off an afternoon of racing in Lanzarote, followed by the Americans, Morrison and McDermott, second across the finish line. And a bit of a gap back to see if France is still managing to hold on, because France was in second. It's a big weight, isn't it? So that was a really good gain by America. But here come France 16, our overall World Championship leaders. So another great race for Fischer and Piquin, just ahead of their French teammates who had such a good regatta yesterday, good race yesterday. Dortely and Delpech. Poland 7, good day from them. Some good scores and good finish by Tom Burton and Max Paul from Australia. Here come the Dutch, Netherlands 1. Quite a drop back for them, and that's a pretty poor performance by their standards. Germany 21 charging along behind Austria 28. Uruguay coming across the line. Switzerland 2. It's looking unlikely that Switzerland's going to be able to keep that number 2 on their sail from finishing runner-up in the World Championships last year. That one's slipping away from them. Poland 64 across the line. Poland 64 also been sailing really well this week. And there are race winners, James Grummet and Ros Hawes. And what do you see, Noora?
No, I was seeing that Stevie had something to say, but Stevie, go.
Yeah, that's right. Always got something to say, Noora, that is for sure. And yeah, great shot, great race by James and Ross there. No, I think what I wanted to say, Andy, was we saw the Dutch drop back in that race, didn't we? And I think what's interesting and something we should look ahead to as we've got 3 FX races coming up, it just shows how if you get out of phase with the wind shifts. So I think on average the right-hand side's been pretty good, but there's wind shifts in it. And if you get a little bit out of phase, so the Dutch had the British boat above them, the British rolled onto their breeze, and the Dutch were forced to tack away. But they were forced to tack away when the wind was in a left-hand shift. And that then suddenly opened up a gap to that group on the right. And that was 5 or 6 boats gone. So I think if you get out of phase in the top half of the beat, you can potentially lose a lot of distance. And I think that'll be quite good news for some of the maybe FX crews. I don't know, let's talk of Martin Grail, one of the better sailors in the wind shifts, and with that little bit of opportunity, that it's perhaps not purely about boat speed out there today. There is definitely some opportunities to stay in phase with the breeze, minimise your distance and make the gain, because, if a top team like Lambriex and Werken can drop from 2nd back to 7th by just getting that little bit out of phase in the top half of the beat, it shows it's quite an open course. So, yeah, that was what I wanted to say anyway, and now I'll let you take a breath.
Well, here are race winners on their way back into Marina Rubicon. What a great afternoon for these guys. They're not going to the Olympics. That's going to the other British team in the Goldfleet, GBR 30, who unfortunately had a capsize in that race. We're not entirely sure why. Back to the start here. And the port tack start option we thought was going to get more and more popular. Actually, there are only a few that went for it. But one of those important ones that did were Netherlands 1. Got exactly the start that they wanted and made the early running and took the early lead in this race. And normally when Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken take the lead, they don't give it up. But strangely, as we find out later on in the race, things were to unfold a different way. So around the top, a really thin ley line, well picked by Grummet and Hawes as they managed to get round in front of Australia to take the early running. So Great Britain, Australia, USA, the top three going around, and Lambriex and van der Werken in the mix. France 16 at that point were way back. They were probably back in the teens, and they were up to 12th by the top mark. But now down the run, bit of a lean over, bit of a wing dig. Stevie Morrison doesn't like that. He doesn't particularly rate their leeward mark rounding either, but they're still in the lead. Now it gets hectic. This is the moment where we love to hear Stevie talk us through the leeward mark roundings. It's always the most exciting part of these races. But keeping their nerve, coming around the top mark for the last time. James Grummet and Ruskola still in the lead ahead of USA. And look, France 16 now in the mix, now fighting for a top three place. And further back in the fleet, that was Poland further back in the fleet with one of the other French boats. And let's see what's coming up now. Oh, this is the layover by Peters and Sterrett. So they hadn't got fully set up after the jibe set. And I don't know why things aren't quite ticking for these guys. We expect better from them, and I know they expect better from themselves. But it's those other younger British that are really making hay today, winning the last race of three this afternoon here on day 5 of the 49er and 49erFX World Champions. So congratulations to James Grummet and the big arms of Ruskola getting that kite back down into the chute. And there is our amazing vista in Lanzarote, and we're sort of looking from Fuerteventura, which has almost become home for you, Noora, hasn't it? You do a lot of training in the Canaries.
Yeah, I mean, like all the sailors, most of the Olympic sailing classes have been training during the winter here in Lanzarote, and then the Formula kites have been training on Fuerteventura side, as the beach is a bit bigger and we launch from the beach. Still an Olympic sailing class, but it's just always a bit different. We don't launch from harbours, it's more like beaches.
Yeah, you're into beach life now.
Yep, change of that.
Well, let's take a break. We've still got 3 races to come. This is day 5 of the 49er and 49erFX World Championships. We're going to be switching our attention to the women, the top 25 in the gold fleet of 49erFX. So we will be back to you soon.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm
We're back for part 2 of day 5 of the 49er and 49erFX World Championships. So we've just seen the young British team win the last of 3 races in the 49er men, and now soon we're going to get into the action for the 49erFX women, who are racing this afternoon out of Marina Rubicon here in the south of sunny Lanzarote. Here is an update of the points, and oh my word, that is a big points gap. That's a 30-point gap for Erwan, Fischer and Clement, Piquin, and they've got one hand on that World Championship trophy, I would dare to say. That's going to be hard for Lambriex and van der Werken to come back from. They are the reigning world champions, currently in 2nd place. Botin and Florian Trittel up to 3rd, just ahead by 0.2 of a point from James Grummett and Ros Hors, who won that race just now. And then look at that battle between the 2 Polish in 5th and 6th, because they are in a selection for who will go and represent Poland at Paris 2024. It's not purely about straight points, though. There's a bit of subjectivity in the Polish camp as to how they choose who is going to go. And then Sebastian Schneider and Arnaud de Planta, winner of the first race this morning, in 7th place. Mulleris and McDermott from the USA in 8th. Peters and Sterrett, despite that capsize just now, still in 9th. And Dortoli and Delpech from France in 10th. Now let's get into looking at the 49erFX lineup, and with a 15-point lead going into today, it's the world champions from 2021 and 22, Van Aanholt and Doets from the Netherlands, with that advantage over the reigning world champions from 2023, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. Martin Grau, Kayana Kunz up to 3rd yesterday after a fantastically sailed day, but the stronger breezer today might be difficult for them. It is breezier. Stevie, we've got a minute to the start. Are we going to see some port tack starts underneath the fleet? Do we see similar tactics in the FX?
I certainly don't see any reason not to, but it looks to me like the race officers just got a little bit more starboard bias on the start line. The boats are lining up much more perpendicular than they were, and of course, as soon as you put the bias that way, it makes getting out on port a lot harder. Definitely think it'd be worth doing for a couple of the boats, because if the whole fleet is out on starboard, then they'll be going a little bit slower than you could be on port. So for sure, should be an option, but the race officers tried to make it a little bit trickier for the ladies out there, and we can see them all lined up now. They'll be wanting to get their feet into the day as well. I think that's the other thing. I think as you grow in confidence in the boat, the hard thing of starting second is you come out late and you're maybe not quite as warmed up. So who's got their timing right for this start line? The New Zealand boat, Joe LA, looks well set up. Steph Roble, the US 7 at the bottom of the line here. That's an aggressive position. Clearly keen to get out and heading to the left.
There's a lot of gap here at this end of the line. 5 seconds to go. Brazil looking very close coming out the middle. I wonder if there will be a couple of boats over, but I'm not too sure how accurate our timing is compared with what we saw on the screen just then. But it looked a little bit tight for Germany 55 and Brazil 12. But if it's a clear start, that was an absolutely brilliant start by Brazil, Kayana Kunz and helmsman Martina Grail. Definitely winners at this stage.
We also have a couple of port tack starters there. I was looking pretty far back, and I wasn't sure if they would make it, but they actually did. And the British team, it looks like they got the best start out of it. Reminds me of the one that the 49er team, the Dutch team, did in the other race, the last race, I think it was.
Absolutely,
and they
yes.
did so well coming out from there. And the Brits are strong in this weather, so I do see that they did an incredible start there for them and have the advantage to be the first ones on the right side. But just below them, they have the Chinese team is just there. And yeah, I'm surprised. They're going to be really battling for who's first on the right side, at least how it looks like right now. And then, of course, then we have the Brazilians all the way here to the left. So it's interesting to see it. I think the 49er fleet, when they come out after the FX fleet coming out after the 49ers, they have spoken with the coaches and talked through. Everyone kind of knows what has happened previously. So we all have they all kind of have the same info. Oh, now we see the Brazilians just tacking.
They were prepared to duck Poland 5-2-5 to do that. So they really want to get over to the right. They've clearly felt like they were being held on a little bit longer than they wanted to by that Polish boat. And Brazil have given up some of their advantage by doing that. It looks like they're struggling to maintain a decent line behind Germany 55. And Spain 23 looks nicely poked out to the left of picture. Echegoyen and Barceló, winners of the, or certainly Echegoyen, winners of two previous World Championships. Here's the replay of the start. And at this stage, you can't see any of the port tackers, but coming into view fairly soon, I think we would have seen the British boat pop out.
Yeah, the British, like you see here, they're far, far back, just behind everyone. I can't tell from this point of view, like how they came out of that situation so well. But I guess they had to. I saw them ducking a couple of boats, and I think they just managed to duck them nicely. Maybe they didn't have someone above they needed to give room to, and it's just enough if they had the lane to duck someone and then get a nice lane out of that.
Yeah, well, they certainly seem to make the best of it, even if it looked difficult for them with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, especially now it looks like the tracking is saying they're winning, so leading the race, and the Chinese after them. They're both boats on the right-hand side. Then we had the US ladies, Stephanie, Robbo, and Maggie Shea. They did a port. They started in the pin end, but we lost them for a bit there. They did a tack fairly late, and we can see them now looking like they're a bit far back. Maybe they couldn't keep up their lane. Maybe, I think so. Boat speed, they should have enough, but maybe just the Canadians got just above them because it looked better in the previous screen. Yeah, what it looks like now.
Stevie, what do you make of things so far? We haven't spoken about the Swedish. I have them pegged as the fastest boat in these conditions, but we haven't spoken about them yet.
Yeah, the Swedish are a little bit bowed back. They're in that group to the right-hand side of the screen. You can see the British are fourth up from the right-hand side of our screen, and there's a boat a little bit forward, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 boats up. That's the Swedes. They didn't have a great start, but you can just see them there. The British are poked out forward, but the Swedes were in that group and are now forward of that group. So your call about them being fast is definitely right. I think this interesting, the camera angle here, to see how the boats to the left-hand side of the racetrack do. Again, looking at the tracker, there's not been any huge shift since the start. I think it was a little bit left shifted at the gun, but yeah. Brazil struggling for speed because they had a fantastic start. They've been dropped out the back here quite a long way, so it's going to potentially be a long upwind for them from here. But it'll be just now a question, is it about the right, is it about the left, where does the wind shift go? I like where the British are. They've started on the lifted tack, got into it early, but that Swedish boat, look at it go. It's got some wheels.
It will be interesting to see now the FX rig is a bit smaller than the 49er rig, like how they compare, how it looks like. It's pretty much the same wind, in my opinion. Still looks the same, and they will definitely move a bit differently, these boats. Will it be maybe a bit softer for them with the smaller rig? It's still a powered rig for the amount of weight
I would say so.
The women's fleet still is compared to the boats.
I would say power to rate ratio is probably quite similar. So, I would say quite a similar setup in terms of the way that the men and the women are attacking the day. But it is concerning for Brazil, who are now the most right-hand boat on this picture. And that's not where they want to be at all. They're tacking away as we speak, and they're clutching at straws.
I say, yeah.
I think also we've just heard from the racetrack, actually, that Germany 55 and Brazil were unfortunately over the line here. We see the start. Watch for that yellow flag to go down. And that's when the starts go. It's still not go. They're across the line. Yellow flag. There you go. Go. So Germany 33 probably got away with one, but they weren't seen. They were covered by Germany 55 and Germany 12. So they are out of the race. So aggressive start for the Brazilians, but they are over disqualified, so that's bad news for them. And oh my life, left-hand side of our screen, look at that Swedish boat. I don't know what engine they've got in, but they seem to have a few more horsepower than everyone else. They have just gone. They were back in the pack off the start line. They've dropped the hammer. Superb technique from the Swedish boat, and they've tacked directly on the wind of the Dutch here. So potentially the Swedish trying to make it hard for a deal and a net on board that Dutch boat, trying to slow them down, because they're down the road. Big lead for the Swedish here, and it's now all about how have they judged this ley line.
Today will be interesting to see, definitely. Will it be a battle after today? We had 3 races today, and then tomorrow 1 race before the medal race. Will it be a battle between Sweden and
And
Netherlands.
the Netherlands. I mean, the Netherlands don't have many weak spots in their armoury. You could say that the Swedes do, but the Swedes are maybe not the same all-round package as the Dutch. But these are the absolute spot-on conditions for Vilma Bobek and Rebecca Netzler, winners, I think, if I recall rightly, of 11 out of the 16 races in The Hague last year. And last year they had a speed advantage upwind of 0.6 knots compared with any other boat. So if you've got that kind of consistent speed advantage going upwind, well, what can you do against that? And I think maybe that's what we see going on here right now, because you look at how well the British started, and they're not slow. Freya Black and Saskia Tidy, they're still doing well. They're in about third spot. But it doesn't look like anyone has got the legs to match the tall Swedes.
No, they look like they're so fast. I was actually surprised, speaking with the FX fleet, the girls on the shore, that it's still like this. I thought it would have changed since last year. The fleet would have catch up and they would all be similar speeds, but it still looks like the Swedes are going that 1 knot faster.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Especially now.
Again, you kind of change the laws of physics. They are tall girls, particularly Vilma Bobek, the helm. She is one of the tallest in the fleet. Then again, Saskia Tidy, the crew on the British boat, also very tall as well. And
as we know, being tall is an advantage in these boats. You can just get the momentum so far out, the leverage against the sail.
The question now is, if the Swedes manage to win some races today, maybe win all 3 races, where will the Dutch be? Because they are currently leading the standings at the moment, and they're not slow. They're in, we think, about 5th or 6th at the moment in this race, so that's not exactly bad either. But there was a 15-point advantage going into the day for the Dutch ahead of Bobek and Netzler. So this could be closing up. If this is the pattern for the day, then we could be in for a really close battle tomorrow for the medal race.
Stevie, what do we think of, have you seen kind of what strategy-wise, what has been working out? I can't really figure out. It looks pretty even. Mostly a speed race so far.
Yeah, I think it's been mostly a speed race. We're showing Rubbel and Shea in 5th at the moment. They were hard left. The British, of course, were hard right. The Swedish, well, power's nothing without control, is I think what Audi say. And the Swedish, don't underestimate how good their technique's been up this upwind leg. The boat's been absolutely locked in. Fantastic work by them in the teamwork sense. There goes the horsepower. Get that spinnaker up and going. They're down the road. Rebecca working really hard and so quick back into that back foot strap. Both of them now dropping down on the trapeze and accelerating away. And that is a huge, huge lead, because they had a very, very safe start. But there you go. There's the answer to your question, Ricey. 2nd place, Adil and Annette. They've done a brilliant upwind because they were in the pack. But I think a few of the boats on the right overstood the ley line, sailed some extra distance. Adil tacked early, just cut the distance down and has done a nice job. But yeah, overall, it's been pretty good going right, but there's not a lot in it.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter how much the Swedes may go on to win this race by, assuming that they manage to do that, even if they finish by a country mile, if Annette Dutz and Adil van Aanholt can limit the damage and still finish 2nd in this race, that's only yielding 1 point to the Swedes. And so no matter how fast the Swedes are, it's more in the hands of the Dutch to make a mistake, and the Dutch don't make many mistakes. So, Noora, you're in the world of having to wear a helmet in Formula kiting because of the speeds you do and the potential danger that you're in. Wearing helmets in the 49erFX, that is optional, I believe. What was your view on that? Did you used to wear a helmet in the boat?
That is optional. I did used to wear a helmet. I had a really hard crash in the boat and I got some stitches in my face. One of the first events, 2013 in Palma. And there was a picture of me that got online, and I think it scared the whole FX fleet in the beginning. This was one of the first events, and after that, people are like, yeah, I don't know, did you see the picture of that one girl? I'm definitely going to wear a helmet. But now, 10 years later, honestly, there's so many of the, like, you see even the men wearing the helmets, and I think it's a smart choice because this boat, yeah, the speeds are fast, but when something happens, when you hit that wave, for example, in a jibe, you can just you fall into the boat, you can hit the mast, the stays, the damage is brutal. helmet is just kind of nice to have at that point.
So it sounds like you set the trend. You should be earning royalties every time someone sees that photo of you with stitches. You should be earning royalties on the sale of helmets that we've seen in the skiff fleet ever since then. But there's also extra weight as well. I suppose it's extra writing moment, extra leverage. But I don't know if they're heavy enough. Do you feel it in your neck and?
Yeah, I mean, some would choose, we actually thought about this at then, and some would choose a heavier helmet just because it's extra riding moment. But also it kind of can be uncomfortable for the neck, so it's really just a preference thing if you want to put that weight there. Well, of course, your sailing gear has to be a certain amount, it can't be over that, but still you can kind of wiggle room of what gear you're wearing, a thick wetsuit or a skinnier, like a thinner wetsuit, just to think weight-wise.
Right.
It.
Yeah, because there is a limit. There's a clothing limit on what you're allowed to wear. We saw Germany 33, Inga Marie Hoffmann and Catherine Bartelheimer doing really well up near the front end of this race. But here are the runaway leaders in this race, almost up to a 200-meter advantage ahead of Germany in second place at the moment. And looking very, very steady indeed. Stevie, what do you see here? Is that boom on the centre line enough for you?
Well, I don't know. I think there's, anyway, we could tidy that up a bit, Ricey, but right now they don't need to worry about it too much. The boat, the heel's nicely locked in. They've got the gate to the right-hand side of the screen there. Let's watch them set up for a jibe. They bring themselves up on the trapeze. Important to keep the speed on here. Nice heel angle into the jibe. It looked like it was going to be a nice jibe for how they set up there. Got a little slow at the end of it, but safe. I think the interesting thing about the speed they've got, their technique is absolutely superb. It's definitely not all about them just being tall. That's not the case in any way, shape or form. They're sailing the boat beautifully. As we're on board the German boat here, they're nicely set up. They've got a hard call to make. A deal coming in from the left-hand side of screen has the right of way. They'll be wanting to make sure they've got an easy lay into the gate as the Swedes choose to take a left turn, and they've got a huge lead. But yeah, I think it's an interesting pressure on the Dutch girls here, because it kind of feels like the Swedes can start wherever they want. And yes, this is only a 1-point gain at the moment, but as the day goes on, the Dutch know they can't be forced to make any kind of error. It's rare that they do. They've done a nice job here coming in for a right turn. Very tidy rounding there, really nicely done on board the Dutch boat. As we see the rest of the fleet coming in, these two boats, they're going to have a slow jibe to do. Lots of load in the boat there. The Belgians on the inside, not sure if they had room to go in there. That was tight. It's really tight. The Germans forced to pull away there. It'll be interesting to have heard what happened there. Freya Black, Sass Tidy, they turn right away from the fleet. As the rest of the boats come down, there's already some big gaps as Steph Roble spins it in on board the USA there. Nice footwork to save the jibe as the Polish, they're under pressure on the left turn. They just about save it. I think as well with these FXs, the rigs are a little bit smaller, so you can tend to save things that in a 49er you wouldn't get away with. But it's tight in the pack here at the back. There's really closing up. Joa Lay on board New Zealand. She dives on the inside. She has right of way. It's going to be a tight turn here. Spins the New Zealand boat around. Norway, no room in there. No room in there. They just managed to avoid an incident. Great work on the tiller. Tight turn by the Norwegians. And there we go. The crew moving up the fleet. It's tight back in the pack, but the leaders, well, they've really stretched out early here. And there's a lot of work to do for some of those other boats chasing the medals as the top two, Netherlands and Sweden. Here we are. Look at the Swedish technique.
Oh, can we look at the mainsail as well and just look at all their settings?
Yeah, I mean, this must be quite valuable and good intel. And I'm wondering, Noora, when you're on the kite, do you ever see drones following you around during training? And would it bother you if they did?
Well, I don't think it would bother. I would actually be amazed to have footage like this. I'm amazed to even see this happening. We haven't seen this before, honestly. No one like actually doing regatta like drone driving just next to the boats. Like it's
getting closer and closer. Yes.
Yeah, at a World Championship to see the close-ups. Like this is going to be so valuable also for the youth teams. Like you would watch YouTube videos of how someone's technique is just to get that little glimpse of how they ride the boat over the waves. And this is incredibly valuable for the class and like the bigger thing that we can think of.
It looks so much fun, and we hope that you're enjoying the live action today. We just want to take some time out to thank all the hosts and sponsors that help make this broadcast happen, and thanks to you, the fans, for tuning in. But what you may not know is the Sailors Funds typically pay for a large portion of our media efforts. So we thank the sailors, all of us on the broadcast team. Now, if you'd like to help support the media efforts of the class, please do head over to 49er.org/gift. So please go and do that now while you remember, and please tell any of your friends that you think would enjoy this coverage to tune in for the rest of the afternoon. We're looking to get sufficient contributions to be able to broadcast our upcoming Europeans in the south of France in May. So if you love watching sailing, if you love watching skiff racing, please consider helping us out. That's 49er.org/gift.
Going back to racing, the Swedish have their, look at their speed and their lead. You can barely see the other boats. They're like small little thingies behind there. It just looks incredible. They decided to go all the way right, and they just kept that lane. The Dutch, rounding in second, went more towards the left.
And meanwhile, the Swedes have tacked, and they tack across and consolidate on anyone that might be attacking from the left-hand side of the race course, but it's looking unlikely. It's still a pretty big lead. Stevie, what do the Swedes need to think about now? Can they afford to relax?
I think they need to just stay in the moment in their boat. The hardest thing with a big lead like this is you start going, oh, we better not make a mistake. We better not fluff the next jibe or the next bear away and then go and kind of get wobbly. They need to keep sailing the boat, remember their processes for their manoeuvres and stick hard to that, because this race is basically done and dusted barring a mistake by them. It's an absolute classic of a race for second, actually, funnily enough. It's a little bit like watching the Red Bull team in the Formula One at the moment. They just off down the road. Aerodynamics is clearly strong. But there's the Dutch right-hand side of screen. And as you say, Andy, the important thing here is, can the Dutch hold on to second? Which maybe sounds a little bit negative. But for the Dutch to only lose a point, then there's no real drama here. But we know the Belgians, they've just tacked on the right-hand side of the screen there, Mahout and Geerts, and they're coming back on starboard with the right of way. But have they closed the gap back on the Dutch? Because if you start to get a few boats in the mix on the Dutch, then Adil and Annette are going to start to feel the pressure.
Yeah, I think the Belgians are doing a good job just being there and trying to squeeze in and stay close to these ones. They were kind of battling with almost with the Dutch at some points, it looked like, but they're definitely pressuring them. So it's fun to see. I mean, even though I love to see Sweden and the Dutch battling, the two of them, it's also fun to see some other ones kind of challenging, you know?
Well, they're no slouches. Izora Meinhut and Anouk Geerts from Belgium, they were fourth in the World Championships last year. That's why they got Belgium 4 on their sail. But meanwhile, that tracking suggests that Sweden has given a little bit of ley line away, but that's maybe good tactics. You don't want to get onto that ley line too early. They've got so much in the bank. Stevie, they can afford a couple of extra tacks, really, can't they?
Yeah, I think, like I say, I think when you've done left turn at the bottom and gone all the way out, it's a very long ley line to call, so it's hard. So I think you definitely want to miss it narrow rather than miss it wide if you're going to miss it. But they've definitely opened up a little bit of a door here. I think they've got a big enough lead that 2 tacks is no real drama for them, to be perfectly honest. I was surprised where the Dutch tacked, because they just instantly tacked straight in under the Belgians, and I think they might end up giving themselves a couple more manoeuvres to do that they didn't need to. So potentially a few metres lost by the Dutch. They're stuck in there under the Belgians. And look at that. Left-hand side of screen, the Germans, who have really hung it out on the right-hand side. This definitely seems to be turning into a bit more of a gain feature as the day goes on. I think the wind's starting to come round that volcano a little bit. And whilst the Germans look in the race, I think the Swedish have still got a good lead. But pressure on the Dutch right now because the pack are chasing them.
Noora, what do you think? This gain feature that Stevie talks about, do you think it's turning into a permanent part of this race course? The right is just getting stronger and stronger as the afternoon gets longer?
Well, it clearly seems like that, since I can't really see anyone coming from the left, even looking at tracker from more back of the fleet. it's not really working. So I think, and this is what the 49ers were onto earlier, but it just gets stronger and stronger throughout the day, how it looks like. So I think the next race will definitely see people setting up, doing probably more port starts.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would expect. Yeah, we didn't see that much of it in the first start, but it did look like it was getting more of a trend with the men earlier in the day. And there we have Sweden still getting across Germany, but Germany clearly ahead of the Netherlands, who just tacked. So the Netherlands believe that they must be on ley line, and now Sweden tacks on to ley line as well. So Sweden probably given up some of the lead to Hoffman and Bartelheimer, who have really hit the right-hand side very hard and have been well rewarded for it.
It looks like the one, yeah, definitely. The boats that hit the right-hand side a bit more happened the same with the Dutch. They lost a bit. So everyone that came in late lost a bit of distance there.
Yeah, so maybe going round that right-hand gate at the bottom of the course is the way to go and get out to the right a little bit earlier. At the Dutch going a little bit more up the middle of this second beat does seem to have yielded some distance to Germany.
And here we see the Swedish rounding the top mark. They're absolutely flying, like just doing their own race. It's incredible, honestly, just to see. And the way it is just so calm, you know, I guess it's easy to be calm in the front there. It's pretty comfortable lead.
It must be so much fun to have that click of extra speed. And meanwhile, another boat has got between the Swedes and the Dutch in this battle for the world title. It now reads Sweden, Germany, Belgium, Netherlands in the top four. So that's a couple of spots that the Dutch really don't want to be giving away. Is there any cause for concern here, Stevie?
Well, I mean, there has to be. This would bring the gap from, it's currently, the gap is 15 points. If the race finishes now, it's down to 12. And obviously, if we get 3 points a race for another 2 races, then suddenly, you're under 8 points of gap. You're sort of down 6-7 points of gap between them. And like I say, it's a strange pressure on the Dutch because they're sailing really well, but the Swedish are almost unattainable for the rest of the fleet at the moment, whereas the Dutch are kind of very much of the fleet, so they're sailing brilliantly. But the Swedish, as I say, they're pretty much in the Red Bull of Formula One in the FX fleet here. They are absolutely flying away, and if they can just keep knocking out that, it puts a real pressure on the Dutch. So no concern yet, because the Dutch are sailing fantastically, and you can only do what you can do, control the controllables. They can't control the fact that the Swedish are this good. They've got to stay on their own game, but they've got to help to. It's going to be hard not to get a bit distracted by thinking, oh my God, the Swedes are going to get 3 first today. We can't afford to make a mistake.
Thinking about the upwind tactics, everyone wanted to go more right, but when we look at downwind, there's just doesn't seem like there's any advantage doing a jibe set, or maybe because no one is just exploring that opportunity. I'm surprised, like being a bit further back, like let's say the ones on the, I don't know, 5th, 6th, 7th position, I would expect one of them to do a jibe set, but maybe the angle is just way too good to continue.
I agree with you. I think we don't know the potential of the jibe set because we're not seeing anyone have a go at it. A couple of days ago, I was surprised how much the Swedes wanted to do the jibe set, and I spoke to Vilma Bobeck about it at the end of the day, and she said, well, yeah, the jibe set worked 6 out of 8 times. So even when they were lying in third in a race, they went for the jibe set.
Looking at the synchronized jibe, that was a really pretty one. Such a nice technique.
So smooth, isn't it?
Yeah, they were really fast, like both in the same time. The kite just switch sides and then out exactly the same time to push the boat go forward.
They won't be taking any of this for granted because they've had their periods of injury. Rebecca Netzler was out of action for a lot of last year and managed to just get back in the boat in time for some training before the Worlds, and then they surprised themselves to win the Worlds by as much as they did. But to be winning here a race in Lanzarote in these conditions, it's absolutely in their sweet spot for Sweden. And a bit of a curl of the kite there. Stevie, what's going on there?
Yeah, just we can see the sea state as they're coming downwind. That big one there, you see they were just jumping off that wave and the bow was going to plug in. So Rebecca's made the call that I don't want to hit that with the boat fully loaded, because if it's fully loaded, I've got a chance of pitch poling over the front. So the crews are trying to keep the kite absolutely on the curl, right at that limit. But if they think the bow's going to pitch in, then you let go of the sheet, give it a little flog, and that will then deep load the boat as you hit the bottom of the wave there, you see. So they constantly got it on the edge of set, driving hard, and then backing off when you need to. Your other option is to oversheet, but then you do the whole leg quite slowly. So the strategy here is hammer down the whole time, and if it gets a bit scary, give it a quick flap, because then suddenly the helm can steer around a lot more. Big wave there, flap coming. Whoa, well saved.
It's all about the communication as well. Just doing it like way earlier or just the perfect time, then you lose the least of the speed, and it just executed perfectly.
Well, that communication on that Swedish boat has been absolutely perfect in this race as Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler come across the finish line for a massive win to win the first of 3 races this afternoon. It's day 5 of the 49er and 49erFX World Championships in Marina Rubicon, Lanzarote, and coming across the line for a well-deserved second place, it's going to be the German team Hoffmann and Bartelheimer, who managed to keep the Dutch at bay, the double world champions Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doets, who we will surely see coming down not long behind them. Also Belgium 4 in the mix, Isura Mainhout and Anouk Gertz fighting it out. We'll see in a moment whether it's going to be Netherlands or Belgium coming across the line next, but it's been a long time since the Swedes crossed the line. Looks like Belgium might just get it. No sign of... Oh, there's the Dutch. There's the Dutch. So close.
Wow.
Photo finish. And we will have to wait and find out. The tracking says that it might be the Netherlands that crossed in first, but I think that could go either way. GBR 5 coming across in 5th. Good finish by Freya Black and Saskia Tidy. And then the Italians, Germani and Bertuzzi, followed by Eschagoyen and Barcelo, the world champions from 2020. Look at that swell. The swell's absolutely enormous. And I mentioned the power of the swell and how there's an app that you can read this stuff. The swell is about as strong as it ever gets here today. There go the Americans, Steph Roble and Maggie Shea, followed by the Lewin Lefrance sisters from Canada.
Wanted to go into the Germans. They did so well in this race, coming second, German 33, but they actually have an internal trial going on for the Olympics of which of the German teams are going. And this really challenges because they were 14th coming in today and the other German team was 9th. So now German 33 definitely challenged. It's going to be closer to the other ones. So I think we're going to see some really, really close racing the next.
Bearing in mind, Germany hasn't actually qualified a spot at the Olympics yet in either the men's or the women's skiff. So no matter what they do here, they've also got to make sure that they perform as a team at what they're calling the last chance regatta in Hyères in the south of France, the Semaine Olympique Française at the end of April. And Brazil 12 going across the line, but Brazil 12 obviously weren't informed that they had crossed the line early, so they sailed the whole race, but for nothing, unfortunately, because they and Germany 55 were called over early on the line, but they may not yet be aware of that until they see their coach. And I believe that their coach this week I'm not sure, but I see that Martin Grail's dad, Torben Grail, the 5-time Olympic medalist, is here, so not sure who's working with them out on the boat. There are our race winners, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. Will they go ahead and win the next 2 races? Well, they've certainly got the wheels to do that, according to Stevie Morrison, and we saw that in fine style just then. But Van Aanholt and Doets, they are recorded there as crossing in 3rd, just ahead of Belgium, and that's an important photo finish that went in their favour. That means they've only yielded 2 points of their lead to the Swedes. So let's go to a quick break. There's a bit of time. We're going to go to a replay first, so we'll go to a break after that. There you see Brazil and Germany 55 with their noses poked out. Well, that proved to be costly because they were disqualified for being over too early. And look at the swell. Great sea level view, gives you a sense of just how massive the swell here is in the south of Lanzarote. And a number of boats, including GBR, making a beeline out to the right-hand side of the racecourse towards Marina Rubicon in the distance. going out towards the right-hand side, but it was Sweden who didn't have the best of starts, but it didn't matter because they had that superior speed to see them through to the front by top windward mark, then by the bottom of the leeward mark. They had a choice of gates. They decided to go around the right-hand gate, take them back towards Marina Rubicon in for the inshore direction, although they later let the Germans get a little bit further to their left, and that was a horrible mark rounding by Hoffmann and Bartelheimer, but we'll find out more about how the Germans did. That's the Germans on the left, almost looking like they're threatening for the lead with Sweden, who just tacked there, but in reality, Sweden's still very safe for the lead as they go round the top mark final time. But look at how Germany 33 profited by hitting the right-hand side of the course pretty hard, overtaking the Dutch by doing so. Beautiful synchro movement by the Swedes for that jibe, and we've seen absolutely faultless display of boat handling. And Stevie, that little bit of kite flapping that you explained so well earlier, I wonder, would they have done that if they were being pressured by other boats? So, were they doing that because they knew they could be safe?
I think it's always a judgment call. I mean, I see that looks tight, doesn't it? Like, that's an interesting one. Who got that on the line? Really tight, and every point counts. That's what they say. So for a deal, that's fantastic. But yeah, would they have done that? I mean, you're probably more than happy to take a bit more risk if you need to be. If you're absolutely hammered down, then you're got to take that little bit more risk. So without doubt, they're probably flapping a fraction earlier. But it's always an instinct call from the crew. That it's really a call by the crew, because that wave can change really quickly right in front of you, and that's why the flap is such a better way. If you're going to do the oversheet, you need to have a bit more communication, helm and crew, and you've got to see things a long way out. But the flap is a much quicker reaction, and it's on Rebecca, really, to make that happen with the quick timing of when to do it. So it's, yeah, how brave she feeling, I guess.
Stevie, thanks very much. We will take a short break, and we'll be back to you soon for the start of the next 49er FX race in Lanzarote.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm freer than I've ever been before. Yeah.
Welcome back to Lanzarote, and we are sailing out of Marina Rubicon in the Canary Islands. It's day 5 of the 49er and 49erFX World Championships. This is Olympic year, so this makes this the most important World Championship, the most important regatta in this Olympic cycle, apart from the Olympics themselves. So there are some teams that have already qualified to go to the games, and for this regatta this is also part of their trials. There are no actual national Olympic spots up for grabs. So just to go back to what I said earlier about Germany, yes, there is a trials going on between the German teams, both in the men and the women, but Germany hasn't actually earned a spot at the Olympic Games yet. That comes in the south of France at the end of April in what we're calling the last chance regatta. So there's sort of 2 phases of getting to the games. It's qualifying the team, but if the team hasn't yet got a spot, that team had better make sure that they get a spot in Hyères in south of France in about 6 weeks from now.
Yeah, and it's a bit odd to do it that way around, but then it also makes sense because they have so many talented German sailors here, or teams battling for that spot. So I think many of the countries also, even though yes, Olympics are just one event, and some think, yeah, well, you have to, do well at that one single event, because Olympics, you don't get second chances. When you're there, you're going to do great, or you don't do great, either way. But when they're actually having the trials of who's going to make it and to those Olympics, it's worth to have multiple events, and that's why they want to start the process earlier, I would say.
Well, Stevie, we see so many different types of trials processes. We see purely first past the post point system, no politics involved, what we might call an objective mathematical trials. And then there are those that say you often end up with the wrong person for various reasons. So you have a subjective trials where you get selected by a committee, and then if you do that, then there can be accusations of bias and favoritism, and maybe it's no surprise that the Americans choose the mathematical system. The Americans, as we know, can tend to be a bit litigious at times. I hope I'm not going to be sued for that, but I think that's fair to say. What do you think, Stevie? What's the best system? Sorry, Stevie, just got it.
I think ultimately it doesn't really matter too much what the system is, as long as it works for you. Personally, I think some results is quite important, that there's a system to it. It's got to be relevant to the Olympic venue. I think that's also a factor. And but the reality is, if you do it at a World Championship or something like that, you're probably going to end up with someone that can deal with the pressure on the biggest stage, and ultimately that's what you're after. So I think for me it needs to be results based, and it needs to be at big events that really matter, because that's when you properly find out if people have got the minerals.
Well, interestingly, the US split it 2 different ways for the men's 49er and the women's FX. So there was a men's trials that happened in Miami at the beginning of the year, and that was won by, remind me, Barrows and Henken. So Barrows and Henken know they're going to the games, whereas for the 49erFX, well, that trials is happening partly here. This is their first event at the trials, and currently it's Steph Robel and Maggie Shea ahead of Paris Henken and Anna Tobias. But I spoke to Anna Tobias about this a couple of days ago, and she thinks that having that home trials in the US really puts you under pressure, which is the kind of pressure you want to test for the games, sort of like what you were saying, Stevie. Here are the women's rankings, including the last race. So let's see, Van Aalt and Annette Doets have yielded some points to Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler, but it's still not looking too bad. It's still a 13-point gap. So the Dutch have still got a pretty healthy lead. And meanwhile, it's a 10-point gap back to the Italians, Germani and Bertuzzi. And Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot, we continue to be impressed by them, just knocking on the door of the podium in 4th place. And Martine Grael and Kayena Kun slipped down to 5th after being disqualified for being over early on the line. 40 seconds to go. And Noora, there's quite a lot of line sag at this stage, but that's fair enough. They don't want to use up that space too soon, do they?
No, there's plenty of time, and if someone, knows where the line actually is and sees there's a lot of sag, you don't want to show the others too early. So maybe, you know, you want to accelerate a bit later, but you have to make sure you do accelerate later. And there's a tendency, you know, if someone around you accelerates early, then you would follow, because otherwise you're not going to be able to keep that lane. And the most important part is to keep the lane. So
5 seconds to go.
left.
And still quite a gap down the line. Brazil looking very, very close again at the women end of the line. So undeterred by the disqualification, Brazil go for a really punchy start at the committee boat end. And if they get away with it, that was a great start by Martine Grail and Kayena Kunz. Also, pretty good start by China. 1-2-1 leaders of the regatta in the first couple of days. That's Hu and Shan. But already some boats tacking out, including the Netherlands. You can see Netherlands 2 in the distance, already onto port tack, and Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. Not as good a start as the Netherlands, but tracking the Dutch out to the right-hand side. Stevie, looks like a bit of a gust out towards the Lanzarote side of the course as well.
Yeah, I think we've seen that right-hand side's been pretty strong. A lot of the boats want to get there. Great start by the Brazilians. But yeah, it was interesting to see that the Swedish had a bad start, as the Dutch were a little bit bowed back, but they were able to tack right in the face of the Swedish. So aggressive move at the start by Adil and Annette there. They blocking themselves. It'll be great when we get over to that side of the course to see how much gauge the Swedish have got. Have the Swedes still got a lane? Because if you want to go right, then you don't want to be having to tack out of there. And the Dutch have made it very hard. But Germani there, the Italians had a great start and they're going fast. They sailed well in that first race. They're up to third overall. So they're definitely imposing themselves here. And it's a bit of a test of strength for that group heading out to the right, because most of the big players are in that group. As we see bottom of our screen, some of these boats that have had a decent start, but they haven't been able to tack just yet. No lane to the right. Everyone's desperate to get over to that right-hand side. So Adil and Annette, fantastic job. But have they got the pace to hang on to the Swedish boat? Have they managed to get in front of them and take the win from the Swedish or not?
Yeah, it looks like it's really congested there on the right side. There's not much space. I see the Spanish just holding on underneath the Brazilians, and it looks tight. I mean, I guess they just see there's a big gust coming or something because they don't want to tack away. And I guess you try your best to just hold on as long as you can. It does look like the Dutch have almost overtaken the Swedish. I'm a bit surprised. I thought the Swedes could squeeze out of there.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I've got too much faith in the Swedes, but I think the Swedes, by sheer horsepower, are going to be able to pull through the Dutch. I think the Dutch have given themselves the very best chance of leading this race. And as we've been saying a lot in the previous race, maybe it doesn't matter too much if the Swedes do sail off to a runaway win, as long as the Dutch limit the damage to just a loss of 1 or 2 points.
Then we have Germany 55 all the way here on the right side of our screen. They got 4th last race.
Okay, so yeah, they seem a little bit stuck out this side, but also Norway. We're not hearing much about Norway today. The reigning European champions struggling at this venue. The Norwegians are down in 19th at the moment, Helene Naes and Murray Ronigan, but they were certainly a force to be reckoned with in the lighter breezes of Villamora at the Europeans last year. It's all about being the all-round package, Stevie. Maybe the Norwegians are among the best in the light, maybe the Swedes are among the best in the breeze, but possibly we say the Dutch, Netherlands too, are the best all-rounders in all conditions.
Yeah, I think so. They seem to have a fairly complete package. I think the Swedish have got a pretty good package with what can only be described a real super strength in that breezier stuff that we're seeing out here today. And definitely, you know, it is about putting it all together. But once we get to the Olympics or a World Championships like this, it's predominantly a windy event. It's good to have that super strength. So that's always the payoff. The true greats are able to put it together across the wind range and deliver in several different conditions. That's for absolute certain, but easier said than done. You know, Ben and myself were always a bit better when there was a bit more wind than less. You know, we had our weakness in the light winds and never quite managed to cure that, as we see Poland making a bit of a mistake. And camera angle here, be interesting to see how it pays out. Germany, Canada, Denmark, bottom of our screen. They look in great shape at the moment, but I think they're quite well back. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And I think it's the Americans of Steph Roble and Maggie Shee that have just managed to push out a little bit. And it'll be interesting over on that side it seems like maybe the wind's rotated left a little bit, and that's why Sweden and Netherlands haven't quite jumped out yet. But frightening for the Dutch, because they had a perfect start, and the Swedish have hung in there the whole way out, and in fact even crept forward on them a little bit looking at the tracking. So Sweden have definitely rolled out the red carpet boat speed wise and really powering over the top, but it's tight in the pack. A left shift means that this one's not done and dusted yet.
Here we can see the Belgians. I heard they're quite fast actually in these kind of conditions. So I'm hoping to see them stay up in the top. And then GBR, I was hoping to see more of them in the previous race, but hopefully they can squeeze out and show their true potential in this race.
Yeah, 5th in last year's Worlds, which is why they got the 5 of GBR 5 on their mainsail. Good bit of intel from my friend in the media from the Netherlands. Simon Keizer tells me on WhatsApp that the Netherlands and Sweden are actually training partners. Arguably the 2 best in the world, between those 2 winners of the last 3 World Championships in this Olympic cycle, actually train together. So I guess they don't have many secrets from each other.
Yeah, that's always the question. If they're when they're training partners, are they training partners that share everything, or are they the training partners that still, keep their secrets to themselves, but like train with each other just to see who's a bit faster? But in the end, you're anyway somehow sharing your secrets when you're training with each other, because you know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and you constantly compare who's a bit faster. Then you're like, no, they're a bit faster. We can adjust something a bit different to see if we're fast enough.
Well, if we've got time, maybe we'll ask you about the kind of approach that you take with your kiting, because I know you have those exact issues with the people that you're training with, but also are competing against to get one of those coveted Olympic spots for Paris 2024 in the kite.
Yeah.
Stevie, update us. How do you think Canada and Norway are doing from this side of the racetrack?
I think they're going to be in the mix, but top left-hand corner of our screen, it's Sweden and the Netherlands, basically in an arm wrestle for the lead of this race. I think they're quite well up to ley line, so it could well be Sweden again leading around the top mark here, but they've just dropped the hammer there, to be perfectly honest. It's going to be tight. Canada and Norway here have definitely got a little bit of left-hand pressure that they're clinging into. So it's ultimately going to be the age-old saying of what wind is the windward marking? Is it in the right shift or in the left shift? Because at the moment it's definitely looking quite good for Canada, quite good for Norway here. And the Canadians could do with a good race, really. They've sailed quite a solid regatta, but they're sort of lacking that standout race win there. And Georgia Llewellyn of France, I just had a text message actually from Phil Robertson, the driver of Sail GP, so he'll be keen to see his Canadian strategist Georgia there, Speedy G as she was known in Sail GP, on the back of the boat to put in a good result. So nice to know people like Phil are watching us and keeping up to speed on the 49er racing.
Well, we are honoured indeed. Phil, one of the most charismatic and fastest sailors on the planet. So thank you, Phil, for watching, and I hope that you are really enjoying the coverage that we got here. We've got another day to go, and we've got another Gold Fleet race tomorrow morning, and then we got the 10-boat medal race tomorrow afternoon, Sunday afternoon, here in Lanzarote.
I think it's incredible to see how actually a bunch of our 49er FX and 49er sailors are all also doing like Sail GP, the series, and some of the Women's America's Cup, that you can do both. I mean, it's tricky, but I don't know how they juggle with that, like doing both Sail GP and the Olympic campaign. Stevie, do you have any thoughts on that? You have probably spoken with them more, how it works.
I think they're just really quite busy people, and I know most of them are prioritising the Olympics as we come into the last few months here. As we see now, look, it's very tight, right and left. There's not been a lot in it, that is for sure. Canada, Georgia Llewellyn of France, the La France sisters tack into leeward there, so all about the ley line now, really. I think the Canadians look like they're on a pretty good lay, so that means Netherlands and Sweden have sailed a little bit of extra distance, but can the Swedish get the rumble on here? They've got a faster angle in there, can put the bow down and get over the top, but the Canadians look good on the inside here. So really tight at the top of the course, and again, shows the racetrack's been a little bit more open on this upwind leg, although there's nothing wrong with going out to the right-hand side as a safe average. Sweden will get bow forward. They will roll round Canada, but can the Canadians stay in between Sweden and Netherlands? And it's once again a damage limitation job for Adil and Annette. They've done a fantastic job, tied together on a piece of string, but Sweden will lead at Mark 1 as they bear the boat away.
Great bear away that we saw there by the Swedes. Rebecca Nexler getting the last of that. Blue Jenica to the top of the mast, followed by Netherlands 2. So it's the top two from last year's World Championship in the top two in this race right now. And just coming round in the rest of the top 10, Germany 55 in about 5th or 6th place. Nathan Ronigan from Norway having a good race as well in about 3rd or 4th place in this race. But already the Swedes stretching away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, very pleased to see how Denmark and Norway and Germany all the way. They came from the left side. They took a kind of a pendant start or towards that and just continued to the left. I was really surprised to see them. There we have the Brazilian, they're doing, Andy.
They're doing the jibe set just as you love to see. They are the first to go into the jibe set. But is it a jibe set of desperation or a jibe set? Oh, it's not a very good jibe set. Look at it.
Jibe set of desperation. But let's see, maybe, because there's a couple of others continuing. Oh, no, what's happening with
Hourglass.
this
They came out just at the end, but that was a pretty ragged jibe set. And I can't help thinking that they really are feeling like they've got to clutch at straws. They've got to do something different because the Brazilians, they're one of the smaller teams. They just don't have the horsepower to go fast in these conditions.
Yeah, maybe they lost a bit of confidence in this. I thought they were coming into the day with like a lot of confidence, but I think, I don't know, maybe it looks like they're a bit struggling because I was hoping to see a bit stronger performance from the two of them.
Well, Stevie, there's a feeling, just speaking to some of the coaches, and you've coached some of the FXs, I don't know if that's been in the period with these black sails, but the new rigs and the black sails apparently are a bit punchier, have a bit more oomph in them. And you've mentioned already that the weights have tended to go up. Oh, bit of a sketchy jibe there. Just Stevie, before we come back to the rest of it, what happened there?
Yeah, just a little bit late. Heel angle off a bit into the jibe, and they just kind of had too much heel, so they were a little bit behind the turn with their bodies there. Look at that camera angle, absolutely phenomenal. And the Swedish are away, and they're charging out in front. I think also it's a trend in most classes. Ultimately, as soon as you're flat wiring, you want more power, you want more weight out on the side of the boat. We're on board with Speedy G, Georgia Llewellyn and Lewin LaFrance on the back there. That was a nice jibe. Really went well across the back of the boat there. But yeah, you want the power. And often in the light winds, it suits being lighter. But as techniques have got better, then the heavier sailors are able to go a little bit better in the light winds, race the boats quite well in light winds, and that just overall pushes the crew weights up that little bit. So I think that's why we're seeing it with the extra horsepower of this. I think interestingly, let's come back just to this race course and for what the crews are thinking out there. Feels to me like a lot of the ladies have got it in their head that it's just a right-hand track. If you remember back to the men's racing, it was an open, shifty course. It's not completely a right-hand track. I think on average it's not bad going that way, but that last beat with two of the lighter crews coming in from the left that didn't maybe have the best of starts, I think it shows us it's still open course and the crews need to be thinking outside the box a bit. They're all a little bit tractor beamed in on the Swedes and panicking about them. And I think they need to start worrying about their own race, and let's make sure we're on a good wind shift and sailing the shortest distance they can to put the pressure on what is a fairly formidable looking Swedish crew.
We just had a close-up view previously on the Canadians. So you could see when they hit the waves, you can see the crew sometimes holding on to the skipper just so that she doesn't fall in the boat. Now it just got way lighter. You can see it's so soft here.
I'm not sure about that. I wonder if they're just
trying
diving down to try and make this in one.
You're true. You actually are correct. But I'm surprised they want to push it so far down. Oh, I think this was pushing it very far. Yeah, normally you would do, I don't know, jibe and go to the other mark. Or what do you think, Stevie?
I'm stunned they didn't take a jibe out to the other mark. I mean, the right-hand side's paying a bit, but here we go. They're just hemorrhaging meters here. And I think, to me, there's just a hint that the FX ladies are feeling at the top end wind range-wise for handling. They don't want to do extra manoeuvres. They're trying to kind of save manoeuvres to not have that risk of capsize. But I think, again, I'm surprised people aren't attacking the course perhaps as much as they could. I think that's why we're not seeing as many jibe sets. And when we see jibe sets, we're seeing slightly messy ones because it is a bit open, as I say. No doubt that on average heading to the right is not a bad thing, but the Swedish there threw away an awful lot of meters. Nice there. Look at that. The Norwegian, big wave. Oh, take a look at the seaway there. Big jump out of the water there by the Norwegians. Poland diving inside, and it's tight now back in that pack. That's for sure. There's plenty of opportunity for errors. It is windy enough for capsize. As we see right-hand side of the screen there, the French Lauren Granier off the track, coming in on port on board there. The Spanish boat, my Lord, that's a marginal move. Have a look at it. Oh, my days. Out of control there. God. The Spanish loses some serious action. Fearless move there by the Spanish. They're going to be they're going to have a swim first, but then they got a penalty to do when they get upright from that swim. That was absolute carnage coming into the bottom of the course there. But yeah, I think the crews are they're just a little bit nervous of the boat handling, and so they're trying to save manoeuvres, which for me, it's not quite windy enough. They should be still attacking the course.
Yeah, with these waves, I know it's like they look super nervous, and I think the problem is once you get nervous, you kind of slow down. That's even worse because speed is normally your friend when it comes to these waves. You keep the momentum up, that helps you so much in the maneuvers. Look at this Spanish team. Wow, I was just scared looking at them, seeing crossing everyone in front, and then doing. I think they didn't see the Italians, or were they trying to jibe?
I guess they realised too late that the Italians had rights, and the only way out of it was to jibe, and it was all too late.
Yeah, even though I just said that the speed is your friend, but I didn't mean like speed, go crazy in front of people. But most of the time it's your friend, and I think coming in with speed, but the timing of when to get down that spinnaker is really determines of how you're going to go around that bottom mark. And I wasn't too satisfied. I mean, I'm sitting here on the couch just analyzing everyone's bottom mark roundings, but I wasn't too happy with the performance. Looking at the Dutch were doing it, and it's just didn't look too good. You know?
We're harsh judges, aren't we?
We are.
I mean, we already commented that the Swedes looked a bit slow and came in a little bit high on their ley line, and then the Dutch, the Dutch took a very wide rounding and gave away a lot of distance on the upwind. They, instead of going the old wide and tight, which we aim for, they went tight and wide, and but it didn't seem to bother them too much because they had quite a lead on the third place boat and the rest of the pack.
But this just really shows how difficult these boats are to handle. The Spanish team is just getting out their boat, but like this is like brutal. They're very, very, very far down in the fleet by now. We're looking at the Canadians here. They've been doing such a good job this race. They did take the left bottom mark and now going towards the right, but they're not didn't choose to go all the way to the right. And they had an advantage doing this, or they went actually a bit more left in the first upwind. And now it's such a pleasure to see how they work this boat over the waves. I think the waves have gotten a bit bigger and choppier throughout the day, how they normally do. So in the first race for the men, it was a bit more like a big swell, and the boat wasn't like going up and down too much, and now it's really has been changing, but for sure going to the right side it will be a bit flatter.
I suppose it's the combination of the chop on top of the swell, and occasionally you get the perfect, or you could say the worst combination of both, and maybe that's what's causing the problems at the bottom of the run. Is if you get a choppy wave on top of a large chunk of swell, you've suddenly got a big surge, and if you've got your kite down early and the boat's going slow, it leaves you quite vulnerable.
Yeah, and that's what we love about this sport. It's like it's the nature we're dealing with, and not just racing each other. So some might have a worse, like a harder wave than the other one. So we're just trying to find the solutions to go around it. But I mean, look at these Swedes. They're just doing their own thing again. They went pretty far to the right. They're not the furthest right. The Dutch are actually going further, and the Canadians. So I think, now the Swedish are going back to keep their that position as they were going towards towards the middle of the race course, but they noticed it's, as their competitors are going further right, they need to go and keep them behind and,
protect that side.
Protect that side, exactly.
Yeah. Stevie, what did you make of that tack just then?
Yeah, I do. It's not easy conditions for tacking the boat. I mean, I thought the footwork was nice. That they caught a big lump of chop in the middle of the wave. So I expect they'll be a little bit frustrated with the timing of the tack relative to the sea state, especially when they didn't have to tack right there and then. They're not under that kind of level of pressure. And I think that's the thing at the leeward mark. I think the thing that makes it all a lot harder is that you've got to do it. It's that doing it here right now and right in that second, like this tack they're coming up for now. A little bit too heeled to leeward into it. Main was a little bit out, and therefore the boat doesn't quite turn as much as they'd like through there. So there's just a lot of subtle nuance to that setup beforehand. And that's fine because they had all the time in the world there and they're not really under any pressure. And let's be honest, they probably don't need to worry about a couple of meters in their tacks when they've got hundreds of meters in their straight line boat speed at the moment. But when you get to the bottom of the course, and certainly when you're in the pack, you've got no choice but to maneuver wherever you are on the wave or the swell or speed or whatever you've got. You've just got to deliver it. And I think that's where you get to that next level. So I think for the whole FX fleet in general, that's a huge opportunity to up that boat handling level a bit. And I certainly know I was very impressed watching the Dutch a couple of years ago with their ability to deliver that kind of handling. They're clearly really well drilled in that boat handling side of things. But, it does get pretty hectic. And sometimes there's things out of your control. I was quite impressed with the Italian ladies who had that Spanish boat come flying at them. And they managed to keep their composure and come away with a good mark rounding. But once again, Sweden are out here. They've tacked directly on top of the Netherlands boat. I mean, they won't be affecting them much for up there, but they'll be desperately hoping that they can do enough to slow them down to get Canada to overtake, maybe even Norway to overtake. So they need to start having a few boats between themselves and the Dutch, because Adil and Annette are doing a fantastic job of keeping the good performances coming.
But the Norways, they're positioning themselves in a good place. They have some opportunity there to go in between, and I think they will look for that opportunity, especially around the top mark rounding. And maybe there's some of the areas when you can pass boats easier. Top mark rounding when people are going slow, hoisting, finding that spot, and definitely also on the downwind, that one jibe from starboard to port normally is pretty determined of how you do the downwind run.
Helene Naesa, Marie Ronigan, you must be pretty familiar with them, Noora, because they seem like they've been around since the start of the FX back in 2013. Were they one of the first in?
Yeah, I remember they've been around for a long time. I can't remember, was it exactly 2013? But
that was the year of the first Worlds anyway.
Yeah. From far back they've been around, and they have done an incredible job ever since. They used to be, as I said at some point, I just remember they were really good at starting from the pin end, and especially in the light winds. I think they won the Europeans, I think it was in Poland at that one time that they clearly, their training had gone well. They found their little thing, the thing they're good at, and they just after that they've been doing so well and really showed up. But also looking at the other Norwegian team have been showing a lot of potential with the youth, so it's going to be exciting to see the two of them.
Well, those Europeans are coming up later on this year in the south of France. They're happening in May, and we hope to be able to bring you live broadcast for the Europeans, just as we're doing here. But we are looking for extra support to do that. So if you would like to help support the media efforts of the class, please do head over to 49er.org/gift. At least go and look at that page. And if you're enjoying this live stream enough and you'd like to see it all over again in the south of France about 2 months from now for the Europeans, then we would be very grateful for a donation. Meanwhile, Stevie, the Swedes continue to dominate this race. It's looking like this is going to be another one in the bag for them.
Yeah, they're well ahead now. They just need to focus on themselves. It definitely feels like it's just freshened up a little bit out there now. They're all full power more as the Dutch come across. Look like they've held on to third. I think interesting as well that we think about the battle for the podium. Harding and Wilmot, they've moved from 14th up to 7th in this race. And there's also a real battle for the medal race spots. Top 10, of course. It's really tight back there with New Zealand, Great Britain, USA. They're right in the mix around that 9th, 10th. The Polish team of Meltzaka and Jankowiak. So I definitely didn't pronounce that right. But they are right in the mix for that medal race fight. So it's really tight for the top 10 out there on the water. If the battle out the front is turning into a bit of a match race between just the Dutch and the Swedish.
Meanwhile, round go the Canadians, followed by the Norwegians, and then comes the pack chasing hard after that. In amongst them, 2 Polish boats, the New Zealanders, and one of many German boats in the back end of the top 10, with Spain and Brazil and Denmark charging in from the left-hand side of the racecourse.
I think it's funny when you say one of the many German boats. It's incredible. The Germans, they have 4 teams in this Gold Fleet racing. It's, I think, the biggest
20% of, no, not quite 20%, but yeah,
still
good
strong fleet.
Yes, good chunk of the Gold Fleet, but still yet to qualify the nation for the Olympics.
Yeah,
Oh, bit of a ragged rounding by Australia there. It looked like there was a momentary loss of control there by Australia 47. That's Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot in 4th overall as things stand at the moment.
Then I'm surprised at what happens to the Belgians, because they were doing, I remember they were doing better actually at some point, but maybe I just skipped. That was another race. Maybe they had a moment.
I'm sure we saw them up here earlier in the race, so I'm not sure what's happened to them.
And the Brazilians, they...
I was just going to say, sorry, the Belgians... Yeah. Belgians were actually out to the right on that first beat, so we had a good camera angle making them look strong on the right. But that, I think, just highlights the point. It's not a one-way track. It is shifting out there. It is that little bit more open, and the Belgians got a bit hammered by that in the right-hand corner on that upwind leg. So that's why they're back in the pack. As we see here, this is what it must be like being on the Swedish boat going downwind, I think. The speed of overtaking all the other boats here. We're absolutely racing through the fleet now as the Poles there have done a fantastic job as well. And then we start to get some big gaps as we get out to those leaders. And for the leaders, yeah, the Swedish, well, they've executed the first jibe. They've got to stay heading their own boat now, because all they need to do is one good jibe and it's another race win. But unfortunately, they know that. So easy to let the gremlins come in and start overthinking the jibe. And not time for wobbly feet in this next few minutes for the Swedish.
Yeah, and the Swedish, right now, they have a lead of 130 meters. That's 130 meters of, like, I would say almost pure boat speed, because technically, yeah. I mean, strategy-wise, I haven't seen much happening. Like, of course, there's been shifts and gusts, but people have been taking them pretty well, so nothing crazy there, mostly speed. Oh, this Canadian jibe, yeah, that was a tricky one with the wave, but now they quickly, ooh, yep, that looked deep. Yeah, it really avoided that wave so good. That was well done from them, and just had to let that spinnaker go for a moment.
It didn't look as bad as the kite flap suggested to me. Was that not a bit of an overflap, a bit too safe?
I don't know. I would rather be safe than have that nose, because once that bow goes in and takes in water, it's just tricky.
Bit of a wing dig there.
Final
but
jibe.
Let it get away from them a little bit. It didn't matter too much, but you don't want to be digging wings. And even now...
And they're they're off the ley line. They jibed way too late. What's happening here? I think, Stevie, you were talking about this jibe, that they only need to do one jibe. Look, oof. They have to flap their sail.
Let's follow the Swedes back in, because this is a bit of a sketchy moment for them.
They overlaid. And
they might get away with it, but they've done the opposite of what we accused them of the previous time round. They were a little bit high on ley line last time round into the bottom gate, and they got across the finish. It's another race win, but that was looking a little bit dodgy for a while there, but the Swedes get away with it for the race win, and the Dutch stem the damage from the Swedes to just 1 point. So the Dutch still in a good position to be able to see out this world title tomorrow on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, you can see the Swedes actually lost a lot with that maneuver. They just overlaid, and especially with these winds, I'd say you don't really want to overlay too much. And then you have the anchor line and the right side of the boat, the finishing line. That's always a little, a little tricky if you end up too close to that one.
It's so difficult calling ley lines. All very close photo finish, but I think Norway might have just got it ahead of Canada. But even now, the Canadians have got to make sure they jibe away before there's a post-race collision. And it's going to end up with a capsize for the Lewin-Lafrance sisters, but at least they managed to get a 4th place across the finish line. Stevie, what did you make of that? And maybe just talk us across the next few. Any observations you see about these next boats coming across?
Yeah, it's a good result for the for the Australians. They've had another good one there. Back in, wow, that was a tight finish. There's a couple of ex-world champions there, Tamara Eshigoyen and Martine Grail coming in from the other side. It's definitely just got that bit windier, Ricey. Like we're seeing spinnakers flapping in. It's going to get windier at the bottom of the course as well, which is of opportunity. But I think the ladies out here now are that little bit more nervous. They're a bit more worried about the manoeuvres, and we saw that with the Swedish. They didn't want to do that last jibe. That's why they ended up overlaid. They were waiting and waiting and waiting. In fact, here come the Australians a little bit further back. That must have been Joa Lay with a decent result up in the middle of the pack for New Zealand. She's fallen off the tracker, but that's a good result for the Kiwi crew here as we see the other boats come racing through there. Freya Black, Sass Tidy coming in, and the Belgians, here they are. Disappointing race for them, and it's a tight moment there. Oh, the old body drag stop. Beautiful execution. That's an old school trick, that is. That's excellent to see that kind of behaviour from the Belgians there. But yeah, it's definitely got a bit windier. The crews are on the limit boat handling wise, so don't be surprised to see some pretty high tariff capsizes in this next race, because the crews are going to be tired. The helms are going to be mentally fatigued. Sea state's getting up, and it is definitely a little bit windier out there. So this third race, Vilma and Rebecca, they look pretty unbeatable, but they're clearly not devoid of nerves after that last run there. And they'll be hoping for a mistake from Adil and Annette, because it's been pretty rock solid from those top 2 boats so far.
So there we have the race results for the 5th race of Goldfleet. It's the 2nd race of the afternoon, 1 more to go. Will anyone be able to take a race away from Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler, winner of their 2nd race of the afternoon? Van Aanholt and Doots still in the overall lead for the Netherlands. Great finish for Nason Ronigan, the reigning European champions from Norway. The capsize after the finish doesn't matter too much for the Lewin-Lafrance sisters, because they still got 4th on the scoreboard. And then the Poles, Shapska and Reichert in 5th, and Joe Ali and Molly Meach from New Zealand in 6th. And a little bit better from Martine Grail and Kayena Kunz, who I think are struggling for straight line boat speed, but smart sailing by the reigning Olympic champions.
Yeah, the Brazilians did a good job. They were looking very deep, pretty deep in some of the top mark roundings. So I'm surprised to see them doing so well in the end of the race and the end of the day.
And let's have a look at the replay of this race. Remind ourselves how the start played out. Well, it was another punchy start from Brazil, who win the committee boat end of the line. And this time they get away with it. It was a clear start, no one over. So fantastic start by them. Tidy and Black also doing very well in the early stages, the British team. And then Belgium stretches out into a lead on the right-hand side in the early days. We're thinking that the left was maybe a dangerous place to be, but the Lewin-Lafrance sisters, Canada 71, proved that you can come in strongly from the left occasionally when the weather gods blow your way. But meanwhile, just in terms of sheer boat speed and technique, the Swedes are proving very hard to beat. They go round in 1st place. And then just surging down this massive Lanzarote swell here in the Canary Islands, out in the Atlantic, and taking advantage of that swell through every jibe, occasionally flapping the kite, the breeze building throughout the race, surging back through the fleet on the downwind leg, the Canadians looking really solid. And then a dodgy moment at the bottom of the gate for the Swedes. They misjudged the ley line. They do get down the kite at about the right time. It's a bit of a slow rounding by their high standards, a jumpy rounding by Norway going out to the left. And this is where the carnage ensued at the bottom of the course with a capsize as well. Nice smooth tack. Stevie Morrison says it could be better, something to work on, but not too shabby. And the Swedes just tacking the same time as the Canadians and looking very solid for that race win at this stage of the race. Bit of a flap by the Canadians. Just making sure that we don't see a pitch pole. We haven't seen a full-on pitch pole yet, and the Swedes, despite a poor judgment into the finish, managed to get away with it, cross the finish line in first. Netherlands too, crossed the line in second, still holding on with a reasonable points advantage in the overall series. And we've got one race left this afternoon, one Gold Fleet race tomorrow afternoon, and then it's into the medal series. So before we get into this afternoon's final race of the day, day 5 here in Lanzarote, we'll just take a quick break.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm
Two races down today for the 49erFX and one more to go. It's going to be the final race of the afternoon here in Lanzarote. My name's Andy Rice. I'm with two Olympians, Noora Ruskola and Stevie Morrison, bringing you all the action from day 5 of these World Championships. And standing up on deck, that's David Campbell-James, the principal race officer. He's been the class race officer for many, many years and a former Olympian himself in the Tornado catamaran. So a very experienced set of eyes looking out across this race course in the south of Lanzarote. 3 minutes to the start. Stevie, I think we know what's likely to happen in this next race, but not too much cause for concern for the Dutch if the Swedes do win another race. Is that fair to say?
Not too much cause for concern if the Dutch perform well again. I mean, they've got a discard of a 13th over them at the moment, the Dutch have. So were the Dutch to have a bad race, then things would turn around very quickly. But the Dutch have sailed fantastically so far. They definitely seem to be going quite well. And yeah, it's kind of, I'd like to see some other boats get in the mix, really. I've been staggered as to how big an advantage these two boats have got over the fleet. It's quite surprising to see and worrying for the other crews because it's a massive difference.
And interesting, what my friend Simon Kaiser said, that these two actually are training partners. So whatever's going on in that training camp is clearly working very well for both teams. And Noora, you were saying earlier, I wonder how much they're sharing, how much they're keeping from each other. That's the big question, especially as you get closer to the Olympics, and it's looking increasingly like it will be these two teams fighting it out for the gold medal. But of course, Marseille could be very different to the conditions that we're seeing here, and I think it's quite possible for it to be a light air games in Marseille this summer, and I think that will bring the likes of Norway, Brazil, many other teams back into contention. I think the Dutch and the Swedes are much more comfortable in a breeze. It's not that they're going to be out of the picture if it's lighter winds. I just think a lot more teams come into the picture the lighter the winds get. Do you think that would be right?
Yeah, it definitely does give more opportunity. Also, Marseille is a tricky place. I trained there this summer as well, and during the test event we could see that the winds can just be anything, honestly. It could be like offshore, onshore, very tricky. There's waves, swell coming in. Kind of similar kind of swell, how it looks like here in Marseille as well, but way lighter winds. Normally you'd see light winds there, so I think that's just gonna... It gives a bit of everything, which is nice. You get like... Also, like we've seen at this event, actually, the first days it was pretty crazy, like windy. Some had more windy, some less, and then it was some less winds in the second and third day, and then coming back to windy. Now we have less than 1 minute left to this final race of the day.
China 1-2-1, they were leading the regatta for the first couple of days. We haven't had much to say about Hu and Shan in these stronger winds, but they're another one to watch out for at the lighter end of the wind range. We've got 35 seconds to go and pretty evenly spread across the line. Brazil a little bit back on the right-hand side. They're a little bit second row at the moment, so I don't know if they've got a port tack start in mind, but it might be difficult for them to get through into the front row from here. Joe Ali and Molly Meach, their sail is obscured by China 1-2-1 towards the left-hand end of the line. So there's some good sailors, some Olympic champions with a bit of sniggling to do to get through to the front row here.
That was the start of the race. Oh, it's just
3 seconds now, and they get launched now, and actually it's a very clear start, and there's a lot of clear space, and good start for Belgium 4 off this end of the line, good start for Poland 5-2-5 off the far end of the line, and Brazil was one of those to be starting on port tack, along with the Netherlands also going straight out on port tack. Haven't yet seen the Swedes. Anyone seen the Swedes yet?
They were going on the starboard tack, but further on the right side of the starting line.
Stevie,
they gave a good start up there at the top. The Swedish were out the top of the line, had a good start. Laura Harding there out as well. And they're up to third now, the Australians. So that's some regatta for this Australian crew. 2 points ahead of Grail and Kunz. So they'll be looking good. But yeah, look at that, Sweden, top of the group. Great controlling start. That's really a first-class start by the Swedes there. Germany 55. Well, they had an OCS in the first race, and they've started like a bullet out of a gun in this one as well. So clearly they've got their starting sharpened up as the day's gone along. But interesting that we've got a split forming here. Holland and Sweden sailing a different way from each other. We're on board with the Belgians there, and it definitely looks breezier out there on the water. Boats are looking a lot breezier. We're on board with the Aussies. They look a little low angle-wise compared to those Dutch girls up above them, but it's been a consistent day so far for the Australians. working their way up to a bronze medal position as things lie at the moment, but I'm not sure quite on the same kind of level of speed as those top contenders of Holland and Sweden.
Yeah, looking at results, I'm actually surprised to see them in currently on third, but I'm really looking forward to it. It seems like there's been a lot of jumps in the results, not like, with the Swedes and the Dutch are doing super well so far, so they're just extending the lead, but the rest of the pack is, finding their way around the race course. It's good to see that Canada is actually going for the left side again. They did well in the previous race going to the left, and I guess they kind of surprised the Swedes and the Dutch on the right side. And they're like, hey, showing up to the party again, just being like, we're here existing.
And it looks like maybe the Swedes paid attention to that because they are coming more left than we've seen them in previous races.
Yeah, they are. And the Dutch are still betting for the right side together with the Brazilians and, the Australians. So I really can't tell. Like, I don't think anyone can tell what's going to happen this upwind, but I think maybe we could have something different happening, especially as we have the two top boats splitting to the different sides.
Yeah, a really big split developing between, well, let's not get too obsessed, but I'm going to keep on talking about Sweden and the Netherlands. When you look at the points on the overall leaderboard, it looks increasingly like tomorrow is going to come down to a two-way battle for gold and silver between those two, and then there's going to be a scrap for that third place on the podium between Australia, Brazil and various others just behind. So there you see it. It's if you look from second down to third, that gap between Sweden and Australia is stretched out already to the point where it wouldn't be possible for Australia to beat Sweden if the points stayed that way tomorrow afternoon going into the medal race. So the Dutch need to make sure they either win this race or stay within contention of the rapid Swedes, or it may be that the Swedes have chosen the wrong side of the course to go for a change, because the Swedes have gone mostly left. They've now tacked over towards the right. So they obviously like what the left was doing for the Canadians and some of the other teams, the Norwegians that went left on the previous race. And I think there's still a bit of guesswork, Stevie, involved in how this racetrack works.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's necessarily guesswork. I just think it's not. We often like to sort of pigeonhole a race course, and in some ways, especially when you're getting tired towards the end of the day, you want someone to just tell you, go right, go left. That's the easy thing to do. In some ways, it's harder for someone to say, oh, stay really focused on the compass, keep your head out of the boat, look for the pressure coming down the course, judge yourself relative to the fleet positioning and all the rest of it. It's quite hard work. If someone just says, not the right-hand corner off its hinges, then that's easily done. And I just think it is shifty out there. I think you can be in phase with the wind or not, and it depends what shift you're on. Now, I'm surprised that the Swedes gave the Dutch that much separation. I felt Sweden had such a good start. They had the opportunity to tack across earlier. But if Sweden was sailing a lifted number and they've waited until their compass has started to show some hint of a mean number or even a hint of a left shift, then that's their opportunity to take it back across. And this should look good for the Swedish. If, however, it was a left shift at the start, then I'm very surprised Sweden didn't go with them. So, I think the Swedes gave themselves every opportunity. The Dutch have dropped the hammer on the other side. They're going very fast themselves. And we'll learn a little bit more about the course. But yeah, I think it's not an easy course because the wind's shifting. You can definitely get yourself in a band of pressure or not. But ultimately, these boats are one design. So it comes down to that skill of the sailor. They're all very accurately measured. Barry Johnson, he's been a measurer in the class since I was in the class. I know he'll be eagerly watching on the shore, but all these boats have been well checked over. So it comes down to the skill of the sailor, really.
We can see the Italians, Germani and Bertuzzi here and all the way to the left side of the race course. We haven't seen much of them today. They're actually currently fifth, and I was thinking of a stronger approach today. We barely see them at all, actually, in the whole day. So I hope maybe they could get a little, a chance to show that they're still in the game for this race, because if not, they're gonna fall deep in the results, I can imagine.
Yeah, I think the battle for third place downwards is remaining very, very tight. And still the one that surprises me the most, but full compliments to them, Australia 47, Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot, lying in third overall ahead of the reigning Olympic champions, Grail and Kunz, and the Italians Germani and Bertuzzi. So much talent behind Harding and Wilmot, but a great performance by them.
By Harding and Wilmot, they're currently third also overall, and if they can keep that position and, you know, end this event on third, I think it's going to change so much, because I understood they have the national trials for the Olympics ongoing. I think the previous Europeans played a role, but especially as their competitors are in Silver Fleet and they were the one leading, like, point-wise, the trials.
Well,
this is
Olivia
going to play
Price
a huge impact in that.
Yeah, Olivia Price and Evie Hazeldine were third in last year's World, so it was a stunning slip for them not to be able to get into Gold Fleet, but there were a few casualties like that, as there always are. Meanwhile, Stevie, just update us. Here's the cross between our leading two, Sweden 1 and Netherlands 2. How's it looking?
Yeah, big lead for the big lead for the Dutch team actually, and the Swedish are actually looking like being back in the pack. So yeah, real surprise that the Swedish didn't follow the Dutch off the line. Plenty of race left here, but that tussle for 1 and 2, well, it's advantage to the Netherlands at the moment, because Sweden, the other caveat to this is Sweden can't really afford to lose points to the Netherlands crew today. So this could be a huge error by the Swedes to let people back in the pack. We can see there you've got a 470 gold medalist in Joe Allais, the Kiwi boat, just to leeward of the Brazilian double gold medalist. So as you said, there's plenty of talent out there on the racetrack. But at the moment, Adil and Annette, well, they've picked this start. They were aggressive, out on port tack, and they've made it really work for them. The breeze is in the right phase there. You can see that huge right shift towards them at the moment. They're well lined up for the ley line. And the Swedes, well, they've given them a bit of a lead. Can the Swedish reel them in? I'm sure that this race won't be finished just yet. But for Adil and Annette, fantastic job on the upwind. And yeah, pressure on Sweden now, because they can't afford to come out of today having not gained points on the Netherlands.
You can really see the coach boats following these boats. Like, most of them will follow them from the bottom, from the start all the way to the top mark, just to see how they do throughout the race. Some events they're not allowed to go all the way up because of the waves, but it's just funny. You see the little, you know, coach boat crew.
The Armada.
Yeah.
the coach boat Armada going up the side of the racetrack. 49ers and FXs are probably about the fastest boats that you can still hope to have a battle with the coach boat. With the Formula Kite that you do now, I can't imagine the coach boats are trying to trace you around the racetrack.
Oh, it's impossible. Also with the foiling boats, it's just the board, NACRA, and also the IQ. It's tricky for the coach boat to follow along. Here we have the Dutch. They're doing such an incredible job rounding the first at this top mark. This is the final race of today.
Big moment as well coming up here, Noora. I think we see that the Dutch are going to go round first, but look, Sweden are on a really tight ley line. They look like they might just lay it and sneak round in fourth place. If they misjudge that, it would be huge. So really good work by the Swedish, because for a moment it looked like they'd tacked a little bit shy of the ley line, but they will sneak round third. So they've now got the chance to chase down two-time world champion Tamara Echegoyen on the Spanish boat there, and it's tight in the pack. As we can see, really, really close here, the Italians. Oh, Germani spins it inside. Good judgment there. And this will be a hard bear away. Quite windy, not a lot of boat speed before the bear away. Got to get that boat heeled to windward, ladies. Oh, nice job. They executed that really, really well. And they're going to fly off downwind as Martine Grail jibes as well. Look at that on the inside.
Yeah, she's going for that move. Yeah, I was seeing in her, you know, turn. I was like, yeah, she's definitely going for that jibe set. We've been seeing her doing that a lot today. Kind of like, yeah, being like a hopeful jibe set, more like.
I think that was a really good call there. I'm surprised we're not seeing more jibe sets, because the whole of the fleet was coming in overstood on a big lifting gust. Stevie, I don't think the Swedes were really on that tight a ley line. I think it's just that everyone else had been caught out by a big right-hand shift. So I think an early jibe for the Brazilians could really work into their favour.
Yeah, I think you're right, Andy. I think that was definitely the case. It was a huge right shift. It really paid a lot to the right on that first upwind leg. So surprising to see less boats going for it. But that's Martine in a nutshell. She is one for attacking a race course, and that's done her proud for 2 Olympic cycles. And as you say, she'll be there come the last couple of days of racing in Marseille in the summer. There's no doubt about that. But I think it does show she's got the confidence to fling the boat around and not scared of the boat handling.
Well, let's keep an eye on Brazil and see if they do manage to profit from that jibe set. It looks like the front runners are doing absolutely fine, charging down on starboard, but you don't really know until you see the convergence at the bottom of the course. But Sweden now on the charge, and we know how fast they are in a straight line. They've got space around. Oh, what's happened there? Oh, this is a major mistake.
No. No.
Look at that.
What do you do?
She's off the boat.
She's trying to swim after it. That's.
You got to capsize the boat. Surely you got to capsize.
No, she's gonna pull down. Yeah, but she has to capsize it. But
Here
she's gonna
comes the
try to pull it
capsize.
down. That's a too long way to swim. There's nothing else to do. Look at the boat was sailing so nicely upright for so long, but there's nothing you can do as a crew.
That could be the World Championship hopes slipping away.
Replay there.
No.
It's
We missed
Rebecca.
this-
Rebecca gets
Yeah.
knocked off the side of the boat there. She gets knocked off, and then suddenly Vilma's flying forward. They just got a little bit of windward heel. They caught their bodies in the water. Vilma just clinging onto the boat for dear
What
life.
a
But
save.
Rebecca here swimming. Oh, that's disaster there for the Swedish. That could well be the regatta going out there. What's their discard that the Swedish have? The Swedish have a 14th, so they're going to pick up 14 points from this race and be sat. Well, they're not going to get anything more than the last. Looks to me like Rebecca's going to swing back. She'll be fine. Everyone's managed to avoid
that's
her.
a long
That's good
swim.
to see. But for a deal, what a moment.
Oh, that's the team that I least expected to see that kind of error from. And we talked about the need to flap the kite and not overtake the waves too quickly. And there we have an example from one of the best in the world, the reigning world champions, about how not to do it. And meanwhile, the world champions in waiting, the winners of the 2021 and 2022 title, well, after that Swedish swim, it's looking increasingly likely that the title is going to go back towards these Dutch. They were second last year, runners up behind Sweden, but as Annette Doots gets the kite down and it's a well-judged ley line, it's looking like things are playing into the hands of Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doots.
I guess I'm still stunned and recovering from that crash, seeing the Swedish, Rebecca falling off the boat as the crew.
Still hasn't got back.
No, but it's a
just
long
getting
swim.
back now.
Like, Wilma went a long, long way without her. It's incredible, but like she couldn't really do much. She can't do much alone in the boat, especially with a spinnaker.
Well, the instinct, your instinct is to keep the boat upright because that's what you're trained to do. But of course, they should have actually capsized the boat as soon as possible.
Yeah, they should have. That was just the Spanish rounding the left side of the bottom mark. They chose to split from the Dutch, so this will be interesting to see if they can find some wind on the left side. Now we see actually a bit more congestion. What's happening there? Who did we lose on the right side of the screen?
Was it a German boat? I think it was Germany 55, just couldn't get the kite down. Germany 33. So Germany 33, really poor rounding, giving away a lot of distance. And Brazil, who rounded in 8th, are now up to 3rd.
We see a lot of problems here. And also the Spanish. I'm amazed. Like, this is normally not that difficult. Like, there must be something with the waves or
I think it's the
getting
swell.
down
The swell is just adding
kite.
that extra dimension. It's a 3-dimensional rolling carpet.
Look, we have a starboard port here with the French down here on the bottom of the screen. They should have avoided, actually the Polish should have avoided the French. And it didn't look like they did avoid. And now there's Polish are just, I don't know, damage control, trying to survive. Wow, I should have brought the popcorn now, definitely.
Stevie, what do you make of it? Oh, look at the boat on the right, Stevie. What's happening?
Yeah, well, there's all sorts happening in there, Andy. I think you're right that the sea state, the breeze has picked up a little bit, but don't underestimate how physical these boats are to sail. And as athletic as these ladies are, we're 5 days into a major regatta. They will have been training hard in the week before. I think we're starting to see the signs of fatigue, to be perfectly honest, out there. It's not an easy race course. And talking of the race course, this is absolute classic for you here, Andy Rice. Ian Barker, coach of the Swiss, my ex-coach, he's just texted. 6th race of the day, and he's just sent me a text to finally tell me what's actually happening with the race course. So he's basically saying, yeah, very hard to call, but anything that good comes from the right. So if anything, protect the right, but a pretty open race course. But there you go. Ian Barker in a nutshell there. 6th race of the day and finally giving out the good information.
He's basically been listening to our feed and repeating back to us what we've been saying. That's pretty much what we've been saying anyway, isn't it, Noora?
Yeah, exactly. But I think, Stevie, it's good that you spoke about being fatigued, because honestly, like, it's so physical, this boat, especially like the crews are doing the most of the physical work in the boat. And, you know, when you're tired, even though you try to do your best and you try to be like 2-3 steps ahead in whatever comes and take the kite down early and stuff like that, the tiniest mistake will just turn up to be like the biggest problem ever. Like we saw, there's one starboard port, and if you didn't anticipate that in time, it just turned out to be almost a capsize. Like, it's just like this one thing just gets huge.
Yeah, and Rebecca, I mean, she's a fit crew, but that big swim, that must have been a 200-meter swim back to the boat. So that's really going to tire her out. I'd be interested to see if the Swedes bother to even finish this race. They've got currently their worst discard is a 14th from earlier in the season. So, I mean, I don't think they're going to improve on a 14th even with their amazing boat speed coming back from there.
No, there's not that much left of the race. It's like, yeah, one upwind and one downwind. There's really not much time, and that was a long swim. Like, that took so long. But I think there's a few things that could have happened, but sometimes if there's like an awkward wave, you get kind of lifted off the boat, then because you don't have the gravity pulling you towards the wing you're standing on, then sometimes you might slip. And if you slip, then that like just turns out to be a huge problem, especially as the crew is in front of the skipper. I was surprised. Wilma saved it so well. Like, she was basically off the boat as well and swimming, and she tried her best to save it, because that's your initial thought, even though she should have probably capsized.
Yeah. Yeah, when she watches it back, she'll see that that was the thing to do. But having the presence of mind to do that when your whole instinct is to want to stop the boat capsizing and keep it upright, that's what you work so hard as a skiff sailor to do, because all these boats normally want to do is fall over.
Yeah, and looking at racing, we have the Dutch going all the way to the right, just, yeah, pushing it there as we've been seeing previously. The Brazilians are going with there as well. Then we have the Italians. That are currently 9th, but they're the first ones to go to the left together with the German 55. I think they're kind of finding their luck from there, but it looks like they're pretty far off. So right now it looks like that. Just debating.
It's a Swedish-style lead for the Dutch right now, isn't it? I mean, they've got a pretty comfortable lead on the rest of the pack.
Yeah, they look good. It does look exactly the same as like previous race, but we just changed the boats. But the Dutch have done an incredible job this race to stay in the front. They're strong.
Mary Schiel and Freya Felke, Germany 22, they're up there in this race. They only just scraped in to the Gold Fleet in 25th place by a single point. So, yeah, they're doing really well in this race. There are the Swedish up and running again. They look like they're in race mode, so maybe they are still competing, or maybe they're heading back into Marina Rubicon. We don't yet know.
I don't know. Do you think they would give up during give up, but like, yeah.
Well, you know,
I think can say, guys, sorry to jump in, but I can see on the tracker that they're very much racing. They've got down through the bottom gate. They're starting off upwind, and you know, it's never over till it's over. Certainly, I'd like to think they'd keep racing. You know, there could be an incident, a few boats capsize, and there's still 2 races tomorrow. So even if they could overtake 1 or 2 boats, it would be worth doing. Now, they're going to need some of those boats to make mistakes, and they're certainly not going to be thinking of catching this boat, Netherlands 2, who are way off down the road. But yeah, they're definitely racing. They'll definitely be hoping to maybe overtake 1 or 2. And you imagine you might see the full pace of the Swedish boat down here, because they will be on a charge to catch up. But it's certainly interesting in the overall points, because that battle 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th overall, Grail, Joa Lay now putting herself in the mix, the New Zealand crew, gold medalist in the 470 class, sailing with Molly Meach, a Rio gold medalist in the 49erFX. They're sat in 8th in this race. They've been right up there at points in this race, but they are right back in it on the overall points. And then Germani and Bertuzzi as well doing well. So it's a real tussle for that 3rd place on the podium as we speak. A lot of pressure on the crews out there to perform on this final downwind, where they really are going to have some arm pump.
Yeah, and talking about mistakes, I think now it's mostly just, the jibe set, the jibing, hoisting, going downwind, like all those small things. The skills-wise, that could happen. But mostly, I don't think there's going to be any crazy opportunities for the Swedes wind-wise to come fast with their speed.
Well, yes, I'm surprised that the Swedes are carrying on. I'm sort of the other side of thinking to Stevie. I'm thinking, yes, there are 2 more races tomorrow, and do you not want to preserve your energy rather than chase a lost cause? I don't see that there are any points to be gained in this race, but maybe I do underestimate the speed of the Swedes. I think even the speed of the Swedes is not going to be good enough to get them beyond 14th place, which currently is their discard.
No, I agree with you on that, Ricey. I agree with you that they're not going to get better than 14th, but let's imagine they get a 20th, and then in the first race tomorrow they get an OCS. That's 5 points better than it could have been. So no, for the overalls, I think they're losing a lot of points, and that's not good. But also that they're going to be wanting a bit of pride. They'll be thinking, what can we do? You never know. Maybe they will get back 14th, 15th. I think it's very unlikely. But anything better than last is potentially saving points on a worst case scenario tomorrow. And also it should maybe help them get their rhythm back. Going back ashore after that instance, having not done a couple of other good jibes or whatever, they're going to be feeling a bit down. So chance to just get back in the boat, try and remind themselves sailing fast so they're set up well for tomorrow. But definitely a tough pill for them to swallow, and made even tougher by, as you say, the Dutch doing a real Swedish job on the fleet here. But there, Tamara Echegoyen and Paula Bacello in the background, they're chasing hard, and maybe this race isn't over yet.
Yeah, I don't think the race is over. Actually, looking at the Italians, they will show in the pictures soon. We see the Spanish Tamara just there, but they were coming from the left side, and the Spanish were coming more from the right side. Yes, the Spanish are from the right side. I think the ones coming on the left really hope to see if they can squeeze in just there. It looks like there was more opportunity from the left, but we see from the tracker they had Italian 20 and Germany 55. I was speaking about them earlier. There's potential, but it really depends on the top mark rounding. Here we see the Spanish going around the top mark on 2nd place. And there's a bit of a lead, actually, a gap to the next one. I believe it could be the Italians coming from the left side.
So a great gain for the Spanish on that second windward leg. I mean, absolutely fantastic sail by Echegoyen and Barcelo to get up into second and still be within a sniff of being able to take the lead away from the Dutch. Germani and Bertuzzi tacking up for 3rd place around the mark. And then coming up, it's Germany 33. They were the ones, I'm pretty sure, that had that absolutely awful leeward mark rounding, but they must have sailed an absolute blinder of a windward leg to recover from that and to overtake the Brazilians and some of the other boats that rounded ahead of them. So Germany 33, Inge-Marie Hoffmann and Katrin Bartelheimer going super well. And I'm still looking for the Brazilians. I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, here we see the Norwegians and the rest. Oh, there we have the Brazilians coming with the rest of the Germans and the other Spanish team up. Such a lead for the first 3 boats, actually 4 boats. I wonder what happened there, how they managed to get so much distance.
Well, it would be interesting if you can backtrack on the tracker and give us any feedback on that. That would be really interesting to know what the winning move was on that last leg, because there has been some really significant place changing. And as Brazil go around, I wonder if they're going to go for the jibe set again. The jibe set still doesn't seem as popular as I would imagine it would be, because the Brazilians continue to prove that the jibe set is actually not a bad bet. Stevie, I guess we have to bear in mind that whatever happened to the Swedes could happen to anybody else, and that's another reason for them to continue and for no one to take anything for granted on this racetrack.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's top end conditions. There's some definite fatigue out there on the racetrack. So I still think there's plenty left to be done. But yeah, it's interesting on the Brazilian side of things. I just feel that as soon as you've got a slight lack of confidence in your boat speed and you don't feel you're fast, you're maybe trying to force things and force something to happen. And I just, I'm not sure I've seen huge gains out of the jibe set, but they've jibe set every time. Now, I'm sure there is a time and a place for it when that right shift comes in, but that beat there, it paid left. There was some gains to the left. It was the Italians that really had a very nice beat. The Spanish made some gains back on a deal and a net there. So I think it's shifting around, and I think the Brazilians are trying to force things, which to me is a real sign of when you're not feeling like you're quick and you're trying to magic something to happen out of nowhere. I think, you know, the saying is the good guys go where the good guys go. And someone like Torben Grail, Martine's father, you know, a star sailor, you've got to have that boat speed to be able to stay patient and stay doing the right thing. If you deliberately do the wrong thing, trying to make something happen, there's only one real outcome for that. And I think that's what happened on that upwind. I think Martine just tried to force things a little bit too much, and she's ended up losing a few places. But understandable, because she's so used to having that sort of boat speed edge and being dominant in the fleet.
Looking at the stats from the upwind, actually we had, Brazilians, Norway, Netherlands and Spanish went all to the right. And I think the Brazilians, they barely did anything special. It was just one tack to the right. But the left side came better with the Italian and the Germans. So
And, well, the Spanish were the other big gainers there. We're not far off the bottom of this course now. We're coming into the finish, and there isn't that long to go. But what is the scenario? It looks like Spain may well have overtaken the Dutch. Have the Spanish pulled a blinder? So after having such
a minute, Ricey, don't they? The Dutch are really wide. Look at that boom. It's way out off the side. They've sailed a lot of extra distance on the Dutch boat, but they'll have a faster angle in. The Dutch will make this ley line. I think they're going to get there before the Spanish, but oh no, flap of the kite makes it hard. Big wave in front of them there. Oh, can they keep it upright? Yep, they've opened the gap. That will be enough for the Dutch, but they sailed probably 200 or 300 meters more than the Spanish, but it's a race win. It only matters when you cross the finish line. How many meters ahead is irrelevant. If you get there first, that's enough to get the points, and a good result for the Dutch, great result for the Spanish, and huge implications to the world title race.
That
Stevie,
looked like it could have been tight, but in the end it wasn't too bad, but wow.
No, very good. Very, very good by the Dutch. They got away with it. They slightly overcooked the ley line, but as you say, Stevie, it was enough. But what a great final lap of the racecourse sailed by the Spanish. A really good upwind leg to get into second and to be challenging the Dutch by the end for that race win. So well done to Echegoyen and Barcelo, finishing off the day super well, and that will do them all power of good for trying to grab that bronze medal, because that's probably the best they can hope for now. And across the line, it's another team, the Italians, that are also hoping to bag that place on the podium. It's Germany and Bertuzzi, so very good score for them. And then Germany 33. They've had a pretty good day, Germany 33. The Germans still needing to secure a spot to go to the Games at Paris 2024. And Inge-Marie Hoffmann and Katrin Bartelheimer, I wonder if they've done enough to get themselves into the top 10. They were just sniffing around the bottom of the medal race going into today, and it could well be that they have done enough to get themselves into the top 10. Now here comes the traffic. Looks like maybe another German boat coming across next, followed by another Spanish boat. That's Marla Bergman and Hannah Veal, who were in the German boat. The Belgians come across the line, and it's going to be a photo finish. Don't know who took that one. It was between Norway and Canada, very, very close indeed. And there are the Americans, Steph Roball and Maggie Shea. And wondering when the Brazilians are going to come across, and if the Swedes have managed to make any kind of inroads as well. Yet more Germans across the finish line.
Yeah, Brazilian did the jibe set and the top mark, and it doesn't look like they get advantage from that either. I think the Norwegians had a similar fate, actually.
So that was the Brazilians coming across, and as you said, that jibe set didn't work out for them on that occasion, Noora. So there are finishers from race 6 in Goldfleet 49erFX. Van Aanholt and Annette Doets extend their lead. Thanks also to that capsize by the Swedes. We don't know where they managed to get back to, but they kept on racing. Echegoyen and Barcelo pushed hard for the win towards the end, but Spanish end in second, Germany and Bertuzzi in third for Italy. And increasingly good performances by the Germans, and should note that the Norwegians and the Canadians have been on the rebounds today as well. So there we have it. 3 races done. We didn't see that whitewash of Swedish victories. Stevie, that's a bit of a surprise to me, but we saw full well with the drone shot why that was the case, and a rare slip of boat handling by the Swedes, Stevie.
Yeah, I mean, it's it was a tight race, wasn't it? And we see here, actually, I mean, this was the best start of the day for the Swedish team. They had an excellent start at the top end of the line. We see right-hand side there, the Dutch coming out on port, a long way back. When you're starting on port, you're only trying to hit that last boat's transom, so you don't have to start on zero. You have to start on the transom of the last boat, and the Dutch do that quite well, despite being really close with the Brazilians. But I think that just shows the dominance of boat speed the Dutch have got relative to Brazil to get so far forward from a position as close to Brazil as that. But the Swedish found themselves in the pack, and this was a moment in the race here where they let that gauge open up with the Dutch a lot. And I think they found themselves in the pack. They probably found themselves having to do something a little bit special because they knew they couldn't afford to be this far back on the Dutch crew. And I think pressure makes you push harder. We asked on the other downwinds, were they pushing as hard as possible? Maybe they weren't. They went full taps open on the downwind here, and what a camera angle that is. They're right with them, and you just see here we get a little bit of windward heel, wave sticks up and just smashes into the crew, and it just knocks Rebecca off her feet, out of the foot strap, off the hook of the harness because she's going up, and then Vilma, well, she's got really nothing she can do. I mean, capsize or no capsize, I think kind of irrelevant to the overall result. They're still going to be really struggling, but I think if she could have capsized it sooner, it would have been less of a swim back for Rebecca. But yeah, it just was the pressure put on by the Dutch. The Dutch have hung around all day, not making any mistakes. Maybe not had quite the same, firepower as the Swedish, but they've made no mistakes, and they've just, turned the taps on, put the pressure on them, and they're getting that reward for them, because I'd argue that's now an unassailable lead.
I think realistically, you're probably right, Stevie. There's one more Goldfleet race to go tomorrow before we get into the medal race. I haven't looked closely enough at the points yet, but for me, it's very much a battle for gold and silver. But it may well be that after that capsize, that the Dutch have managed to do pretty much to all but secure the gold medal that they last had in 2022 in Halifax, Nova Scotia. There's the Spanish sailing in, and these are some of our favourite shots, Noora. There's the coach boat following them in, and what a great finish to the day for these girls.
Yeah, we see some waving there from Paula, and yeah, I think the sailors really like to have these shots, even though sometimes can be annoying, but honestly, I think they're all getting used to it by now. We all gotta get used to the new ways of getting these amazing shots of our events, and I think we're just all really happy about that. You can almost see the smiles on their face. Honestly, I think today it was incredible to see so much fun. The wind was just pumping. It was good. It was getting super exciting throughout the day. Now, especially with the women sailing now in the end.
Oh, these girls are always smiling. And Tamara Estrogoyen, she's been around the Olympic scene for a long time. Stevie, you were there at the Games, London 2012, when she won the gold medal in the match racing. You were there in the 49er.
Yeah, nice to remind me of that one, Ricey. Gives me a bit of a nervous twitch, thinking of missed opportunities. But yeah, I mean, Tamara's interesting because she sailed a great race here, but this is nothing short of what I'd expect of her. So I kind of feel a little bit disappointed how they've done the previous 2 days. I expected them to be a little bit more of a force. Whether she's scared of winning the World Championships in the Games year again, as that's not worked out for her at the 2 Olympics in the FX class, I'm not entirely sure. But I think this is really the Spanish team that I expect to see, because she is one of the quality female sailors on the planet. She's done round the world races to a high level. She's won match race Olympic gold medals, 49erFX world titles. I mean, she is pretty much a Swiss Army knife of world sailing, and she's got all the skills in the locker there. And I just think this is what we'd expect from her. So very happy for her in this race. A little bit disappointed about how she's done through some other races today, and it'll be interesting to see if she can make a late charge for the podium here.
Yeah, wouldn't they love to do it in home waters here in this most southerly part of Spain? Meanwhile, let's just update you on what happened earlier in the day with 49er men, and look at that 30-point gap for Erwan, Fischer and Clement, Piquin. They've got one gold medal race to go through before they go into the medal race, but if they manage to maintain more than a 20-point gap going into the medal race, the French can just sail around the track in that medal race knowing that the gold medal is pretty much already hanging around their neck. So it looks like Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, after 3 successive world titles, are going to have to give away that World Championship title to the French tomorrow. But I'm sort of putting the commentator's curse on it, because anything can happen on the final day of 49er skiff racing. And then up into 3rd place after another good day, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel, but only 0.2 of a point behind them, are one of the fast improving teams of this championship. Great Britain's James Grummett and Ros Hawes, winner of the last race today, and looking like they have a real shot at the podium, and followed by those 2 Polish teams fighting it out for that place to represent Poland in the Paris 2024 games later on this season. So there's the Marina Rubicon and the fleet heading back in. Let's just look back at the highlights today and remind ourselves what happened across the 6 races that we've just witnessed. Shots of Spanish 23, Echegoyen and Barcelona sailing back into Marina Rubicon. That's the host of this event in the south of Lanzarote. We're just coming to the end of day 5 of the 49er and 49erFX World Championships. We've had 6 fantastic races, 3 for the men, 3 for the women. Hope you've really enjoyed the coverage today. We're going to be doing more tomorrow. We've got one more Gold Fleet race for the men and women, and then the medal race. So here are the standings updated after the 3 races that we've just seen. And so Bobek and Netzler, they won 2 races and then had that disastrous capsize in the 3rd. So look at that points gap. They've not been able to close the gap on the Dutch. So the Dutch, with a 25-point lead going into tomorrow, are looking very, very tidy for re-winning the World Championship that they last took in 2022 in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Germani and Bertuzzi on 89 points, displacing Harding and Wilmot from Australia on 95 points. Grail and Kunz are still in the mix for a bronze medal on 96, the same as Echegoyen and Barcelo, that second place lifting them up to 6 overall. And then a bit of a gap to Hoffman and Bartelheimer, who've had a really good day to get up to 7th overall. But it's looking like it's going to be a 4-boat battle tomorrow for the bronze medal, because realistically, I don't think the top 2 can be caught by the rest of the fleet anymore. So, yeah. Noora.
And tomorrow we'll see the battle also of who's going to be in the top 10. Well, we're going to have one more fleet racing, and then the top 10, that potential for a medal, depending on the points though.
And who are the big names not quite getting into the top 10? Anyone you want to highlight that that isn't quite there?
Yeah, we have the Team USA. We could expect to be them in to have them in the top 10, but also the New Zealand team with Joe Alla and Molly Meach. I would like to have them in the top 10. Another one is the British girls, Freya Black and Saskia Tairi. I would expect to have them as well. There's many good names I would like to squeeze in there.
Yeah, and they've finished in the top 10 before, because we know from their sale numbers. Stevie Morrison, let's just also think about what happened with the men today. I keep on waiting for the French to stumble, because I think psychologically it's not easy to be leading a world championship for your first time, even though they're very experienced 49er sailors. I mean, no wheel wobbles from them. They really seem like they got the bit between their teeth, and they've got the chops to actually go ahead and win this world title.
I think what was not the worrying, but the worrying thing for the fleet as a whole was that last race where they did hint at not being perfect, and they dropped back and they were in the pack, and then they just worked their way through the fleet brilliantly. And I think they've got a good bit of boat speed, but they're sailing with a freedom and a confidence back in themselves. And yeah, I think fair play to them. I think as long as they can keep that looseness about them, not overthink it, then it's pretty much as good as done from their side. Good fight back from the Dutch boys today. They had a disappointing day yesterday and showed a lot of pride out there today. I think they fought very hard, and they'll have some regrets from yesterday, I'm sure. But they're right in the fight and doing themselves proud with the medal. But it's all on for that last podium spot in the men as well. So it's going to be an exciting day's racing tomorrow.
And what about you this afternoon? Are you released for Wing 4 racing, or are you baking a cake for Mother's Day tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I'm going pretty much straight into Mother's Day duty. After yesterday's dismal performance on the wing foiling, I don't know if Guy Bridge wants to rescue me again today. So yeah, I better get downstairs and put the tea on and get back ready to lube up the vocal cords to join you tomorrow, Ricey. No paella for me tonight, mate.
No, very pleased to hear that. We want you in top form tomorrow, Stevie Morrison and Noora Ruskola. Thank you both. So from those two plus me, Andy Rice, hope you've enjoyed this afternoon's coverage. 6 races done. 1 Gold Fleet race tomorrow, followed by the medal races to see who's going to end up in the podium here in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. So for the time being, goodbye and see you tomorrow. See you then.